Hello everyone, welcome to my channel. My name is Afton and I'm Monty's Tarot Child, and today I'm very excited to bring you this pick a card. I am going to be doing this pick a card a little bit differently than I have done in the past with my regular pick a cards. For today, we are going to take a look at the next 3 big changes that are happening in your career, and for that, I have already pre-chosen 3 tarot cards for each pile that will be surrounded by each change that is happening and taking place in your career, if that makes sense. So I will be doing 3 different spreads for each pile in regards to looking at the next 3 big changes that are happening in your career. So I would love for you to just take a moment and pause and meditate on which one of these piles is most connected to your energy and has the most aligned message for you. And then I will see you in your reading. Hello, pile number 1. Welcome to your reading. You chose this beautiful pyrite crystal. This is also known as fool's gold for those of you who are not aware of the alternative name for this crystal, but this is your crystal. I'm going to put it right off to the side here, along with the other 2 cards that we won't get into just yet. So we're going to take a look at the first big change that is taking place in your career right now. And you have the 3 of Cups, which is a beautiful energy to have. And I'm going to read this energy in depth for the first big change that's taking place for you, and then we'll get into the oracle. So with the 3 of Cups, I see friendship centering around your career right now, or within this big change that is taking place in your career. Not only friendship, but enjoyment as well. And being able to say that you work with people or work around people who have this energy about them that feels very supportive of you. So this is a big change, I feel like, because you have in some way or another like gained trust with these people that you are working around. You could be in a traditional career, or you could run a business or have your own business, or be a part of a small business, an intimate team of people who really, you all support each other so well and work together very well. So you could also be someone who works with water signs. That could be Scorpio, Cancer, or Pisces, because we have the Cups energy out here, but it doesn't have to be that specifically. Just something else I wanted to point out through the energy. But with the 3 of Cups being a big change in regards to your career, above anything else, I do see enjoyment. I do see you having a good time. I do see this being less hard for you, or less of a struggle, especially if you are coming out of that struggle kind of energy where you have really been wanting to find more comfort, ease, and again, enjoyment within your career. So I'm going to look and see through the oracle what other energies we have for you. And I'm going to start off with the Moonology Manifestation Oracle deck. So let's see what we can get. Pile number 1, please, Spirit. Pile number 1. Okay. Yes, so at the bottom of the deck, you have last quarter moon in Gemini, clear your mind. Okay. And with this being your supporting energy, it will be important for you to not always necessarily be thinking and not always necessarily be on go. With the Gemini energy here, you have a lot of thoughts. You have a lot of different ideas that you may want to pursue because you are, again, in a more enjoyable environment in regards to your career. And so with the Gemini energy, especially if you find yourself being a lot more curious in this new beginning and this new transformation within your career, definitely taking it easy. And not necessarily trying to overwhelm yourself with as much information or as many experiences as you can within this, again, this change or new beginning. It could be a little bit of both for someone. Someone could be celebrating, finding a new job, celebrating finding a new department to work in within a job that you already have. So it may not necessarily be a new job specifically, but you could be working in a different department, and the people that you're working with now feel more familiar. You feel more connected to them because they're your kind of people. They're your type of people. But overall, really take time to clear your mind as frequently as you can with this new change that is coming up for you in regards to your career, because it helps you to keep that channel of intuition clear as well. Some of you use your intuition in regards to your work for something. But you also have last quarter moon in Virgo. Attend to the details. So your role in this equation, I should say, is to be the detail tender. You may have Virgo placements or Pisces placements, which is directly across from Virgo. And this makes you that person that people can depend on to catch all the small, minute details. So you could be someone who is really good at financing, catching in all of the small payments, and really making sure that the finances flow in harmony and peace for the business that you are connected to. Again, you could also be doing this in regards to your own business. This could be you and 2 to 3 other people who, again, it's a small business that you have going for you, and so you don't have a lot of people to rely on or depend on. So you are this person to pay close attention to the details, and to really make sure that everything is running smoothly and in order. That is your duty. That is your service to this. I was also almost going to say project. So some of you could really be working on a project with a new team or a team that you worked with briefly before in the past as well. That could be someone else's energy. But yes, so with Gemini and Virgo energy here, there's a lot of mercurial energy around you where the people who are around you support your not crazy ideas. It's not crazy because honestly, like with your work ethic, anything can happen and you know this and they support you through that. But with the Mercury energy, you're very curious. You really want to know all there is in regards to making something work and to stay working as it is, which is like you're in a really enjoyable atmosphere and you want it to stay this way. You don't want too many things to change drastically. And so I see that through you tending to the small details and keeping things running smoothly, keeping things in order, this is something that you will be able to celebrate long term. So let's see what else. What else does Spirit want you to know about the 3 big changes, or one of the big changes that is happening in your career? Pile number 1, please, Spirit. What else is here for pile number 1? I'm going to pull it out now. Let's see. Freedom, yes, and faith at the bottom of the deck. Very beautiful energy. They both feel like Sagittarius energy to me. So let's see what else we have. Freedom says, I no longer want this fiery ring of resentment to block the good. Release me from its bonds. So you're absolutely being released from some sort of negativity. Again, you are coming from, it feels like a work situation or a career situation that felt so restrictive. And it always felt like you were working against what felt really natural to you. Again, which was to be able to take the time to tend to small details. That's not necessarily something that is encouraged in a traditional workplace because you have to get as much done as possible. You have to be as productive as possible. And that's not realistic in the way that some humans work. Sometimes it takes time to really work through and comb through all of the minute details that are very important to making your business run successfully. And so you have a lot of freedom now in whatever role or position it is that you have assumed in your life, to again have a lot of enjoyment, a lot of freedom, but still be able to be this very responsible and service-oriented person. Faith at the bottom of the deck says, miraculously, amazingly, everything I need always comes. Love is opening me to receive beyond anything I imagine. So you are using a lot of faith in this, again, not new beginning, but this celebratory phase. And it's not just a phase where, oh, I'm celebrating now, but the workload is going to hit me so hard that I won't be able to enjoy. It's like you enjoy thoroughly what you do because, again, you have received a lot of freedom. And freedom, I don't think that you thought was possible or that you thought would be so enjoyable. You may have been afraid, a little fearful. Ooh, yes, a little fearful of the unknown. Yeah. With the unknown card here, you weren't sure. You felt this calling, and some of you, again, this is not everyone's circumstance, but I do want to point it out that some of you may have actually left a position that just didn't feel fitting to you anymore, and you felt it like a calling. You felt it like a direct calling, like a direction, like you were being directed to leave or to set yourself free into the unknown, into the void. And you felt like there was something else to be experienced within your career. And you were absolutely correct. And it took faith to take that leap. So I wouldn't be surprised if the Fool card came out here because it took you faith to leap into the unknown and to set yourself free. And again, there are people who are around you, and whether they work with you or not, it could just be your friends who have seen you in a work environment and who has seen work environments really take away from your energy. So this is them supporting you and saying, you know, you are free. You have set yourself free, and you are free to do what it is that you are feeling called to do. And you are free to move towards your destiny. You have letting go at the bottom of the deck with Pisces energy here, I feel like. And this is my first time seeing this card, but you have surrender, detachment, and purification. So you have absolutely purified something within your career, and it has opened up to you like a portal. You have surrendered, again, what you thought would bring you stability. You have surrendered it because you felt called to do so. And amongst you doing that, you have found a lot of freedom. It was almost felt like you were free falling. And then when you thought that you were about to hit the ground, you were caught. You got caught. And it has been a great joy, I feel like, for you. You have the 11th house coming out in regards to a big change that is taking place for you. You could have Virgo in your 11th house if you are a student of astrology like I am. But what this just means is that you are very attentive to the needs of your community and to the needs of the greater good. You do have something to offer and something to give to people. With a waning crescent moon at the bottom of the deck, I do believe waning means that it is waning into new light. Give me a second. Waning into darkness, yes. So this is a new moon. And this means that you are absolutely coming up to a moment energetically that is clearing out and creating a blank slate for you, if that makes sense. And so with the 11th house matters here, that means that you are very community driven, community focused. The 11th house is like, it's like 3 of Cups on steroids. It's like you have all of these energies surrounding you and supporting you and encouraging you to take those steps, to take that step towards, again, your fate and towards your calling. with the unknown here, and to really free yourself and offer yourself freedom. Some of you could be trying to make a change in your career in regards to what I mentioned earlier, which is leaving one environment that feels too restrictive, that doesn't give you growth opportunities, and spreading your wings in a new environment. And that could be, again, surrounded by entrepreneurship, but that may not be everyone's case. So of course, take what resonates. I'm going to look through the tarot now and see what details I can get for this last portion of the first big change that is taking place in regards to your career. Let's see. Pile number 1, please, Spirit. Okay, you have despair with the 10 of Swords, but it is coming out in reverse. So yeah, the people who care about you the most and who have watched you transform through many different positions, through many different opportunities, they are witnessing within you right now, really closing out a difficult cycle, and it's hard for you to surrender, which is why they continue to feed you encouragement and support and upliftment, because you have felt defeated and you have dealt with despair in regards to working. And they know, the people who are closest to you know, that you do not deserve to feel those feelings. You deserve to, feel free when you are being of service to other people. You deserve to feel good about the things that you provide. You deserve to be acknowledged. And especially with the 10 of Swords being in reverse here, you could have very well fought with a lot of different and difficult thoughts around your worth and your value and what you provide, because you were not getting that recognition. I feel like, especially with the 3 of Cups being this first energy, you're being recognized somewhere else, and it's feeling more fulfilling for you. It's removing a lot of that doubt, but it is still in progress. You haven't walked out the door just yet, is what it feels like with the 10 of Swords in reverse, which means that the cycle is not ready to be completed, but you are intuitively picking up on these signs that are saying, every time I go into work, I'm exhausted. Like, I've been here for hours. It's like you walk into the building and you're automatically exhausted and drained mentally. You may feel unfocused. And this is not how you have always been at work, but you're feeling unfocused or just not motivated to, again, pursue or build someone else's dream up when they don't have the resources to build you up. That's another thing about the 11th house, is community has to be there for each other. It can't just be always someone showing up for the community. They have to allow the community to show up for them as well. And this is what you need. And this is what you're not receiving. And it is becoming very clear to you. You have the 9 of Pentacles with culmination. So some of you, especially with this word being, culmination, you have accumulated a lot of finances, or enough finances to make you feel as if, I can make this change. And so some of you may be working on your savings with the 10 to the small details. Some of you may be adding to your 401k or anything of that nature, storing things away, culminating the resources that you have, building up these resources until you feel like you are ready. But especially with the 10 of Swords in reverse, do not continue to just save and save and save. And, you give yourself a goal in mind, you reach that goal, and then you say, well, I need to save more because it's not enough. And I can't take this leap of faith without having something even more solid than what I have. The 9 of Pentacles means that you have a good amount saved, a good amount tucked away or culminated, again, in order for you to have the faith and take the leap. Of course, I'm always the take what resonates type of person. If you don't have your bills in order, that's a priority. And that is, again, something that keeps people stuck in these cycles, and you're sick of it. So, making sure all of your priorities are taken care of with the Virgo details here, making sure that you have a plan of action. Also, it sounds like with the 11th house here of like, know what it is that you want to pour yourself into. If you're saving all these resources, if you're letting go of stagnant and dead energy, know what it is that is calling for you in this next step before the opportunities start to really unfold, so that you can not necessarily not take the wrong steps, but so that you can just know in what general direction you want to head and know that you can trust it. But I see you are facing a lot of resentment, and you want to let it go. Yes, you have the Moon card here. So there are some deep emotional things going on for you as well. And it could, again, be in regards to that value and that worth, and really facing any triggers that may come up in regards to like that original wounding of why recognition is so important for you in regards to work. It's important because you want to feel valued. You want to feel like you're a part of a team, and that team supports you, and that team recognizes that you are a human, but also that you are, I heard superstar. With the Moon here, it's saying, how have you felt internally that you have not been valued externally? And how has that affected the way that you have valued yourself? How have things that you have accepted, whether consciously or subconsciously, how have those things reiterated what people have said about your value and your worth? We can't rely solely on other people to value us or to tell us that we are valuable. But we do sometimes pick up on what other people believe. And that is how people spend their lives proving their worth in systems that weren't built for them and weren't made for them. And that is how people will end up feeling like they are in a cycle or in the cog, because they will spend their entire professional lives trying to prove something that doesn't need to be proved to anyone but themselves. And I think you're doing this through setting yourself free. You have the 7 of Cups here with choices. You have a lot of choices, honey. Do not be afraid, because you have a lot of options and choices on where to go next. You do have to follow your intuition. You do have to tap into your emotional side a bit, because logically, you have put up certain barriers as to what is a possibility for you and what is not. And that's not to say not to listen to your mind, because it holds a lot of power there, but it's saying balance the mind and the heart. What is something that you have said you wanted to incorporate into your professional life that is something that most people may possibly deem as a more personal type of thing? How can you intertwine the two, because you are still human? You still show up with certain gifts and talents that are personal but can be used professionally. With a Hierophant here, that is just a confirmation of what we've been talking about, how to intertwine the professional and the spiritual, the professional and the intuitive. And so within this unknown, I think you are doing a lot of seeking on knowledge, on how to build a business that is on brand with who you are, or to find a business that is connected and aligned with your values and worker autonomy, and with employee appreciation as well, if that is your situation, because everyone's, again, situation will be different. The Hierophant is telling me that you are going through a time where you are accepting knowledge from someone, whether that be a direct source or non-directly. You are going through this up level or upgrading of just absorbing knowledge and information. And that's why it's important for you to clear your mind from time to time, because overthinking is absolutely possible. We see it in the Ten of Swords, and we saw it in the last quarter moon in Gemini. So yes, it is being encouraged of you to follow your curiosity, but do not fall into burnout as you typically would. You have the devil at the bottom of the deck, and the devil will tell you, like, you can expel a little bit more energy. You can push yourself a little bit more further. You can, you can survive this Ten of Swords if you tell yourself you can. And that's not necessarily the mindset that you were working with anymore. You want to move past that kind of mindset and saying, I have choices, and the choice to have an easeful life, a productive life, but productivity that is aligned with me, that is aligned with my natural cycles, that doesn't push me or make me feel like I am lacking or slacking, because it is a natural pace to my job, to my career, to my flow of work. So I feel like you are really trying to integrate and incorporate a lot for yourself, because we talked about it at the beginning, where you just want to have enjoyment. You want to enjoy your work and wake up every day refreshed mentally with new ideas, or building on the ideas that you had the day or the night before, the week before, or whatever. Being curious, being encouraged to learn at work as well, and not necessarily being stuck in the same repetitive cycle of work, coming to work and doing the same task every day. You can do that with the Virgo energy here. You do it very well, but I do feel like there is also this energy that you're missing from that. You don't need things to change too hectically. You don't need things to be drastic. You want it to be comfortable. You want also a little privacy as well. We do have the Three of Cups here in the 11th house. That doesn't necessarily always afford you privacy, but with the Moon card here, it does say that you do have that option. That is a part of your option as well. And if you want it, you have to ask for it. You have to desire it. You have to then tend to the small details and work to it, build towards it, and not shut yourself down every time there's a mental blockage, because those mental blockages are popping up for a reason, and you are meant to explore why. Because you do have this emotionality around this first change within your career, and it's going to reveal a lot to you, probably within your private time, but it's going to reveal a lot to you around the mental destruction almost that has happened in regards to you being in certain careers or certain workplaces. Like, you have carried a lot mentally, and you have experienced a lot, and it's sitting with you, and you haven't released it or shared it. The Three of Cups just makes me think like you are okay with allowing people to celebrate you and to uplift you, but you don't really want to burden other people with what you have experienced, what trauma has reached you and has settled within you. You kind of just want to work through it on your own, I feel like, and that's absolutely a possibility, but you do have to work through it in order for you to move through this cycle of value and self-worth and know what it is that you are reaching towards as your next and your new goal. Okay. So I'm going to clear this, first spread that we have here based around the Three of Cups. We're going to come back. We're going to add some more cards, and we're going to look at the second big change that is taking place in your career right now. Welcome back, pile number one. Let's get right into the second big change that is taking place in your career. You have, the Four of Swords, but it is in reverse. And I do remember vividly when I was shuffling this off camera, it specifically wanted to be in reverse, so I'm going to keep it that way. You should be resting a little bit more, pile number one. And I know that when it comes to career, that doesn't make sense. But based on the Three of Cups, which was the entrance into your reading, it does make sense for you. Somehow you are meant to have a restful career, an easeful career, something that you don't have to think so hard about. And that is, it's not like you were meant to be kept up at night working. You're meant to have regular sleep hours. You're meant to have healthy routines in your life. And right now, it's something that you're missing. It's something that you're needing, which is why we had the Ten of Swords show up in the last spread towards the end of your reading, because you are very near burnout mentally. This is something that I just see. Of course, take what resonates. I don't want to wish this upon you. This is something that I see through your cards. And so with rest in reverse, Spirit's next message, the next big change that is coming in regards to your career is the acknowledgement and the awareness that you have been going way too hard for way too long. This is something that you probably already intuitively know. Again, this is probably connected to the value and self-worth that we spoke about in the first portion of your reading, of just knowing like you don't deserve to work this hard. You don't deserve to be battered and beaten and just running on ragged. You deserve to be restful, again, easeful. You deserve to walk into work refreshed and to enjoy it while you're there. So we're going to look and see why this is a big change for you. And maybe this is what is spurring the initiation from the first reading as well, but we'll look and see. Let's look and see through the astrology. What is here for pile number 1, please, Spirit, as the second big change taking place in their career? Let's see. You have discernment. Yeah. So choice, duality, and diligence. You do have a choice. We talked about choices in the first part as well. We'll get into it. We also have patience, perseverance, cycles, and divine timing. Okay. So some of you could be very interested in learning about moon cycles as well. Waning versus waxing, which is hard to remember sometimes. But you also want to know like, oh, what phase is the moon in right now? And how is this affecting me personally and also professionally? But that's probably just for a specific few of you. The discernment is coming in regards to saying, you know what you need. You know what choices get you to where you need to be in order to be in your healthiest state. And you have to be discerning and diligent about prioritizing your rest and being in a restful place while working. When I think of swords energy, which you have a lot, I think of overstimulation. I think of anxiety, overthinking, and just a lot of, overstimulation around the mental area. And so you have to analyze at which point are my decisions encouraging these things that are happening in my life where I just feel unsettled, I don't feel grounded, and I feel like I'm very much so overstimulated and I need rest. What are the choices that you're choosing that promote the Four of Swords in reverse or promotes the Ten of Swords? And how can you be diligent on making different choices? Especially because you had the Virgo energy coming out at the first portion of your reading. You are someone who is a hard worker. You are. People depend on your skills and abilities, and that's something to be very proud of, but also it's something to be aware that you're not, what's the word? You're not using your talents and your gifts of organization, prioritization in regards to what needs to be done versus what can wait. Like you don't want to use those skills and talents that you have to, again, bring more harm or distress to yourself. You want to be able to have your talents and skills work for you, but also work for the community at large that you are connected to. You have last quarter moon in Taurus. Be proud of yourself. This is heavily connected to the first part of your reading, again, in regards to worth and value and knowing like you should be absolutely proud of yourself and what you have accomplished and what you have achieved, in manifestation. You have last quarter moon again in Sagittarius, practice gratitude. So this is becoming more of a practice for you. Like there's certain things that you're really, really good at. Again, gifts and talents, but there's some things that don't come as easily to you, and that is speaking affirmations over yourself, being proud of work that is already done, looking back at what you have already achieved and accomplished and saying, this is good because it is done and I put my energy in it and it is good, period. That's the end of the sentence. So you're really working right now on being very proud of yourself, being proud of yourself and knowing when to discern when it is time to rest, when it is time to surrender, put it down, and be patient with the process rather than trying to force growth, force things to happen. Again, we talked about cycles, and really, we talked about cycles and wanting to have this natural cycle be present in your life. And again, you have to make the choices. You have to be discerning in what will produce what it is that you say that you need out of your mouth. So yeah, I think that's something, a big change that you're working on right now is like following through with not the things that you can follow through with, but the things that you have a hard time in following through with. And I think you're also communicating a lot with your spirit guides and saying, thank you for getting me through this. Thank you for helping me see clearly. Thank you for, giving me discernment. This is a large part of the gratitude that I feel like you are speaking out loud to your spirit guides, but also to yourself with this, be proud of yourself. So let's see what else we have for pile number 1 and the second. Yep. Oh, well, there's 2 of them. I don't know if we're going to keep both. They came out in reverse. I'm not going to keep them in reverse, but we have grief and love. Tears are what happen when the ice in the heart melts, and divine source is the idea that no person, place, or thing is your salvation, only love itself. There's something that strongly impacted you and happened to you, and now I think it's not present day necessarily, but I think that the thawing out process, when the ice in the heart melts, I think you are now starting to really work through some grief that is feeling like it's kind of piled on in regards to your career as well. I'm going to keep shuffling and see what else Spirit wants you to know about the next big change that is taking place in your career. Pile number 1, please, Spirit. Pile number 1. Pile number 1, please, Spirit. Next big change. Thank you. You have clearing at the bottom of the deck. Yeah. We'll talk about that in a second. Individuality. Every person has their own personalized study plan in this Earth school. Okay. And that includes you as well. Pile number 1, you have this individualistic spirit, but and within the collective, a lot of people are talking about toxic individualism, and that's a real thing. But I also think that we have to be aware of our individual self in order to know what works best for us, in order to advocate for what works best for us, because not everything is going to work in the exact same way for everybody. So we have to have some form of individuality in order to differentiate ourselves between the other. When it becomes toxic is when we are only looking out for ourselves, when we do not have anything to offer or to uplift the collective, and we are only in the mindset of taking and making sure that we ourselves are good. That's when it becomes more toxic. But it can also be toxic when we completely ignore ourselves. We don't see ourselves, and we focus all of our efforts and attention towards the collective because people are suffering way more than I am. And it's like, but you are also suffering. So what do you do with that suffering if you are so heavily focused on other people? It sits with you. And so I think that you are taking some time to discern, when it is that you need what it is that you need. So listening to yourself, listening to your intuition, paying close attention to your intuition. And when it says, I need some me time, I need to take a break, I need a breather, I need to do something for myself that will encourage me to rest and take a moment and take a breather and luxuriate in the things that I have already accomplished. You deserve to enjoy the things that you have already achieved. So individuality is saying, you know, every person is dealing with this in some way, in some form or another. And it may not be a priority for most folks to rest and to do what it is that they need, but it has to become a priority for you. And how this is connected to your career is like, you have to fill up your cup. You have to replenish your resources so that you can show up again fresher and clearer for the people that rely on you and your service and what you provide. So you're learning, because the study plan here, and Earth is school. You're learning. Life is school. Every day you have an experience that will teach you something. And you're learning about what it is meant, how it is meant to bring you into this individuality. Again, this healthy individuality of knowing yourself and also knowing your worth. Knowing what you are worthy to experience. Clearing at the bottom of the deck says, as true offering arises, it becomes easy to let go. You start to trust that more will always arrive. You shift from mine, which is what we're talking about, to God's. Such freedom. Again, you have such freedom being offered to you, clearing and letting go, offering this release to your spirit guides. This also feels like you have really strong difficulties around controlling things. That is why you cannot rest, because you feel like if you let go of the reins, your vehicle is going to steer into a direction that you do not want. And that is not true. That is not true. To rest means to be at pause, to take a break, to stop before continuing. That doesn't mean you're going to lose your direction or you're going to lose your stamina or your enthusiasm to make certain things happen. It just means that you're resting. And sometimes, in most cases, you can see that once you take that rest, once you take that break, you come back fired up, ready to go, ready to transform, to create, recreate, to look at something newly with fresh and non-exhausted eyes. So I think you are clearing something out, letting go of something, and trusting the universe to bring you in what it is that you are requesting, asking for, and really aligning your energy with in order to manifest. Let's see what else, please, Spirit. Ooh, Taurus again. So you have a lot of earth energy coming out for you. You could, again, be Virgo, Taurus, or Capricorn. Lots of Taurus energy. This is telling me like one big change I see in regards to your career is more finances. And I don't say that lightly. I don't say that lightheartedly at all. Taurus rules over the earthly realms, as you know, the other two earth signs do as well. That means your materials are transforming. The resources in which you are able to provide services are transforming. Things are upgrading and becoming very valuable to you. Taurus holds a lot of value around things. You also have Uranus here. There is a big, sporadic, but also very radical change that is coming and is supporting you right now through your career. And you are going to have patience for the dust to settle, is what I'm hearing. With Uranus energy and the patience energy here in regards to the other astrological deck, it's like things are happening. Things will not happen sporadically, continuously. It'll be sporadic here and slow here and sporadic here, or and not even just sporadic, but quickly shifts, swift shifting of energy that is placing you in the right environments. But Taurus is telling me that you are surrounded by abundance. You are surrounded by support. Again, you're supported by Earth itself with all of this Earth energy here, saying that your desires are valid. You're worthy to have those desires fulfilled, and you don't have to worry about anything. You don't have to worry about anything. Again, you don't have to worry about being lost, because Taurus is the bull, and the bull roams, and it feeds and it picks up its resources as it needs to. So this is your leisure time to roam and really to heal a lot of that's going on. I also hear like healing your physical body. So some of you maybe the stress has really gotten to you, and I'm hearing sleep apnea. You're struggling with sleep a little bit, with the rest being in reverse and the Ten of Swords being definitely connected closely to the Nine of Swords, which talks about you not resting as easily or resting as well, because there are a lot of thoughts that are keeping you up at night. So Taurus is saying, take care of yourself, take care of your body, be present in your body, ground yourself. Some of you may be even doing whatever, I can't remember what this practice is called, but it's the practice of like feeling your body and being present while, touching and feeling that you are alive and that you have this physical vessel, that as fragile as it may be, you have this opportunity to feel very strong. I'm not sure where that message is coming from. Maybe your physical strength is connected to your career, and you use your body to, to send a message to the world somehow. Also with the Taurus energy here, it almost feels as if you definitely provide resources to other people. Maybe some of you provide food to communities that don't have access to fresh foods. Maybe some of you help people to get in touch with their body physically. Some of you may be physical trainers, or you may be interested in that in some way, but there's some kind of physicality to the Taurus here, based on the service that you provide to other people, that you should very much so be proud of. And there's all different kinds of things that exist within the Taurus energy as well. Some of you could be designers, focus on making people feel like their authentic self within their clothing. Stylists, I meant, but stylists or designers as well. Really just changing the energy, transforming the energy to be more beautiful and to be more luxurious. All right, let's see what other information can I get for this second big change that is taking place in regards to their career, please, Spirit. There's 3 cards. We have the Knight of Cups, the King of Pentacles, and the Queen of Pentacles. Yeah, we're going to keep shuffling so I can get a clearer energy read. For pile number 1, please, Spirit. Too many cards. Pile number 1. Pile number 1, please, Spirit. What big changes are taking place in their career right now? Okay. You have Strength card. Yeah. We were just talking about strength, right? I'm pretty sure. If I could do a replay, I would. So you have the Strength card here, which is saying, it's going to take a lot of discernment, because we have it here. It's going to take a lot of discernment for you to let go of something, to surrender, to rest, and to not try to be in control of something. It's going to take a lot of inner strength. You're going to have to be repetitive with yourself and say, this is my time to rest. I do not need to work. Or this is not a priority above my rest because I don't have the energy to produce. I don't have the energy right now. You're going to have to tell yourself no sometimes, and that may be hard. And you are going to have to be proud of yourself for saying no and for taking up habits that are healthy for you. You're going to have to be proud of yourself, because if not, you will face shame and guilt for being restful, for being at ease. And that will be even harder for you to release in regards to all of these things. Shame is not a bad thing. Guilt is not a bad thing, but it will be harder for you to gain clarity around why certain things are not a priority or why they are, if you are always feeling like, I cannot rest, I should not rest because the world is still at large, beating people down, not being accessible to people, and I have to show up. And it's like, you can show up. No one is telling you that you cannot. No one is telling you that it is wrong, but it is important for you to take care of yourself. And I'm willing to bet money that, you know, if this was you giving a message to your community member, you would tell them to rest in a heartbeat. You would tell them to put the pencil down, put the laptop down, put whatever down, just for a moment, just to give your brain a break and to relax and to stop thinking for once. You would be the first to tell someone else that, but it is much, much harder to tell it to yourself. You have the Knight of Cups. I can't remember if this is one that just came out, so it really wanted to come out for you again. Really just saying, you know, like, romanticize your life. I see the Knight of Cups as the opportunity to romanticize your life. If we're always stuck in the day-to-day, again, with responsibilities and providing, there's not a lot of enjoyment in that, because some things are just mundane. Some things are just normal, and that's okay. But especially with the Taurus energy here, you do have to make it a little bit more welcoming and inviting for yourself. How does this incorporate? Some of you may be redesigning your work area, your workspace, or your office, luxuriating it a little bit more, maybe buying yourself some flowers to put on your desk, maybe some non-toxic candles to put next to your desk, crystals to put on your desk, to really bring this spiritual energy into your atmosphere and to make it relaxing, pleasant, and to remind you that work is not a chore. It is something that you get to do, and you get to enjoy it however you'd like to, because you're facing a lot of freedom in your career. So this is absolutely what you're being encouraged to do, is to like really add something in the routine as well that makes it enjoyable. If you're in charge of your own business, or if you know that you can be offered the opportunity to work more so. Again, I keep hearing design. So some of you may be interested in trying to do a little bit more social media design, or like marketing designs, working with images and colors to really uplift a brand in some way. That may be also like the Knight of Cups energy as well. Really just enjoying making things beautiful for the business. But it's still something that needs to get done, but you can enjoy it while you're doing it. What else, please, Spirit? The pile number 1, please. And the second change in regards to their career. Too many cards. Pile number 1, please, Spirit. It fell on the floor. You have the World card, and it fell out in reverse, so I'm going to keep it that way. The World card is telling me in reverse that there's something that you're not ready for just yet. There's a door trying to open, a transformation trying to take place, and you're not quite ready. So I think that's why you're starting off with like small steps of offering yourself freedom and like just the ability to do things a little bit different. You're not switching up your whole routine just yet, or you're not switching into this new career just yet. Again, because we did have the 10 of Swords in reverse in your other spread, there's something that you're just not ready to take place yet. Why? You have the Ace of Wands and the Queen of Wands. Yeah. Okay. That makes a little bit of sense. And we also have the Hermit here supporting you at the bottom of the deck. And the Hermit tells me that, you will find a lot of your answers in solitude. You will find newfound patience through solitude, through keeping to yourself, keeping certain things to yourself as well. But with the Ace of Wands in connection to the Queen of Wands, It tells me that you have this new exciting energy that is trying to enter your life. And with the World card in reverse, you're just not ready yet, because this Ace of Wands feels powerful. It feels powerful. It feels like something that you asked for and you did not know what you were asking for, but not in a bad way. I think it's around your confidence and saying yes and saying, I deserve that. I deserve to be in that position, or I deserve to have this experience in regards to my career. I deserve it. I deserve to make this a reality for myself. The reason why I say that it is not ready just yet is because there are still things that you are reconciling with. Again, in regards to mental beliefs and mental patterns and habits that keep you thinking small, or that keep you not just thinking small, but like keeping you at a lower level in some way. The Ace of Wands can talk about a new position, a new beginning, in regards to your career, or a new project or a new idea. So some of you are very excited to be able to start something new and different. You've been waiting on it, and you, again, have felt like you have been in this repetitive cycle, and newness is your thing. You're really excited for it. But I feel like, especially in regards to the other cards that you had come out and the other spread, it's like you have to tie up what has been haunting you in the past before you can move forward full force. You have to take a moment to do some introspective work. Look at, again, those emotional wounds that we mentioned that were heavy on your mind. I want to make sure the candle's not melting on your card. But whatever has been heavy on your mind in regards to something that you cannot let go of, in regards to your career and something that happened in the past that made you who you are, it built this work ethic within you. And this is needing to be surrendered, again, cleared out. You had a lot of cleansing and clearing that has been a priority for you. And as this is taking place, as this is initiating, and, when you're not even realizing that it's happening or that it is making its way to you, is when this new beginning is like opening up into your life. It's opening up slowly. It is opening up through your intentionality, because with discernment, you have to also be intentional about, again, what you're reminding yourself of, what you are letting go of, and what you're deciding to move past. And you'll start to see a lot of rewards, I believe. You'll start to feel very rewarded in the material plane, because you'll look around and things will feel beautiful and comfortable, and you will know and sense like, okay, now this feels like I'm ready to move forward with this new mindset, with this new way of thinking, with this new habit or practice in my life, in my professional life, but also in my personal life, because the two, cannot be separated. We are one person. So professionalism versus personal life, there's like this really thin and blurry line. I'm trying to see if there's anything else. But yeah, I do see you working on your confidence and saying what does work for you and what does not. And you are, you're welcoming in this new beginning with a lot of discernment around like why it is in your life, why it is being presented to you now. There's also a lot of synchronicity here, I feel like, that you're going to be sensing. You're going to be like very shocked or surprised by, again, synchronicities popping up and you feeling like you're getting a big confirmation or yes from your spirit guides. And they're going to reiterate to you over and over again to be proud of yourself in this new beginning. Be very proud of yourself, because this is what you have worked so hard for. This is what you are working for in regards to, again, learning new habits, assuming new habits, and looking at where certain things stem from as well for yourself. Okay, pile number 1. So this is the second portion of your pick a card reading. I am going to once again clear these cards off and come right back so that we can get into the third and final big change that is taking place in regards to your career. Welcome back, pile number 1, to the third and final portion of your reading around the next big changes happening in your career. So let's get started with the third and final message. You have the Prince of Cups with introspection. Very interesting when we just had the Knight of Cups and your other cards, okay? So this is reiterating a little bit of what the first card was saying, but I feel like picking up like a different theme to this message because it is a different energy. One of the next big changes that is taking place in your career is you really being introspective and viewing yourself from a non-judgmental but a non-biased perspective as well. Because when we do a lot of the introspective work, we're able to see ourselves more clearly in how we are reacting and interacting with things in our present day. So with the Knight of Cups, we talked about romanticizing your life a little bit, making the environment more pleasurable. But I also think that this is a lot about your internal environment as well, and making it a safe and welcoming space. Some of you may be wanting to deepen and transform your meditative practices because you are knowing that this is something that could possibly help you to instill new habits for yourself mentally, spiritually, and emotionally. So this is connected to your career because, again, these energies are interconnected. So when you are stressed out at home, you are stressed out at work. Work is not necessarily the place where it is a safe haven. It's sometimes, where we push ourselves and challenge ourselves to be outside of our comfort zones, depending on what we do for work. So I feel like you're really just trying to not even prep or prepare. You're trying to have an internal process that ensures that the overwhelm and the stress that you feel and that we have sensed throughout the rest of your reading can be left by the wayside. It almost feels like not to be disregarded, because we cannot throw away our pain. It is something that, based on the experience, has happened to us, and it sits with us for however long, and we relearn lessons around ourselves, again, our value and our worth through the difficult things that we have already experienced. So it's not about disregarding your past necessarily. It's about rectifying. It's about coming to an acceptance of the past, because you cannot go back and change it, because you cannot change what happened. That means you cannot change the person that it has created. I don't think that you necessarily would. I don't sense that you don't like yourself. I sense that you want to find peace and inner stillness that reverberates throughout all different areas of your life. And this is something that you are achieving in the near future, or in the future, of just being able to be at ease and be at peace when you are providing a service to other people. Some of you may be encouraging others or uplifting others to meditate, to pray, or to chant, or find whatever it is that is that spiritual practice that grounds and centers the person. So let's see what we have for you astrologically. Pile number 1, please, Spirit. What is the third and final change that is taking place in regards to their career? Please, Spirit, the third and final change. Oh, you have water element, which I'm not surprised, because we've had a lot of cups coming out for you in different ways. You also have presence at the bottom of the deck. You could be seeing 222 a lot, as this is a number that is coming out for you, just to let you know that everything is working in divine order and to the divine plan. But presence says acknowledgement, yes, mindfulness and openness, all things that you are achieving and striving for. You want to acknowledge the past, not disregard it or try to pretend that it never happened, because that is pretending like, there are certain emotions that are not sitting with you, and they are with the water element here, especially with the Knight of Cups, and knowing a lot about the water element itself. Water does not forget. Water does not forget where it comes from. Even if, water flows from a river to an ocean, it doesn't forget where it has come from. There are certain molecules within the water that remembers its original home, its original place. And so we carry water in our body. It is an essential element to be a human. And I just think that there are emotional things that you have not forgotten, but you do not acknowledge on your day-to-day. And so your intuition will be bringing some things up, especially when you find the stillness. This is maybe something that you, like a reason as to why you have been avoiding stillness and really not making it a priority, is because you know that it will feel like work almost as well to sit and be introspective and be like deeply connected to your emotions. It won't necessarily be easy, and people avoid it all the time. This is not to say that there is anything wrong with the way in which you have handled your emotions. It's to say, like, now is the time, if you are feeling it, if you are intuitively being called, to ask yourself why certain things trigger you or bring up emotions that may not seem as if they are connected, but they are. And so I see you being very mindful of your emotional state and how it affects your, I'm going to put it in air quotes, your professional state. Again, because those two cannot be separated. And people are trying to do that all the time. Or they're trying to merge their lives with their professionalism without giving themselves any kind of break. So there has to be a healthy balance, a happy medium, and you are introspecting what that is for yourself. And only you can tell yourself. No one else can guide you to that happy medium, because everyone else's guidance will look like what it is that they need. You have full moon in Pisces with forgive. How beautiful is that? So you are, this is such strong, heavy water element around you. Full moon in Gemini as well. Embrace the flow of life. Very interesting that you have these two mutable energies right here, saying, go with the flow. Go with the flow of your healing, but also, it's definitely giving healing with the forgiveness here. There's something that happened within your career that you are needing to forgive. It could be possibly, and of course, take what resonates, that someone here was laid off or let go, and you are trying to wrap your mind around why that is. And again, it may trigger something, again, in regards to value and worthiness of like, I was doing a great job, I was doing an amazing job, and I still got let go. And I'm traumatized by it, because if my great is not good enough, then where will I ever be accepted? That was a very strong message. With this full moon in Pisces and the full moon in Gemini, there's a lot of clarity, a lot of things being illuminated to you in this last and final change around your career. And you are being called to embrace the flow of it. As difficult as it may sound, as absurd as it may feel, to just let things go and to just surrender yourself, that is absolutely what all three of these readings have had a theme about, of really being allowed to let things go, especially if they do not serve your highest good, and especially if they encourage this wound around what we've been talking about. So forgive. What do they say? Forgive and let go. If you can, again, not disregarding what has happened to you, not playing it off as, oh, well, yeah, people get let go of all the time, or this kind of thing happens all the time, and I just have to be tough and go and find something else. It's like that's not validating your feelings quite enough, especially with the moon coming out in your previous reading and the water element here and the Knight of Cups. It's like you have to be honest with your feelings, or they will continue to evade you, and you will continue to go into new situations full of ambition and enthusiasm. And if it doesn't work out, it will have you questioning yourself yet again. And you don't want this. You want to walk in and be confident and sure and knowing like what I bring to the table is more than enough. And if something changes within that radically or sporadically, it was meant to. It was meant to. Yes, I was meant to be involved with this environment for some time, for a little bit. That's okay. Now it's meant to change. And maybe you won't see the full clarity of that change, because Pisces, even though it is a full moon, you don't always get the most direct answer or response in regards to Pisces energy. That's not to say that they are deflective. It's to say that Pisces is ruled by Neptune. So all answers exist. All things are valid and true at once. And to be able to pinpoint it makes it even more difficult. So don't try. Really just embrace the flow of life. Go with it. And don't take it personally as a character flaw, because I've told my wife this over and over again. You know, those people weren't ready for you. That is why you didn't get that position. They would not be able to afford you. They would not be able to handle your radical mindset. They would not be able to handle the transformation that you're trying to bring. And that it can simply just be that as to why the environment is not working out. Ooh, we have the new moon and Pallas Athena. I'm going to keep shuffling because I just need one. But we did talk about the new moon energy in your earlier spread. Ooh, you have so many that want to come out. Gemini energy again. You could also have a lot of Gemini, earth, water placements. Yeah, because we also had Taurus and Virgo coming out very strongly for you. Let's see what else for their career, please, Spirit. The final third message around what big change is taking place in their career, please, Spirit. Why is so much water energy here? Oh, we have Aries. So I think all of this, because Pisces comes right before Aries. So I think all of this watery, all of this emotional, all of this like feel your feelings shit is getting you to be invigorated again. It is bringing this spark back in you to help you to create, to initiate, to start something very new in your life. In Taurus again, you have Taurus energy again. So this is a zodiac that is strongly connected to you and your career, and that is helping you to make your desires and your dreams come true. It's supporting you throughout your reading. But yes, Aries energy here is saying, you know, once you go through the murky, once you go through the dark, you know, once you sit in it a little bit and you meditate on why it is that you have gotten to this point introspectively, you're coming out with this fiery, spontaneous, passionate energy. And I love that this is coming out in the third portion of your reading, because you're going to go through different stages of this. This is going to be over time. These changes that are taking place right now, it's not going to happen tomorrow, pile number one. And I think that you know this. I think that you sense this. First, you have to really work on your mind. I think that is the first barrier that is coming to me, because it is the first one that came up through your reading. And then you're going to have to really delve into the emotional state and how your mental despair has been connected to your emotional state for some time now, and what that means for you and how it makes you react and interact and accept certain things that are out of, you know, that are not in your league. You are out of the league of the things that you accept, but you still do anyway. And again, based on value and worth. And so once you dive deeply, once you introspect, once you forgive what you have settled for, once you forgive what you have been offered, then you will start to realize I'm worth so much more. And I'm proud of myself for stepping up into that and claiming it as mine. I forgive myself for settling, for accepting. And I look at why I have done that. I look at it and I say, you know, I'm ready to let it go. I'm ready to surrender it, because it does not belong to me anymore. And I deserve to have an ambitious and fulfilling career. I deserve to be able to ask for freedom and receive it. I deserve to be able to have a free-flowing energy work through my life, and allow me to be confident in myself and confident in my gifts and my talents. You deserve it, pile number one. And I hope that this reading is affirming that for you. What else, please, Spirit, for pile number one? I'm going to pull it out. You have right action and surrender. Again, at the bottom of the deck. Sometimes learning to surrender can feel as if you're dying. The ego learns what's hardest, to stop trying to control the whole universe. And so this is your battle. This is your struggle, is to surrender, is to let go, is to be in flow, and to let things flow in and out of your life, and to not try to control it when something is trying to leave, but also to welcome things joyously as they are trying to come into your life. And with the right action you have, I really don't want to butcher this word, so I'm going to show it to you. Hopefully you can see. And it says this word literally means let everything that wants to go, go, and everything that wants to come, come. So this is absolutely the energy that is, you know, coming into fullness in your life right now. Again, we were talking about the full moon and gaining immense clarity and seeing things clearly after troubled uncertainty. And it's only troubled because of your mind, but I think you're getting a little bit more comfortable as we go through this reading. You're getting more comfortable with things that are unknown and out of your comfort level, because you have to. And because you know that you want to let something go. You do. You want to let it go, and you want to assume a new position. So let's see how you're doing that. Through the tarot, please, Spirit, for pile number one. Pile number one, please, Spirit. How are they surrendering? How are they letting go? And how are they embracing this new change, this new beginning? Yeah, with the Aries here, I really do see you starting something new. So a new career, again, a new project idea with the Ace of Wands that we had in the last spread. Something new entering into your life, and you really preparing the space for it, opening yourself up to it, being open-minded as to, you know, if a new beginning is meant to come into my life, yes, that must mean that I have to clear something out and let it go. Yeah. Wow. So the things that have happened to you in the past, or that you have experienced in the past, has been difficult, has not been ideal, has been painful, and has been excruciating. I don't want to remind you of this energy. I just want to mention the intensity of this Three of Swords. This is what you are surrendering. This is what you are clearing out. With the Three of Swords being in reverse, it's more so like the Ten of Swords in reverse, where something is not ready. You know how it feels to, well, hopefully you don't, but it happens so commonly. You know how it feels to have a splinter in your finger or in your toe or whatever, and you just know it's not ready to come out yet because it's going to do more damage trying to pull it out when it's not ready versus waiting until it's ready. I think that this is what it feels like. You have a splinter from the past that you are trying to, I was going to say meditate away with this Knight of Cups being so serene, but it's like not to be so lighthearted about your pain, but just to say like you are really interested in picking up peace again and feeling peace and knowing that you are worthy of that peace. Something about your mental state being utterly transformed. You have so much swords energy, and you have the most difficult swords energy around you. So with the Ace of Swords being at the bottom of the deck, there is a new mindset that is calculating and processing in your brain right now. I feel like as I am speaking. Let me blow this out. Oh, wrong one. I blew the other candle out. But there is a new thought process or way of thinking that is, again, transforming and taking place in your life right now. And it's hard because you have a lot of past things that really just have made you feel like, wow, I can't be successful if there's always this barrier, or I must not be as successful as I think that I am because something still hurts so much. You have the 9 of Pentacles though. And this person, they look absolutely invigorated by what it is that they are tending and taking care of. So I feel like this is you in your future, in your near future. I see a book behind them as well, and you did have the Hierophant. So you may be, again, studying, and that's bringing you a lot of clarity and joy. But something that you will start will be very profitable. It will be very lucrative. It will be an investment of your energy that pays off in some way. And like I mentioned before, you taking a rest, you taking a break, you taking a pause, which is what this Knight of Cups is doing. They are still in their sereneness. So you being able to do this, as it has come up many times in your reading also, by the way, like you had the Hermit card, you had the 4 of Swords resting in reverse, you had the Knight of Cups and surrender and stillness. So your message is drenched with it. The more that you do that, and you make it an intentional time to work through some things that make you feel like you will never be abundant, or you can never be as abundant as you want to be, you will start to see pathways clearing out for you. Pathways of things clearing out for you, and a lot of balance coming in where you're believing what you're receiving. You're believing in what you receive and knowing that you are worthy. You have the 4 of Wands. There are a lot of people celebrating you, both emotionally and energetically. The 3 of Cups are like, you're good, close sis, you're good friends, you know, the ones you really trust with certain secrets or emotions. The 4 of Wands is you achieving and celebrating just harmony and peace. Celebrating the fact that you made it, celebrating the fact that you've gone through such difficulties and you're not letting them weigh you down. You're not letting them tie you down. And you're not using them as an identifier. So some people will identify with the number of jobs that they have or had not, or that they have had, because people will view, some people within society will view having multiple jobs as being someone who doesn't have stability or that grounding. And so you're celebrating all of those mental habits and beliefs that feel outdated to you and that just feel like they don't connect to you anymore. You want to be loyal to something else. You want to believe in something else, and that it starts with yourself personally, but it's working its way into your career because you see how all of these things have impacted you. Something that didn't work out in the past has made you doubt yourself, has made you feel like you deserve certain treatment or certain benefits or lack thereof. You're working very hard to replenish your belief system. You're working very hard to replenish your faith, and knowing that it wasn't all for nothing, and it wasn't just, it wasn't just to damage you. It was to strengthen you. It was to build courage and faith in yourself and in your process and in your spirit guides in the universe. because I do believe you had that somewhere, to trusting the universe. What else is there, please, Spirit, for pile number 1? Pile number 1, please, Spirit. Pile number 1. Oh, no, I'm not. You have the Death card, which is one of my favorite cards. It is so beautiful, and it is absolutely nothing to fear or be afraid of. This just means that there is a huge, huge transformation coming through for you in regards to your career. It's going to come through your career, but it's going to touch you personally. I feel it. But like I said, these two are deeply connected, especially when it comes to like the fact that most people rely on a job for their livelihood. That is a very personal thing. So to be able to try to keep those two things separate doesn't really make sense. So that you have a huge transformation coming for you in regards to your career that is going to impact you personally and deeply. It is going to be a transformation in regards to you breaking or moving past, breaking through a blockage that you thought was always going to hinder you from making your abundance and enjoying your life. I feel it strongly. It's going to be a huge break. And I keep saying that because it's like you're breaking through a wall, and there's a lot of debris falling at your feet of, again, all the things that you built this wall out of, which was lack, devaluing, and just like this disbelief. You have the Hierophant again. Some of you are going back to school for your doctorate or your PhD or some kind of higher learning or education. I vaguely felt it the last time, but I do want to make sure I mention it. Some of you are going back to school, and this is going to give you a lot of confidence as well, of like, even though, you know, you don't need a paper to tell you that you are intelligent, to tell you that you're smart. There are a lot of stories about the success of being self-taught around something. So of course, take what resonates. You may have some sort of like course to go through this certification process rather than traditional or formal schooling. It could be something different in that nature. But there's something dissolving in your life in order for you to build a new system, because the Death card is ruled by Pluto, and Pluto is the planet of dissolvement in astrology. So, you know, what it touches, it dissolves, it disintegrates, it allows this death process to happen so that something can be reborn. With the Aries energy here, I strongly feel like there is some part of your creativity or your faith in yourself that is being reborn, that is being ignited again after some really difficult and hard things that you are facing and remembering, because it doesn't feel current day, because current day feels like this 9 of Pentacles, or because you have the 9 of Pentacles twice with culmination, where you are building your resources to move forward in a new way. And this is just a reiteration of that message as well, of like, financially, you are secure and you are growing, and you do not want to stunt or hinder your growth. I see you wanting to move forward with a new mindset and clearing all pain or past hurt so that you can really like rightfully step into your luxury with the Taurus energy here, to celebrate and enjoy your life. Some of you could work in the music industry, I heard, because I see the 4 of Wands here and it looks like they're at a festival. So some of you could go to festivals professionally for a living, and you track that environment and you update news around festivals and things of that nature. But that's just probably for a select person or a select few. At the bottom of the deck, you have the Ace of Pentacles. Talk about new growth in your life. Okay, pile number 1. This is telling me that you have a seedling that you're looking to replant. This is something that feels like it survived the fire with the Ace of Pentacles here. It survived the forest fire, and now you are replanting it in fresher, more habitual soil for your dreams to take root and for them to grow beyond what it is just now, which is a culmination of older resources, of money that you have, again, accumulated through maybe distress, through difficult times. And now you want to refresh the energy around your money, around your material world. And that is absolutely happening for you right now. So I am doing this on the fly. I'm going to roll the astro dice for you just to get one strong astrological placement for you. But I'm also going to pull some charms as well. So let's see what the astro dice have for pile number 1, please, Spirit. Oh, yes. Okay. So you have, I think this is the South Node. Yeah, the South Node. Hopefully you can see it. In Leo. We love Leo energy here. In the 7th house, which is ruled by Libra. So, yeah, the South Node in Leo in the 7th house, it sounds like some tricky energy that you're navigating here. You want to shine. You know that it is a part of your destiny to shine and to be seen, but also to be group-minded in a way as well. Because with the South Node, there are certain comforts or habits that we are meant to grow through and to integrate into a new way of being in order to reach our destiny. The South Node always is directly across the zodiac wheel from the North Node. So if we are here in the Leo with the South Node, then that means the North Node would be in Aquarius. And with the South Node being in connection to the 7th house, which is really that one-on-one interaction, that partnership or more personal relationship. And again, that focal point being across the way. I think that you are learning how to show up and be seen in your personal relationships with the 7th house here. What does this have to do with a career? Some of you could work with a partner, like with your spouse or the person that you're in a relationship with. And they take a lot, like they, not that they take up a lot of the light, but because they want you to be seen as well for those of you who are in this partnership. But you have this wound around being seen, around shining your light and really stepping into that authority because you have been told that your creativity was not valid or that it was not appreciated or that it was not aligned. And that has really dampened your faith in your own creativity. And so you are, when in regards to like the Aquarius energy, I think you're opening up to sharing more, to speaking more, to taking your creativity on a broader scale. You may be encouraged to just share more. You may be encouraged by your business partner or the person that, again, that you work with on a day-to-day and that you're partnered with and committed to. You're being encouraged to shine your light more, to step out of your comfort zone, and to communicate with people that you wouldn't normally communicate with. Maybe it's an industry that you have not a lot of experience with, but you want to dip your toe in, you want to try it, because this is an industry that makes you curious. So you may be encouraged to do that through partnership, and through, someone telling you that there's a way for you to let go of the past and to really step into your light and shine your light and to do it so unapologetically. And I really love that for you. Pile number 1. So I'm going to get a few just charms and see what it is that may be coming out for you symbolically. And these may be images or numbers or whatever that you see synchronistically around you in the time coming. Okay, so I got quite a few. You have the butterfly of transformation. We know that you are transforming. You also have this letter charm here. And you're going to be receiving some news, some really good news. And it's going to make your heart happy as soon as you read it, as soon as you open it. You're going to get this flutter of enjoyment and excitement from whatever this news is. And I also see your guardian angels are here guiding you and protecting you in this new journey, and just giving you that ethereal guidance so that you can trust the energetic forces around you. And I'm hearing the train, so that is a loud signifier of that message. You also have a life raft here. I think this is what it's called. Either the life raft or like, you know, that thing that they throw out into the water to help you float. This is your angel guide sending you the message that through this transformation, you will be protected. You will not drown. You will not sink into oblivion. Especially with the Pisces energy here, you may feel like it is possible that you are just going to slip into oblivion and none of your desires will come true because you have gotten consumed by the emotionality of it all. But you are being rescued. You are being given this life raft to say you will survive the transformations. And this is absolutely something you should be excited about, okay? Pile number 1, I hope that you enjoyed this in-depth and this very thorough, very drawn-out reading. I really enjoyed making it for you. This is all very different for me. So I would love to hear some feedback on how you enjoyed this reading, how it resonated for you, and if there's any other things that you're working through that you'd like to share with everyone else who chose pile number 1. If that is the case, leave a comment down below. Let others know that you are here and that you are supporting them just as others are here to support you energetically. Pile number 1. If you'd like to stay in contact with me personally, I will leave my newsletter link down below where you can receive a once a month reading written up and sent to your email. No hassle, no fuss. And in other news, I will see you in another reading. Peace. Hello, pile number 2. Welcome to your reading. You chose this beautiful crystal. So stunning. And I'm going to put it right off to the side here. And we're going to get right into your reading. So as I mentioned at the beginning of this reading in the pick a pile portion, I have 3 different tarot cards for you. And we're going to go through each of the big changes that is taking place in your career right now. And we're going to do a spread around each 3 of these tarot cards. So I'm going to start with the first energy. I can't remember how I pulled it exactly, but I believe this is the first energy that we should talk about. I'll put these other ones to the side and we'll get into those later. The first card that you have, wow, is the Prince of Wands or the Knight of Wands with instigation. Wow. Very fiery energy to start off your reading. So that means that there is something igniting and beginning, instigating within your career right now as you are watching this reading. Something is really lighting up your curiosity and your spark and your passion for either a subject or an interest within your career. You could be coming up with or have one very specific idea that is really inspiring you to take action in your life, to create something and to bring something into life, into creation. Because with the Wands energy, we see the spark that ignites growth or that produces growth. And so, yeah, with the Knight of Wands being the first card, the soul energy of one of the big changes that's taking place in your career, there's something really inspiring happening in your career right now that is encouraging you and moving you to take action, moving you into action as if it is almost second nature to you to do the things that you feel called to do right now. And as you know, I am recording this reading, we are in Aries season, so you may have, you know, with this lunation, with the sun moving into Aries, felt this kick to have this drive to begin something, to start something new. And this is a great representation of what is contained within the first change of your career. And now I'm going to decide which cards I want to use next. I'm going to do Moonology. And let's see what is in this Knight of Wands. Energy, please, Spirit. Pile number 2. Pile number 2, please, Spirit. Quite a lot of cards. This one separated itself. You have the full moon in Taurus with a detoxify. So this is an undercurrent of a message, I believe, but I'm going to keep shuffling because I need one clear message for pile number 2, please, Spirit. Why is the Knight of Wands here for them as a big change in their career? Why is the Knight of Wands here? Make time for self-love and forgive. I'm going to shuffle and then I'm going to end up pulling it out because there is a specific reason why the Knight of Wands is here for you in regards to your career. And I want to find that specific message for group 2, please, Spirit. Why is the Knight of Wands here? Let's see. All right. Take inspired action. Full moon in Virgo. And yes, this card is much different than the Aries energy that I sense from the Knight of Wands with the Virgo. Oh, and then you have the message again at the bottom of the deck with the full moon in Taurus. 2 earthy full moons, 2 very similar but different energies. We're going to get into it. But with take inspired action, this is all about that Knight of Wands energy, backing it up with practical, methodical steps. When there is fire, it burns quickly. And so you do need that earth element for the fire to burn slowly and thoroughly and long lasting. And that is what you have here in the full moon in Virgo. You are being backed up with a practical mindset, with logistical steps in action that you are taking in regards to, again, birthing and creating something within your career. And it is very fulfilling for you right now because you get to be very detail oriented. I always see that with the Virgo energy here of being detail oriented, paying a specific attention to the small details that make up the grand scheme, the big inspired picture of it all. But you do need this practicality in order to help keep you and sustain you and keep it moving and keep it going. That is how you turn an idea into a reality. And you get to experience your ideal fully fleshed out with that Virgo energy. Taurus, full moon in Taurus at the bottom of the deck, again for you with detoxify. So there is something that you are releasing in order to acquire, in order to build, in order to sustain. We may look more into what that means for you. Right now, I'm going to look and see what other astrology wants to come out through another oracle deck. But there is something here that is being called to release. Especially when you think about this Knight of Wands energy here, they have very minimal things with them, not even a shirt on their back. So, there may be something that you are needing to release, to detoxify, because it is too heavy for the journey that you are about to take towards inspired action. You need to have a freer sense in order to be able to explore to your fullest possibility. And even the Virgo energy can talk about decluttering the mind, or even your physical environment. But of course, take what resonates. All right, what do we have here? We have restoration, yes, with gentleness, recharge, and enjoyment. Look at how beautiful this is. And we also have Lady Venus at the top here. Hopefully you can see that clearly. But restoration, how beautiful. Gentleness, recharge, and enjoyment. There's something that is, yes, very enjoyable for you in regards to this big change in your career. It's like you have wanted this. This is an ideal situation that you find yourself in regards to your career right now. And you are happy, you are excited, you are inspired, and it is restoring your spirit, and it is giving you a very Venusian outlook towards your creative possibilities. You're feeling very creative. You're feeling very like you have the ability to luxuriate a little bit, because we're talking about career and ambition and goals, and this person is lying and lounging and they're relaxing by this body of water. Work is not too stressful. Work is not too hard. It is inspiring. It encourages you to be, present when you're really in it. But I think your work also is allowing you this time to relax and to just exist and to be able to come up with creations, and not in a forceful way. You have protection, boundaries, shielding, and conservation. It's important. It's important. Like, these boundaries are so important for you because you have had work experiences or career experiences that have crossed your boundaries, that have made you feel like you were creating out of force, and that you needed to, again, cast this protection around your energy, around your creative abilities, around your psychic abilities, and the things that you bring from the ethereal world, realms of where things, only exist as visions or ideas. You take these things and you bring them into the physical reality. You are a channel or a tunnel, a portal, and of creativity. And this energy needs to be protected. And so through boundaries, and also with the Knight of Wands here, the Knight is not necessarily always a peacemaker, especially when it comes to that fiery passion and you like having this desire. Yes, I was literally thinking about Aries last night because we just had the Aries new moon, and thinking about how Aries is this desire. It is this desire to initiate, to create, to begin, to start, but also to protect what it is that is being started, if that makes sense. Because, if we're talking about something as fragile as birth, some people believe that, they don't want to announce the birth of a child too soon because they want to protect the spirit of that child and make sure that the term is successful and, seen through. And that's what that feels like to me, almost, with the Aries energy here, of like wanting to protect something precious and not yet born, not yet earthbound, and wanting it to come into its fullness with these full moons here, come into its fullness with grace and beauty and with ease and with almost this like perfection, even though that is not real. Perfection is an idea of something being complete and whole, but it is not a reality. And things are perfect as they are in that sense, naturally, however it comes out. But yeah, you're feeling very on guard, ready to fight, not necessarily in fight mode. You're not fighting anyone. You're here in your peaceful garden of creativity and envisioning and daydreaming and wondering what the world could be like, or what you could make the world to be like in your own existence through your career. I feel like also a lot of manifestation in that way, manifesting what you want to exist within your career, and then taking that inspired action, like getting a lot of downloads on what those steps could be for yourself to make this a reality. And you need that security, you need that protection. And so I see you putting up a lot of boundaries, whether it's saying no to things that you don't have the capacity to do, because you know that your inspired action it's going to very specific channels right now, and that's okay. And then what other time you have is for rest and restoration and recharge. You need to be very focused. I see you being very, very focused on, again, channels and outlets of where you're pouring your energy into, and then when you are taking that rest. But you're receiving a lot of intuitive downloads on like how to detoxify. So some of you may be taking media breaks, or like social media, news outlets, all of those kind of things, just trying to take a break from being overburdened with other energy, and keeping, yes, those boundaries up high to keep your energy preserved. All right, let's see what else we have. Let's do some more astrology. This is a deck that I am gaining my familiarity with, so I may have to ask for guidance through the book, but we will see what comes up for you. Pile number 2. Spirit, pile number 2. And this person has a book over here too as well. Your curiosity is heightened, and you will be intuitively reading articles or books or just knowledge. Wow, another full moon. I'm trying to think. We have a full moon in Libra. I believe it is at the end of March, towards the end of March, which is actually coming up close. If not the end of March, beginning of April, there's a full moon in Libra happening, so that may be impacting you very strongly. But otherwise, full moons and having so many, three full moons show up in your reading tells me that there is something being absolutely illuminated in your life, and it will be through solitude or stillness. I feel like when this comes to you the fullest and the brightest. I say this because, the full moon is at its peak when we see it in the nighttime, and it shines a light on everything, and you don't think that you would be able to see as clearly as you do, but the full moon has power and potency with illuminating things in the dark. And so I think that this is a large symbolism that is happening for you right now, where you are gaining a lot of clarity around your career, around the boundaries, around the information that you're picking up as well. You're looking for something with this Knight of Wands here, and you will find it with contemplation, with, listening to the synchronicities and the silent, subtle hints and cues that your spirit guides may be sending you right now. Wow, I love that. You have 3 full moons. You also have the 11th house. Yes. So the 11th house coming out, I feel like maybe referencing to like what it is that you do in regards to your career, and how, like, what, energy is around your career right now. And with the 11th house energy, that means that you are serving a large community, or you are working towards serving a large community. I feel like some of you may also have Venus in the 11th house, or Virgo in the 11th house, or on the 11th house cusp if you are into astrology. Or you may also have your moon in the 11th house. But either way, the 11th house is telling me that there is a a large impact that you are working towards making in regards to community and in regards to being of service to the community with the Virgo energy here. Because a Virgo's love language is acts of service and action, and having action that is not wasteful but is intentional. And so having that over your 11th house, I do believe that through your career, you are servicing or providing something to your community that is needed and necessary. And you bring this level of detail, attention to detail, to others. And this could be through the internet. That is a big 11th house energy, through social media, through the internet. And that may be why you need to take a little bit of a break, because you do see potential through those types of things, but it has to be in doses. It has to be mediated in a way, if that makes sense, of like, okay, I'm gonna make these posts and then challenge myself to check back in 2 days later and respond to whatever has popped up, and then do it on a schedule, like make it almost synchronistic in a way of like, I don't have to check all of my notifications the same day that I make the post. I can make the post, give myself time to decompress or prepare my energy to receive, whatever thoughts and opinions came from my post or not, whatever. Just really being intentional about the way you're interacting with social media, so that you know that you have the ability to come and go as you please with this restoration energy. You also have delusion here. Intention without surrender can be a fast path to delusion. So that was what I was talking about with that intention energy here, which is very interesting. Lots of purple energy. Ooh, even more purple energy with extraordinary. There's a wild and impetuous uniqueness to you that deserves to be honored. So maybe you think that this level of approach to social media is a bit wild. It's not what the algorithm teaches you to do. You have to be on. You have to respond quickly so that folks know that this channel responds quickly to messages or whatever. And it's like, you are not an algorithm. You are not made to fit into an algorithm, whatever that even means. You are your own individual, extraordinary person, and that is meant to shine through the 11th house. Your acquaintances, associates, partners and admirers, community members, neighbors, in a sense of like township and like countrymanship, I believe, also through the 11th house, is meant to see your uniqueness and accept it. And not even just like, I think this may turn into a different type of message, but I feel like this is the energy that your career is channeling, so I'm going to go with it. I think that when we are all trying to be heard and understood, we are just asking for acceptance, and not necessarily like, oh, we all have to be friends. No, I just want you to accept the fact that I would never impede on to your being, your existence, and I just don't know why you cannot do the same for me, especially in regards to people who live lives that are extraordinary in the sense that they are not within the binary construct of what the world has created. It's like, I don't care what you do in your home as long as you're not hurting anyone. Why do you care what I do in the privacy of my home, or who I decide to love, or how I decide to exist and what I need to make my life comfortable in this human existence. We have lost a large part of humanity, and empathy and being understanding towards one another. And I think through your career, you are looking to bring back humanitarianism, if that is even like the right word to fill this with. You're looking to bring that human touch back into life. And you're doing it through your career by treating yourself as a human that is experiencing this life, and try not to delude yourself into, for an example, the grind culture and working to never stop. It's like you do not promote that. You promote a healthy work lifestyle, work balance. You don't promote things that lead inevitably towards burnout. And you want life to be more easeful for everyone. And I feel like people have, possibly joked about that with you, about like, oh, you just want world peace. And it's like, no, I really want the world to be at peace. That's not a delusion. That's not too big of an ask. And so I think you're just understanding that it starts with you, and that you have to protect this, what you find, what you know is valuable to you in a work culture, and uplifting it, growing it, expanding it, or wanting to at least. So you're being more intentional, and you also are surrendering to the fact that change more often than not happens on a minor scale rather than a large scale all at once. And every effort that you make matters in regards to this. I think that that's really important for you to hear. Every effort that you are making matters. As long as it's with the same intention that you feel through your truest heart's desires, the intention will matter. And surrender all other beliefs that it doesn't matter if it's not, accepted on a large, huge scale. You have the 9 of Pentacles. Very interesting. It kind of flipped over a little aggressively. You're looking for resources. You're looking for money to build, to add, to build on. The culmination card just says that you have built a lot. You have, and you are not without, which is why you feel like you have this leisure, you have this ability, but you also, again, there's this delusion, this Neptunian energy over here that's saying, I don't want to be too deluded in my peace, to know that there is still actions to be had, because the world is not at peace. I may be at peace individually and personally, but the world is not at peace, and I can just keep sharing it. Gathering and then sharing is what I'm hearing. So the 9 of Pentacles is saying, it also makes me feel, because you have so much earth energy that was supporting you. So it makes me feel like recycling. Something about recycling. Like bringing it back. Ooh. Okay, King of Cups. With control here. How authoritative you are, how in charge you are. You could be a manager of a company, or the CEO, the founder, honey. Someone who is trusted to lead, someone who is intuitively so knowing that other people trust you to lead. They see you as wise. They see you as knowing. They see you as very compassionate and very in control of your resources, of your emotions, especially if, you are a person who is seen as a leader, and leaders don't get to really afford to have breakdowns, is what we are traditionally been told, but we still cannot forget this human aspect. And so I think this is a part of your control as well, is knowing that you are human and that you have emotions and that you cannot neglect them in regards to your career. They must exist as one. And so I think you are very inspired by the fact that how you feel is how your community views you. Very in control, very wise, again, very dependent. Like they can depend, or very dependable. They can depend on you. And you support them very well with compassionate guidance. Let's see what else. Wow. Let's see what other big change, please, Spirit. But yeah, you're starting to see yourself as others see you. You're starting to see yourself as you intuitively feel, but you may not want to acknowledge it. That is a big change. That is a huge change that is coming for you, because you are acknowledging your superpowers. You are acknowledging that you have built something quite large, quite strong. And I love this tower because you see the lightning striking, but it is not affecting the tower. And this is what I'm reading this as. There's nothing actually currently crumbling in your career, in your life right now. But of course, take what resonates. There is something that is showing you actually just how strong of what it is that you have built. Pile number 2. And this is a big change for you, because you were expecting the tower to crumble. That's why all this control energy is here. It's like, okay, so if some shit goes down, I'm already ready. 11th house, very dependable, very future forward thinking. You have a backup plan to your backup plan. And so I think right now you're understanding like, oh, I'm building financial security or safety or stability, whichever words you would like to use. You're building this financial strength and health in your life. You have checked in with yourself emotionally. You have checked in on what it means to be a restorative leader. A restorative leader, one who shows others and seeks new ways to restore themselves and their surroundings, their environments, their people. You're seeing what that's like for yourself right now. You're in a very good place during this change, during this aha moment, during this realization that is very striking. Okay, this came out directly in reverse. It like literally bounced into reverse. I don't know how to say that. 2 of Cups with Union here in reverse. Something is going on in your life personally that is connected to your professional life. And the Tower there, it's like something is coming apart. Something is ununifying, deunifying. What is the word for that? Just coming undone. And that is where the Tower card is happening, because the Tower card is ruled by Mars. So something is happening. An action is being taken that is going to break you apart from something. And I don't necessarily want to read this as a breakup or a personal relationship. This could be a contract that is being dissolved within your career, where you had a mutually beneficial partnership or contract, and now it's coming to a close or coming to an end, and you have culminated what you have needed from that contract and gained what belief and leadership that you have found within yourself, and you're looking to find a new partnership or a new adventure. And it's calling you to break this attachment because there is something greater that you're meant to be connected to. And this is the energy of delusion as well. Intention without surrender can be a fast path to delusion. So you're having to let something go. Maybe you're the type of person who has multiple contracts on your plate right now, and it is wearing you thin. It is wearing you out. And you're like, I'm in control. I can handle all of these contracts. I can handle all of these commitments. And, something misaligned or unaligned within one specific contract makes you think, well, I have saved up enough and I could let this one go and work on these other things that make me feel 10 times more better and just feels 10 times more aligned. Okay. Take what resonates. Pile number 2. I'm saying all these things and I'm hoping that something of it is speaking to one or however many of you directly. But there is something here that is saying, I am divesting my energy from one thing. And I've gained this feeling intuitively. It came to me smack clear in the middle of the night when I'm just sitting to myself and saying, if I'm looking at the tasks throughout my week of what I enjoyed the most this week, and there was that one task for that one client that I was just like, what a drag. Like, I waited to the end of the week to get that done. And I did all my fun stuff earlier this week. It's like, really look into that. Look into that and allow your intuition to lead you to where it needs to take you. Because there's a wild and impetuous uniqueness to you that deserves to be honored. I looked at it and that's just how I wanted to finish the sentence. You have the Princess of Cups or the Page of Cups with dreams. You have dreams, desires, as we spoke of, things that you want to take action on. And you can't until you let something else go. It feels like with that surrender. And really like allowing the universe to surprise you on what that surrender can bring you. And you have 3 of Pentacles on the bottom of the deck, of course, with works. That's what we're talking about. You're going to have a lot of clarity in regards to your next steps in career. And this is just one of the big changes that you can expect next in regards to your career. I'm gonna close this out because I feel like this dreams is like the prequel to the next portion of your reading. So I'm gonna leave this right here. I'm gonna clear this off camera, and we can then get into the second portion of the next big change that is taking place in your career. Hello again, pile number 2. Welcome back to the second portion of your reading. Let's see what energy the tarot has for you. Oh, you have the 5 of Cups with disappointment. Okay, so there may have already been, or there may be a disappointment that is happening within your career. When I see the 5 of Cups, I think of missed opportunities. I think of, focal points shifting, and I think of gratitude also. I say this because, you can always tell within the depiction that the person is unaware that they have 3 more viable cups standing up behind them, and they are mourning the 2 cups that have been lost. And for you, and what this makes me think of, is just knowing that you have lost something, something that was not meant to be long lasting, but you had your hopes with it being so. And you have options. I feel like I vaguely sense that within the last portion of your reading, the first portion of your reading, but you don't necessarily know what to do with those options, and you were really looking forward to these other 2, one of these other 2, something that, again, you really had your hopes set in for. And I know that this may not comfort you necessarily, because it feels like a disappointment. And it feels like you were disappointed in a lot more than just the loss of the opportunity. But you are not going through this for no reason. Like I mentioned, that opportunity, that thing was not meant to be long term, because there's something better. And we're going to look at what this change is and why it feels so heavy for you. I'm going to look through the oracle. Let's see. I started with Moonology last time. So let's do Moonology again and see, why is this energy here for pile 2, please, Spirit? Why is this energy here? We're going to have to pull it out again. Let's see. Assess the situation. More Virgo energy. And you also have first quarter moon in Capricorn. Unleash your kindest self. Okay, so 2 first quarter moons. Unleash your kindest self. And this is the Capricorn energy that is probably leaning more towards the Cancerian energy that would be across the way of Capricorn, because they are directly across from each other in the zodiac. Yeah, you're gonna have to be kind to yourself in this part of the process, because again, you are so ambitious. You do have so many goals, and they are all, very much so earth-based element. You have this emotional connection to success and to not just wealth, but doing well for yourself, and for yourself, not for the looks of not for other people to see that you are doing well. You have this really almost strong wound around wanting to be taken care of and wanting everything to be okay. And of course, this could possibly stem back from to childhood and needing that stability and wanting that earthly foundation to be stable for yourself. And, most parents were doing the best that they could with what they had. And that created a longing within a lot of people, I feel like, generations of people that want better. But the first quarter moon in Virgo was saying assess the situation is you have to understand what better means for you. It doesn't necessarily mean the opportunity with the most money or the highest price bid, It means the situation or the environment that gives you the most peace emotionally and mentally. So assessing lets you realize, again, I have 3 other opportunities. I have 3 other cups. I have 3 new chances to put my hopes into something new, into something else that could possibly be even better than the first 2 or 3 things that I wanted. And I just didn't know it because I wasn't in the situation to see it. So you have to sometimes assess from the inside as well and see, if it's meant for you. This also feels like, don't write something off based on face value. The next, career, project, or whatever could be the best situation to ever happen to you in your life, because it was just that unexpected amount of joy and peace. And again, like the last pile, your ability to be curious and to expand and to grow. Sometimes you don't start out at a fully fledged growth opportunity, and it just has to grow naturally. But of course, take what resonates, because you also don't want to accept what is not of your greatest, value, and valuing yourself and knowing what you're worth, but also just knowing okay, if I'm really curious to start off in this position, in this experience, in this place, and to just see where it goes, why not? But you also have to surrender this mourning process as well. I feel like that you may be going through in regards to some situations that did not work out as you hoped or expected. So you are in a great assessment right now of your feelings, of your craft. Wow. I think 2 flipped out, but I'm going to just take the one that's on top. It's so gorgeous and very powerfully demanding. Wow, but I'll show you both. You have power and vision. We're keeping power, which says confidence, strength, and vitality. Okay, so your power is growing through this. How you say? How, Axel? How is that possible? Ooh, Pisces energy at the bottom of the deck. Emotional intelligence, wholeness, and rebirth. You're going through, as we saw, a restoration, a rebirth, a recharge, regrouping of self through really mystical ways, through your emotional intelligence, through listening to your instincts and to yourself above anything else. And that's very interesting that we had Pisces energy come out, because it is the sister sign of Virgo, which you have had a lot of energy of Virgo come out for you. But how is this showing me my power, you may ask? Well, it gives you the ability to know that you have the ability to step back and really look at a situation differently. If you chose, that is power. Some people will very easily get consumed by the 5 of Cups energy and never move forward, always staying in this energy of like, what did I do to lose this? And how can I regain it? Instead of, okay, how can I explore elsewhere? If my cup has fallen over and I have 3 more cups, let me look and see what's in this other cup. How can I cherish it? How can I put more into it? How can I enjoy it? Because you had enjoyment in the last card, in the first pile. So this is a part of your power and a part of a core strength that you are building, which made me think about that gratitude. You're grateful that you still have something left in your life to build on, but also that whatever wasn't aligned really wasn't meant to be. It really wasn't meant to be. And you can do all the what ifs you would like, because that does tend to happen. Okay, like, what if it was? Or, what if, that random tarot reader was right and I did dodge a bullet? Like, what bullet could it be? There's really no need to sit in it and to ruminate over it, over what is gone, over what is spilled over. Confidently walking away from something, saying, that was my opportunity. Will the opportunity come again? I never know. It's absolutely 100% possible. But that was my opportunity. And whether you made the most of it before it spilled over, that is also not meant for you to ruminate about as well. I feel like you're meant to, if there was a mess involved, clean it up to the best of your ability, take responsibility, accept what parts you played in it, if there were parts, and move on, saying, that was all that I was meant to gain from that experience. This is your power. This is your strength. And this is what is helping to keep you in this vitality energy. And I'm thinking about this pose. And while this person looks like it is effortless for them to be in this pose, which I can't think of the name of it right now, it is not easy at all. Yoga is not easy. And so this is a challenge for you to wipe your hands clean in regards to this opportunity, again, that I keep sensing as it was. Wipe your hands clean of what has happened and to move forward again with a new curiosity. But you are, I think, up for the challenge, I believe. As long as you are assessing it correctly and you know that it's time and you feel it and you sense it. Make your next steps. Plan your next steps. Be inspired at the ability to start again and to start over. Or to continue with something else that you can give a more dedicated attention to. Pile number 2, please, Spirit. What else is here for them in this big change? Ooh, 6th house. Yes, so I'm like, did you just have that? You had the... Did you have the 11th house in the first pile? Let me think. You had all the purple energy. Yes, you did. The 6th house is, wow. It's like on a different scale. It could be compared to the 11th house, but not exactly. Not, identical similarities. Within astrology, people will say they have very different energies, but the 6th house is about service and your day-to-day, your routine, and the services that you provide within a work culture. Very interesting that the 6th house is here. I'm like, is it also... It is ruled by... Let me see. Yeah, it's ruled by Virgo. More Virgo energy for you. Pile number 2. Very interesting. And Jupiter at the bottom of the deck. Big expansion. Big expansion. As soon as you, again, come to certain realizations, allow certain clarities to reach you, and you surrender what you have lost, you thank it for being there, briefly or not, and you accept this big Jupiterian energy that is trying to reach you right now. Expansion, sometimes overindulgence as well. But in regards to career, this is an abundance of new opportunities, new experiences, new people to meet and talk to. Just a lot of exciting Sagittarian, but also Piscean energy as well, because Pisces is co-ruled by Jupiter and also Neptune. Or no, Pisces is not ruled by Neptune. Pisces, I think, is ruled by the moon. Anyway, it doesn't matter. The 6th house tells me that you right now are taking what you do very seriously. And I think so seriously that sometimes your emotions can weigh you down because you're sometimes not as exuberant or lighthearted as the Knight of Wands. You have this really dual energy of seriousness, but also excitement, which again is asking you to unleash your kindest self because you're so serious about your work. You really want to be taken seriously. You want to be seen as someone who's practical, who, right, because we had that control energy with the King of Cups. And sometimes when you don't feel that way, it can be a little bit chaotic internally for you emotionally, I feel like, in some ways, because you work so hard to be this. And if you were not perceived or received in that way, it bothers you emotionally. That's for someone specific, quite possibly. But the 6th house is telling me this is your focus. Your career is your focus. It is not your everything, but it is your focus. And you really want to make sure that you're headed in the right direction. You don't want to just accept anything, even though there are a lot of opportunities coming your way. And you really wanted to make something work. You had it set. You had a plan. You had a plan. You may have had a 3-year plan. And now it's just it's going to have to be surrendered. I'm very curious as to why the 6th house is here. Let's see if the Oracle can tell us anything else. But especially when new things are entering your life, know that you deserve them. Know that you deserve to consider opportunities. Know that you deserve to ask for a high percentage or a high rate, or like valuing yourself, pricing yourself correctly for what it is that you provide, which is a very detail-oriented, thoughtful, and intentional type of service. Ooh, all of these came out, which we're not going to keep. Change and gratitude. Wow. But you have the right action. And this word that I can't pronounce, it says, literally means let everything that wants to go, go, and everything that wants to come, come. And this is the right action for you right now. This is the right mindset for you to be in right now, because you're building this core strength around flow and ease and letting things just go and come as they should in your career. I think it's like you may have gotten good at this personally in your life, maybe better at it personally in your life, but professionally, it still, again, has this tenderness to you emotionally when it's time for things to end and when it's time for new things to begin. You want to feel as if you have this follow through, this stick to itness with this earth energy, all of this earth energy. You want to be reliable. You want to be practical. You want to look back on your resume and say, I was here at this job for 7 years and I was here at this job for 10 years. And on the side, I had a business that I've been managing for 8 years. And it's like, you want to have this look to it that doesn't offer as much flow as you need. And so let everything that wants to go, go. And let everything that wants to come, come. Welcome it in. Share gratitude for new things, because new things does not only mean an experience. It means the ability to play, to be curious, to enjoy new things, to gain new knowledge, gain new wisdom, to be wise in a different way. So I think this is a big change that is happening for you. You have self-love at the bottom of the deck, which goes very well with unleash your kindest self. Let the wall fall that separates me from my own vulnerable inner child. I long to take care of myself like never before. This is the place that you're in right now. I think this is so beautiful for you in regards to your career. People will see you holding a lot of self-love for yourself, a lot of patience, a lot of honoring self and self cycles, the things that you do to nurture yourself and to take care of yourself, which is all sixth house energy as well. Sometimes people will talk about diet, but I think like my new favorite thing is talking about like consumption and the way that you consume things, and you're doing it in a mindful way with the right actions and really trying to release and let go of old habits that keep you stuck and that keep you sad and disappointed or expecting disappointment. Wow, what a beautiful reading. Let's see what else through the tarot. What else we can see? I long to take care of myself like never before. That Pisces and Virgo energy, you may have a lot of that within your natal chart. You are rebirthing a new part of yourself right now. And it is through acts of self-love and kindness. It is spilling over to your communities, to your family, to your close loved ones. And you are feeling very whole in this new change. You didn't expect it. You thought that there would always be this feeling of something missing, but it is actually being filled with exploration and finding out more. Let's see, what else, please, Spirit, for pile number 2? What else for pile number 2, please, Spirit? I might have to pull them out. Yeah, okay. You have, oh, wow, the Three of Cups. How beautiful. I was just talking about your loved ones and close friends and connections. They are absolutely supporting you right now, celebrating you and really wanting to be there for you. Not necessarily just through the joy and the bliss and the happy times. They're supporting you through the tough times as well. I see your friends really being supportive of you, letting you know that everything is okay, and also probably echoing those words of like, you know, it wasn't all for nothing. And I feel like you really need to hear that from people, and knowing like you did a really great job there in this experience. You did your absolute best, the best that you could. And that should be valued. And so you're trying to, again, with love and affirmation from close friends and family, you're trying to remind yourself also that you are taking the right actions. You are doing the right things necessary for yourself to be free and to feel free. You have the Knight of Swords. Wow, beautiful. And so your mind is your greatest power, your greatest source. Your mind controls every action that your body takes and every breath that you take. Your mind is a powerful thing. And so be very attentive of when you are being led by your thoughts and where those thoughts are leading you. Because it's important that you remember to always look at a situation not based on face value or what you think will breed you the most success. Because what does success look like for you? Well, it looks like longevity. It feels like longevity, but not just for longevity's sake. You don't want to just be at a place for 10 years just to say that you were a loyal employee. You want to say it because they gave you so many opportunities. They taught you so much. You experienced so much. You met different cultures, different people. You were enriched by your environment, not just because you were able to hold a position for the longest amount of time. And of course, take what resonates. Maybe that is just not something that you're ready to hear right now. But I feel like if you've gotten this far, pile number 2, you're more ready than you think. The Knight of Swords tells me, be curious. It encourages that other Knight of Wands energy, but in a more logistical way. Be curious. Be curious, not just inspired. Be curious. Ask questions to find out more about what you're feeling connected to emotionally, because that 5 of Cups is prominent energy for you within this reading. And so it may draw you, your heart and your mind, out of habit, may draw you to think certain things that make you feel certain ways, that make you, again, reminisce over what it is that is ending and looking at it as solely an ending rather than a new and healthy, abundant beginning. Perspective, I feel like, is what this Knight of Swords is bringing up. It's like, make sure you're holding the right perspective that matches the actions that you say you want to take. Ooh, High Priestess. Very beautiful. Very beautiful. The High Priestess tells me that you are an intuitive. You may have this, or you may, how does Spirit want me to say this? You may aspire to use your intuition through your career, or you may aspire to weave this intuitive aspect into your day-to-day in some way, really trusting your intuition and letting your mind not take a back seat, but let your mind get the recharge that it needs and really just feeling things. In this change, I feel like you really want to heighten your intuition. You want to hear things more clearly. see things more clearly. You want to know when you're being celebrated and why, because you have worked so hard. You don't want to just tell people, oh no, I can't celebrate this because it's too hard for me to let go. In reality, how does that sound? How does that sound? I think everything should be celebrated. Death should be celebrated as life is, because, someone's spirit being freed from their physical body, no, it is not an easy realization, especially depending on your attachment to that person. And this is a very personal aspect, I feel like, to what it is that you're working with right now. Just like celebrating the existence of something, celebrating the love that you had for it so strongly that you're now mourning it. I hope this is making sense, pile number 2. Because I think emotions can be tricky when they're connected to our career or the things that we want to do for the world in order to build sustenance and stability in our own life. And having that emotional part to it doesn't necessarily make it easy, but that's the humanness that I was talking about, that you're interested in reawakening and realigning, letting people know like you grieve the ending of things professionally, things that are non-personal, really beautiful, beautiful things that felt good in the very moment that you were existing in them. And just, having memories means that you were present. And the fact that you were present means that it hurts more when it's gone. Honoring that intuitively and knowing that, even if you do have a new beginning and it's big and it wraps you up in all of its excitement and you think, oh, this is never going to end. This is going to be like the best one yet. And it's like at some point that will end too. And you are meant to really flow through it and allow. You have the 2 of Pentacles. Yes. I like this. I like the 2 of Pentacles. It says that you are weighing your options around something. Weighing your options around something. You have the Star card. I saw it at the bottom of the deck from the first pile. And so now it wants to be out here guiding you as well, alongside the 2 of Pentacles. So yeah. And you also have the 3 of Swords at the bottom of the deck. There's something painful that you didn't think you were ready to let go of. And it is a thought that is consuming your mind. But right now, again, you're only being asked to have compassion for yourself. You're not even being asked really to necessarily do anything about this 3 of Swords energy, because I feel like it has happened already. And everything, again, is meant to have its mourning process. We talked about that through the 5 of Cups. Everything is meant to be loved and it is meant to be mourned. That is really the natural way of life if we unaltered it in that way. And so you're making a decision with the 2 of Pentacles here. You're weighing 2 different options on almost it feels like move forward with new heart desires or let my other heart desires weigh me down. Past things, again, things that used to fill me with joy, used to fill me with bliss, I used to love so much and it didn't work out. I can either let those things weigh me down, hold me back, keep me in a cycle of repetition, or I can trust my intuition and be guided towards new heart desires, new things. I have to really assess. I have to really stand in my power and say, is this what I want? Or do I want what I feel that I want? which is the ability to experience as many new things as I can with this Jupiter energy. How can I do that if I'm stuck in one place, attached or saddened by the things that, again, have had to end in order for me to claim the new beginnings that I say that I really do want? And so I feel you in this middleman place in your career, in this change right now, saying, you know, I have to be patient with myself. I have to be compassionate with myself. I have to really ask myself about these emotions. This is how you gain that emotional intelligence, by talking about your emotions and about talking about them in new ways, and in ways that don't just feel like, oh, my personal life is separate and I'm sad about something else. It's like, be honest about all feelings at all times. Explore these feelings and what they could possibly be attached to and what they mean for you. And that is where you gain this power of emotional intelligence and wholeness, understanding yourself to a full extent, and making it a practice with the sixth house and Virgo energy here, a practice to check in. I'm hearing also something about like putting yourself at the top of your to-do list and then getting to the rest as your day continues on. Because there are still things that are sitting with you in your psyche and your mental space that are prominent, that are painful, that are reminders to you, again, that may keep you in a loophole in some way. Okay, pile number 2, I'm going to once again clear these cards and then come back to you for your third and final portion of this reading. Welcome back, pile number 2. This is your third and final card for the 3 big changes that are taking place in your career right now. Okay, and you have the Death card in reverse. Wow, this is such a intense card. I hope you can see it clearly. First of all, this card is nothing that you should ever fear. But, you know, we've already had that conversation in the previous pile, which is so interesting that this came out because I got that message so strongly. But the Death card is not something to be afraid of. Is not an indicator of something tragic happening in your life. It actually is a big indicator around transformation and something completely transforming from one thing to another. With the card being in reverse, I feel like something's not ready quite yet to fully say that it has been transformed, because it has to go through a process of decomposing and breaking down and really forming into something differently completely. And it has not done that yet, something in your life. But it is ready. It's ready. It's like, you know, an apple that falls off of the tree because it is past its picking date. And so there's something here that is ready to be let go of, is what I was sensing throughout your other piles as well. And this is it's a huge part of 2 different changes that are taking place for you for some reason. I think just like the before and after. And so this feels like the after, where, you know, it is possible for you to have this sitting with you and have not yet being surrendered. Something is really being ready to let go of. Let's see. Let's really just get into it through the Moonology. We'll start there again. Oh, yes. I remember before I really keep shuffling, this was at the bottom of the deck when I shuffled off camera. Cool your emotions. So we're going to see what this means for you completely. This is be proud of yourself. It flew out. Am I keeping it? Well, I guess so. Because we have Virgo again. And this is fully shuffled. Take inspired action. Full moon in Virgo. And Taurus again. Do I want to keep it? I guess so. Be proud of yourself. I think this is something that is going to help you to really let go of that stagnant energy. Being proud of yourself and knowing like, wow, even if it took me however long it took me, because time is an illusion and it doesn't really matter in the scheme of things when I know that I am not going out of this world still holding on to this disappointment. I'm going to let go of something and be extremely proud of myself. The way that I'm looking at these two cards together, I don't know if the camera is close enough or not, but it's like this card is merging into this card. And with death, there is this new life, this new tree, this new birth of opportunities. And wow, that is just a really beautiful symbolism to say, you know. And of course, the death card is ruled by Scorpio, and Taurus is Scorpio's sister sign. So those are two opposing energies here on the table for you. But your spirit guides are asking you to be proud of yourself for letting things die and for letting things go. And for really, it feels like looking in your refrigerator and seeing things that are months past the due date of expiration, and being proud of yourself anyway for getting it out of your fridge, for clearing it out and making new space, which I believe, before I get into the other cards, yeah, you have it on here at the bottom of the deck. I shuffled this as well. I shuffled all the decks first before really getting into your reading again, and it's clearing. And I remember seeing that energy. So you're absolutely getting rid of expired things, and it's not easy. It's not easy because you are a dedicated soul. The death card, again, being ruled by Scorpio, means that you are loyal to the end and beyond that. You are loyal beyond the ending of something. And that's not, again, something to hold shame or judgment about, because dedication is a beautiful gift and talent to have when a lot of folks don't. It is also nothing to be ashamed of to say that it is hard for you to let go of things. It's just your reality. And there can be a lot of caring, a lot of care in that. And that is something to be proud of yourself for. Again, really feeding yourself pride, optimism, compassion instead of shame, judgment, and just like talking down on yourself. That is not necessary. In this change, you are learning a lot about how to be more gentle with yourself and to encourage yourself to take these inspired actions. Because I feel like when you speak down on yourself, when you speak shame over yourself, when you speak doubt over yourself, you are actually just, again, recycling old actions, old habits, and speaking differently to yourself. Being more compassionate to yourself is allowing you to take new and inspired action instead of doing the same old that you're used to. Let's see. What is in this final change in regards to their career, please, Spirit? This feels like a very personal reading for you as well, pile number 2. And as I mentioned to pile number 1, the work is personal because we are human and we bring our humanness to work, and we are not meant to separate those things, but we have been conditioned to do so. So this feels like a very personal reading, but it is all interconnected, I assure you. You have patience, yes, with perseverance, cycles, and divine timing. It makes so much sense that this is out. We talked about your patience. We talked about it. And with this earth energy so heavy throughout all 3 of your readings, you are being encouraged to be patient. This is not something that is easy for you. Scorpio is co-ruled by Pluto and Mars. So you want to take action. You want to take the inspired action that you keep getting these messages about. You're like, okay, well, I want to take the actions. And it's like, well, you also have to have a certain level of patience and perseverance. You have Libra energy here with the Peacekeeper, equilibrium, objectivity, and cooperation. So really being balanced. Look at the yin and the yang feather in their hand. Trying not to flash you. The yin and the yang feather. Really being balanced, finding peace within your own self, within your own equilibrium. We also have Venus energy here. Once again, Venus loves you. Venus loves to be around you. Some of you may have Venus in Scorpio or Venus in Taurus, or Venus in Libra. But you're being called to be objective and to view things from an objective standpoint and to understand that, everything has its own unique interpretation of balance. And so you have to figure out what it means for you, how it works out best for you. When does it mean that you are truly in balance? When you are not, purging and transforming and letting go of things so infrequently that you can't keep up with yourself, you don't know yourself, or you have lost a part of your identity, or when you haven't changed in the last 20 years and it's time and you're needing it and you're missing this rebirth process. You have to find that good balance in between both of those energies and then water slowly. Continue to build that kind of natural cycle for yourself of letting go and accepting when it's time to let things go, but also welcoming in new things at a balanced and healthy rate. And only you can determine that for yourself. And I think that's what process it is that you're in right now. Whereas, you will be coming into realizations of letting go and surrendering and what that means for you. You will also be in this deep, learning process of what that looks like for you specifically. And you have to be patient and you have to be kind to yourself. So let's see. Number 2, please, Spirit. What other details can you give us for this change that is taking place in our life? Oh my goodness. Are you a Virgo? Pile number 2, and you just haven't told me? You can tell me in the comment section. You can let me know if you're a Virgo, because this is a lot of energy, and also Sagittarius. So I say Virgo, but you could also, because it's just coming up in my head, based on what I'm thinking about, you can be a Sagittarius rising or a Virgo rising, or you could just be a Sagittarius rising with Virgo over your 10th house. There's a big truck coming through here. I'm sure you maybe heard about it. But yes, Sagittarius energy out here supporting you as Jupiter's energy did as well. Letting you know that you are boundless, you are free, you have the ability to explore, but you do have to let go of that baggage first, honey. I don't know what it is, because every person's carry-on item looks different. Everyone's baggage looks different. So you really have to assess what that is for you with this Virgo energy here. Sift through all the small details of the things that are really picking at you right now. And I'm thinking of little pen needles that are picking at you right now and bothering you, because they matter. In totality, it makes for a lot of different pain areas for you that are being called to look at and to view, and to bring back into balance. You have to be active in this, though, with the cooperation energy. You have to cooperate. You cannot just let certain things sit any longer. But you also don't have to take on the whole large bulk of whatever it is that has to be assessed or healed or looked at or taken care of. Little bits and pieces of it here and there. And something here about learning with the Virgo energy and Virgo being ruled by Mercury. Learning, picking up knowledge of surrender and releasing and letting go. Something about going with the flow, maybe even. Okay. Extraordinary again, of course, but you also have clearing again. So yeah, I'm gonna read this, both of them. Extraordinary says there's a wild and impetuous uniqueness to you that deserves to be honored, and it came out again because you might not have picked up the message the first time, pile number 2, and that's okay. We're all about repetition and getting it through to you. You are extraordinary. You have an extraordinary gift and talent of being able to really intuitively pick up pieces of things, of knowledge and information, and really weave this master of artistry somehow. You're very detail oriented. You pay very close attention to things. And because you pay such close attention, you are eager for things to grow and to change and to shift. But, you know, there has to be a few different actions that you have to take all at once, or in different schemes or systems of timing. But you know, I see this person here watering this plant, and it's like, if this is all that this person does every day, all day, they would drown the plant out. So you have to water it a certain specific amount and then move away from it in order to let the sun take its toll on it and do its job. And then you come back and you water it again. So you have this extraordinary gift and talent and ability to let things grow, and to be patient. And I think that this ability is being called from you right now. They are clearly taking the trash. So if it is that you hear, I do apologize. But this wild and impetuous side of you, I feel like it's meant to, grow things at a steady rate, but also step away and explore other things while your plants are growing, while new things are happening. And so this also, it keeps coming up for you of being a very curious spirit. You are someone who likes to study, likes to learn or research or just pick up new knowledge in order to build a vibrant knowledge base within you. Like, you just like to be knowledgeable, not on silly, mundane things necessarily, but on real life, real shit, like real things that make up this world that almost feels like forgotten knowledge as well. Like, you really like to pick up on those things. This is an extraordinary, wild, impetuous part about you. And it's meant to be honored, because that will also help you to grow and to expand with the Sagittarius energy here. Clearing on the bottom of the deck says, as true offering arises, it becomes easy to let go. You start to trust that more will always arrive. You shift from mine to God's. Such freedom and clearing and letting go. There is also this energy of perspective shifting and knowing that everything that comes to you is not necessarily yours. It is not permanent. Nothing is permanent. Just because we have things doesn't mean that those things will last forever. We're not meant to last forever. So things lasting forever just seems just as absurd sometimes when you think about it in that manner. So you're clearing, you're letting things go, you're surrendering. You're in your death process right now, and not in the literal sense. Pile number 2, you know what I mean if you're here. I strongly believe it, that you know what I mean if you're here. You are in this process of shedding, letting go, and accepting new, retrieving new things, knowing that God is sending them to you as blessings, as guiders towards, a purpose of something within your career. And I think it's all about the experiences that you want and that you desire to have. Let's see. I've gone quite a bit in with this one. So let's see what the tarot wants you to know. What other information the tarot can give us alongside the death card, please, Spirit? Any other knowledge? Any other information, please? For pile number 2. Okay. Well, interesting. Very interesting. Very interesting. I'm gonna keep these 3 also because they came out together. You had the 3 of Swords. It came out kind of sideways, which means that something is in this balancing act of going left, right, and trying to find its center. It feels like to me with the 3 of Swords. This is what you're clearing. This is what you're making space or clearing space for. I don't know if I even said that correctly, because you're not clearing space for the 3 of Swords to come in. You're clearing it for it to go out and for you to welcome in something new and something different. You had the 3 of Swords at the bottom of the deck within the Anatomy Tarot. And it didn't look like this. It was more matter of fact. But when this 3 of Swords comes out, it tells me that something has really played a toll on your mental state, but also your emotional state. And that is why it's so hard to let go. The Scorpio energy here with the Death card tells me that you do not forget anything. And especially when it comes to painful things, those just tend to stick with you longer. And that goes for a lot of different people, but especially Scorpio. A Scorpio will remember you based on the feelings that they have had around you. And that could be negative or positive. That is based on, that experience that you had with them. And so there is an experience that you had within your career that has wounded you deeply, that has almost kept you from transforming, that has kept you in this, I hate to say it like this, but it's really the only word that's coming to mind. It has kept you in this cesspool of emotions that have dampened your spirit, that have dampened you mentally. And I think especially in regards to the first change that you are experiencing in regards to your career with the Knight of Wands, there is something that is sparking you back up again after this has already occurred. I think that one being first was meant to call you in and really speak of what is taking place right now, more so energetically for you, but mentally there is so much that you are still holding on to that is asking and begging to be transformed, because your spirit needs to be this lighthearted, explorative, adventurous Sagittarius energy, and it's feeling like it is in the shadow of Scorpio with the Death card here. And that is not to say that one energy is better than the other. It is to say, to be in the shadow Scorpio energy, you are not letting go of this pain. And that is not something that you want. So Virgo energy is asking you to take the methodical steps that you can, that you intuitively feel, that you can take these inspired steps and it makes you feel nurtured and taken care of, rather than you badgering or beating yourself up. in order to heal this wound and in order to accept newness in your life in regards to your career, because you deserve it. And you deserve to express your extraordinary gifts and talents and your skills. You have the Nine of Pentacles again. This has been coming out a lot, actually, for folks, which means that, you know, and we saw the Nine of Pentacles as the culmination for you in regards to the last, what was it? This deck. I can't remember what it's called right now. But it talked about culmination and you building your resources, gathering them together. And I spoke on this, I think it was for Pile 1, just saying, you know, having the resources to make a move, to make an inspired action, to do something different, to switch it up, and to know that you have invested wisely in this because it is the shift that you need. So this is a theme of similar of what is coming up for you. But also I think with the be proud of yourself, it is saying be proud of how much you have built. Be proud of what exists in front of you as a representation of all your hard work and not the memories of the painful experiences that necessarily got you here. Because it's easier, again, to remember the pain rather than confront the fact that through that pain, you built your success. In some odd and very specific way, I'm very sure. But you are still meant to be proud of yourself and to celebrate that fact. You also have the Ace of Cups, yes, with new, beautiful things, looking to enter your heart, looking to reawaken your faith and your belief and your abundance and your stability and your security. Your heart is filling up with excitement in regards to something. And it's really all around this surrendering and letting go of the past. You also have the Knight of Wands again, but in reverse. So it's like, this is just saying, remember your spirit. Remember why you have been so curious in the first place. This is natural for you to be curious. It is natural for you to want to explore and to, you know, again, awaken your hearts to new and extraordinary experiences. And it feels like with this Knight of Wands in reverse, you're kind of fighting, closing that door, slamming it shut. But your heart is telling you, like, if you shut this door so quickly, you will shut your own foot in it. You will, because this is what you were hoping for. This was that, I'm hearing this is what you bookmarked it for. You said, oh, I want to get to this. I want to try this. I want to go after this. I'm coming back to it. I will. And then you remember, oh, the last time I really explored something like this or stuck my neck out like this, it didn't end well. It hurt really badly. So I'm going to close myself off to it. And it's like, you just don't know what it is necessarily that you may be saying no to with the Knight of Wands. Of course, the Nine of Wands can be someone or can be an energy that encourages us to be reckless with just doing things and trying things and not necessarily doing it with the most thought out energy. But because you have Virgo here, because you have this earth element of support and patience as well, it's talking about really like looking at what it is that you are actually stifling out. What fires are you putting out and not allowing to grow based on fear, based on the past, based on memories, based on, again, fear. The Knight of Wands in reverse tells me with caution, with precaution, with realistic, idealistic, logical plans, with that Virgo energy here, what can you say yes to that you were so ready to say no to? You have the Page of Cups in reverse. And you have the Five of Cups. So it is all interconnected, my friend. I'm sorry if you came here thinking that you were going to get apparently 3 separate readings, but this 5 of Cups and these other repeating cards are telling me, and some of them are different. Some of them are different. Don't get me wrong, but they're telling me that it is interconnected in one way or another. You are afraid of disappointment. Again, it is in the back of your mind, and you are flustered and thinking that there is a way to heal this. There is a way to repair this. There is a way to mend this. I just don't fucking know how. Excuse my French, pile number 2. I just feel like that's what this Page of Cups in reverse is saying. You know, the person, their head is all illuminated and there's feet in the air and there's a pig flying, and it's really just giving a WTF moment. Like, what am I supposed to do with this knowledge? How can I get what I desire, what I long for intuitively with this mess of information that doesn't really make sense to me? Your heart is calling you to learn more, to pick up more knowledge, more information, especially around emotional healing and career trauma is what I'm hearing. Because we face trauma in very professional environments, and not a lot of people talk about it or have the right language for it, or even knows how to help guide you through it. So you may be looking towards other people to help you gain the right language to really express what it is that has been weighing you down, that has felt heavy, that has felt repetitive and torturous, almost nightmarish, almost. Like, you know, you hear people joking about those nightmare jobs, and it's like you really actually lived it. Like, someone in authority made your life a living hell, or there was no peace. There was always an argument. There was always a debate. You never felt financially secure or safe, or you just didn't feel like you were supported in or encouraged to explore your curiosity or your creative needs and ambitions within your career. You have had deep and, yes, traumatic experiences through work, and it has made you want to close the door to something and to not follow your wild and impetuous spirit, your wild and unique self, extraordinary self. But there are physical things that will be around you, affirming you, saying patiently, this is something that you should definitely look into. Because there is growth here, there's opportunity here, and it's not what you necessarily thought it would be like the last time, but maybe it's bringing up old memories and old pains and experiences that you just would rather not relive or rehash or reopen. But it's there and it's real, and it will continue to call to you to observe and to really address, because you cannot any longer. Okay? And so I'm going to roll the astro dice, see what else is happening for you astrologically, if anything else. And then I will also pull a few charms just to end the reading off with any extra symbolism or messages for you. Pile number 2. You have Moon in Aries in the 4th house. Wow. Yeah. So, okay. Because we talked about Aries, we did. I think this is so beautiful. Traditionally, the 4th house is ruled by Cancer, and so is the moon. Sometimes the moon, I swear, the moon is ruled by Pisces as well, but we'll probably talk about the Cancerian aspect to the moon. Some of you had a desire as a child, a strong desire to create something beautiful, something heart-centered, Maybe, and I feel like I heard this before I even started recording for your pile. Some of you wanted to open up your own daycare, possibly, or manage a daycare, or create an educational program or system of some sort, something child based. So maybe a doula program or something, nurturing based with this moon energy and the fourth house energy here. And it never really felt like a possibility for you, no matter what the thing is that you have wanted to initiate or create. It never felt like a possibility. You were actually told that it was not a possibility. You, especially with the moon here and the three of swords being that painful experience, you may have since childhood wanted to be encouraged to do new things, try new things, and initiate newness in your life, create new things in your life, and you did not have that. You were not supported. Your entrepreneurial side was not supported because there were no entrepreneurs around you, so they didn't know, like, your mother probably didn't know how to encourage this ambition within you because she herself was not ambitious. She did not have those large, extraordinary, impossible type of goals. If anything, she was a dreamer, if anything, being that Pisces predecessor, I think is the word. Pisces comes before Aries. So she had a lot of visions or whatever, maybe some things that she's never even told you about in regards to business. But never did she dare to say out loud, I have this desire to create something that doesn't exist right now and to actually see it through. And so this is a wound for you in one way or another, whether that very specific detail resonates with you or not. One way or another, you're learning how to address these wounds from childhood, from the origin of your birth, of wanting to be an initiator, a trendsetter, a beginner, and not really feeling supported or encouraged, and feeling like there were certain life experiences that brought you down notches rather than just a notch. And you didn't really start off at a high place in regards to upbringing. So even those experiences brought you down to a lower level, and you're really needing to get to the root and address what needs to be released. Okay? So we have quite a few charms that I decided to pull out for you. I'm going to go through them one by one. You have the whale tail here, which talks about exploration, boldness, taking leaps and bounds, and just really trying new things, unapologetically taking up space a little as well. You have a beautiful little butterfly. I've never seen this one in the charm bag. So a beautiful little butterfly talking about transformation, with it being black, really transforming the shadow, the shadow aspects, allowing them to transform, allowing reparations is what I heard, but I'm talking about being like repaired, because I think sometimes it has to go deeper than healing. It has to be, your mental state has to be repaired after traumatic events, and that is happening, transforming for you as we speak. We have a little crescent moon here, but it looks like it has like a lion's mane or like feathers. I can't really tell. So beautiful here, but your emotional state is a part of this transformation as well, and you're being called to be courageous and to really stand out in your uniqueness unapologetically. Say things that people haven't heard before, say things that people haven't heard before. You never know who can learn from that. You also have Pisces energy here again. So you could have a lot of Pisces placements or have the energy surrounding you. Oh yeah, because we're talking about Pisces with your mom energy. You also have made with love. Wow, that's so cute. I've never ever seen this charm. But something that you do, everything that you do is made with love. And you have a heavy heart because it fell right down. But that does not mean that you have a limited access of the things that you can make with love. If anything, this pain has transmuted into deep, utter love for the things that you do within your career, because you know pain and you know what it is like to not be understood. And so you put that into your work, made with love, specifically. You have a little plane here. So some of you could be taking a trip, having on a flight, taking a trip for work purposes. And that could be a new change that is also taking place for you in your career. And this, I have no idea what it is. I have no idea. It could be like a little Pegasus, the winged horse. I don't see any wings. It looks like a mystical creature, which is very Piscean indeed. So this is, I think, an attribute to your uniqueness. Don't be afraid to switch things up, go a different way, be different, be seen as weird, unique, and one of a kind. Don't be afraid to do that, because that is what you were meant to do within your career. You're meant to stand out, be extraordinary, have people look at you and be like, how did this even come from the things that you have talked about? Or maybe you haven't talked about some of the more difficult things. And so people are just wondering how you show up as uniquely as you do in general, and they admire that about you. And this is a big change, or a part of a big change that is taking place in regards to your career. Pile number 2, I hope that you stuck with me this long. I hope that you enjoyed it all the way through. If this message deeply resonated for you, please let me know about it in the comment section. I would love to hear about how this evolution is taking place in your life right now. And I would love to also see you in another reading. Peace. Hello, pile number 3. Welcome to your reading. This is the crystal that you chose, which is this little miniature pyrite crystal. Super beautiful, super cute. I'm going to put it off to the side here. We're going to get right into your reading. As I mentioned at the beginning with the pick a pile portion, you do have 3 cards and 3 readings. And we're going to start off with the very first card and put these other ones to the side and see what this first change is for you in regards to your career. So you have the 9 of Swords, which is labeled with fear, okay? And so the energies that we're going to talk about around this is not something that, I am trying to manifest for you. Pile number 3, I have to be very clear about why this energy is coming up for you. It is because it is a representation of what is going on in your life, in your professional life right now. And something is actually kind of blending in to your personal life, because what is keeping you up at night, what is keeping you from having restful sleep in the night, is something in regards or related to your career. So the 9 of Swords here is not something that is being placed upon you. It is something that is already existing in your life right now, and it is fear-based. And you are not, again, being able to peacefully sleep. You're not being able to be at ease, be at rest, or at peace at all in regards to your own personal life when you are not at work. There's something here that has already transpired, or you're like in the middle of it right now with the 9 of Swords, that is really making you feel overstimulated, making you feel as if you are not able to be present because you are focused, thinking, and worried about something that is taking place in your career. So I'm going to look at all of the oracle and the tarot to see why this big change is coming into your life right now. But the 9 of Swords is heavy energy. Heavy in the sense of there's something that is plaguing you, that you wish to release, that you wish to let go of, that you wish would no longer have control over you. So let's see what this is, what's going on for you right now, and how this change is taking place for pile number 3. You have new moon in Aries, go for it. So there's something that you really want to go for, to take action on, and you feel hindered or haltered in some way in regards to your mindset. And you have last quarter moon in Sagittarius at the bottom of the deck with practice gratitude, which a lot of the times is probably easier said than done. But we'll talk about this energy as well. I like that Sagittarius is supporting you because it does help you move out of this 9 of Swords energy about worry and fear over what possible steps it is that you need to take, rather, and then just going for it. And, you know, the swords are typically depicted by air signs, the air signs of the zodiac, which is Gemini, Libra, and Aquarius. I'm not really sure which one of these zodiac signs rules over the 9 of Swords, but to have that polarity between fire and air here, which the opposite sign of Aries is Libra. So to have this polarity is to say that you are very much so in your mind right now and feeling very consumed by your mind, fearing that if you make the wrong step, it means that it's a monumental change for you in regards to your career that you're not necessarily welcoming or wanting of. The new moon in Aries just says, you know, we hear your fears. They are valid fears for you to be worried about because you want to make sure that all of your actions are intentional and goal-oriented and not something that you are necessarily like you feel like you're wasting time. But there is something here that is saying, go for it and see the outcome. Wait for the outcome. Because you don't know until you try it. You don't know until you step out of the mental confinements that say that you cannot achieve what it is that you would do, that you want. So I feel like this big change that is being initiated in your life right now is based on your own actions and you overcoming a lot of the mental clutter that keeps you from going for your desires and going for your goals in some way. We're going to continue to look at the astrology and see what other cards want to come out for you in regards to this Aries energy. The Sagittarius also at the bottom of the deck says that, you know, through the experience of saying, you know, F it, I'm going to try it anyway, through, you know, a little exploration, you will start to find and come into contact with a lot of reasons of gratitude. And a lot of feelings of gratitude. I'm going to keep shuffling. I'm trying to pull one out and I want it to be a clear pull. That you will find that as you consult with spirit and you show gratitude in the challenges of overcoming your fears, it will start to bring you a lot of comfort in realizing that the things that you told yourself, however true that they felt for you emotionally, there was this like mental encouragement of disbelief and doubt and how you were kind of grateful for this new perspective or mindset. So let's see. You have materialization. Wow, this is beautiful. And if you can hear, there is laundry going on in the background. I hope it is not too distracting for you, pile number 3. But you have materialization with creativity, adaptability, and pleasure. Such beautiful energy to have in regards to your career and this big change that is taking place for you. Because I think a big thing that has hung you up on certain ideas or goals is the materialization phase and you wanting to see your desires, to see the purpose of the direction that you're heading in before actually taking that step. You want to kind of see it fully fledged and you want to see an idea thought out and then what it would look like after, again, taking that action and taking those steps. And so as I mentioned before, it feels almost as if you're saying, you know, I won't get the answers that I'm consumed. I won't get the answers to the questions that consume me until I practice it, until I take these ideas and put it into practice. So you are feeling very creative, even though it may feel as if your creativity haunts you at night, because you really want to feel the full pleasure of taking an idea and putting it into form. And it's almost like an itch, an urge, a craving to create. With this Aries energy, it's you're feeling this deep pull and call to materialize something and to really step past your own barriers, your own boundaries mentally, to take, that first step. And it's calling you to be more adaptable within your mind space, within your mindset, and to take on a new role. Also, I feel like with this materialization and the mental stimulation here, you're being called to charge forward. And this is a new role for you. You have restoration at the bottom of the deck with gentleness, recharge, and enjoyment. So you have pleasure and enjoyment here with Venus, the Venus symbol. If you can see it, hopefully you can see it clearly. So you have a lot of Venusian energy that is meant to be around you, and you kind of fear it. It's like I'm hearing you are fearing the good things. You are fearing the goodness, because it's almost kind of unbelievable that you made it happen, that you initiated and made something happen in regards to it. So let's see what else they want you to know. Okay. Non-duality, and you also have freedom at the bottom of the deck. We'll read both. But non-duality says, let your authentic humanity shine forth while also bowing to the inner divine. You can become fluent at doing both. This is that adaptability energy here all the way, being fluid and the materialization of a dream coming true for you. Let your authentic humanity shine forth while also bowing to the inner divine. I think you are you're going to be shocked at the things that Spirit is presenting to you in order for you to take action and to go for something, especially because the Aries energy, I was actually just talking about this with my wife, and seeing and feeling Aries energy is birth, it is rebirth, it is new life, it is new opportunities, and that may come in abundance in regards to like new things in your life that are kind of challenging you to go forward, new ideas challenging you to go forward and to materialize something. And you're kind of in awe of how the universe is setting these circumstances up for you. And while they may feel like a challenge, you are also almost shocked, it feels like, at the enjoyment that you get from these new challenges because they're new. And maybe part of the subconscious part of you has been inviting in these new opportunities, whether you knew that you were ready for them or not. Freedom at the bottom of the deck, that goes so well with the Sagittarius energy, with practice gratitude. I no longer want this fiery ring of resentment to block the good. Release me from its bonds. So you're asking your spirit guides during this time to release you from your bonds of fear. You don't want to end this lifetime with resentment in your heart in regards to the things that you didn't get to accomplish or achieve, the things that you were too afraid to go after. You want to battle your fear, but not battling it where you end up with scars or more wounds. It's battling in a more compassionate way for yourself and saying, two things can exist at once. I can be this creative burst of energy and also be very afraid to birth the things that set me free, that feel like they're here to set me free, that are here to restore me. Your creativity is here to restore you and to set you free from your own restraints. Let's see what else is happening within this change and maybe even how it's happening. please, Spirit, for pile number 3. There's something here about, yeah. Okay, yeah, that was definitely your message. Because as I was saying it, the Sun card shot out. And there was something here about your authenticity and shining through. And you have the Sun card here, which is our essence. It is our identity. It is our ego. It is, I said it is our identity, but it doesn't necessarily, we don't have to, it's not our sole identifier, if that makes sense, because the Sun is a large part of our natal chart, but the whole chart is made up of all of the planets and all of the energy that connects you to that time and that place when you were born. So the Sun plays a large part in you expressing this outlet of energy that you carry and you encapsulate. You're meant to shine. Ooh, Gemini. I love it. So you either could have Sun in Gemini, Sun in Aries as well, or Sun in Libra or Taurus, with Venus energy at the bottom of the deck over here. But yeah, you are meant to shine. You're meant to share some bits and pieces of your knowledge as well with the Gemini energy here, to network and connect people with the things that you have found helpful along your healing journey and your awareness journey as well. I feel like you are absolutely coming into a deep awareness about yourself, and you're meant to act on certain things that you learn about yourself. You're meant to understand your fears. You're meant to rewrite them, to give them a different ending to your story, because you have this power and you are learning about this power through the Sun energy. You are learning about this power through the Gemini energy of being curious about like where fears stem from, how they affect you and impact your decision-making skills, especially in regards to professional outlets, and really, being encouraged to go for something and kind of questioning why this opportunity or why these opportunities are here for you. So this could have a lot to do with authority, your, again, identity, how you identify, if you see yourself as a leader or a person of authority. Do you see yourself as creative, as an entrepreneur, even if this is something that is keeping you up at night and you just don't see it for yourself? You just don't believe that it is the path that is meant for you to take. And I feel like you are actually questioning a lot. This could be a lot, or have a lot to do with the mental stimulation that you're facing that feels just really like it's overcrowding your mind. And you're looking for some clarity. And so let's see. I'm going to look through the tarot and see if we can find that clarity and see what all this energy means for you. Pile number 3, please, Spirit. The Hierophant. Okay. So you are meant to embrace a higher calling. You are meant to gain higher knowledge and a higher perspective. The Hierophant typically talks about going through a process of gaining new information, gaining knowledge that is not necessarily of the Gemini form. It's a higher power that is sending you this information. And this might sound strange because you're here for a career reading, and not everyone is necessarily religious or spiritually connected in regards to the type of work that they do. So I'm not saying that it is that you're doing this for your career. I think especially in regards to your personal life, with the 9 of Swords here, you're looking to clear certain thought patterns and behaviors spiritually in order for you to gain a new mental system that helps you to, again, bring things into this physical form, because there feels like a blockage. So you could be relying on or consulting a person of spiritual knowledge, so a shaman, a healer, a Reiki master, someone who's here to help you to clear this blockage and to access your true thoughts, your true mental power. And you may even be doing this for yourself, because we don't always necessarily need to rely on another person for this. We can be guided, we can be handed the information, and then to rework it for how it works best for us. So a Hierophant just tells me, like, you are in a process of gaining new information that is helping you to clear this mental blockage in regards to, like, whatever it is that, whatever thoughts it is that are keeping you from taking action on these new creative ideas. So let's see. Wow, big message. You have the Ace of Swords. Yeah, this is really what you really, really want and what you really are desiring right now. You're desiring clarity and a peace of mind. And with the Ace of Swords being labeled as clarity and being in reverse, this is something that Spirit is saying, go for it. Like, you know, ask all of the questions, think all of the thoughts. Don't feel silly when it comes to asking a certain question a specific way. You know, be used to jumbling up your words and speaking things through or talking things through until it comes out in your clarity, with your precision of words and speech. I think we are all just so used to being over edited and perfect in a professional sense, where we don't allow certain humanness, which authentic humanity, to shine forth in our professional environments. So there's something here that you really are more curious about. You've been going over and over and over with it in your head, and you are needing to consult someone. You're needing to speak with someone who can either affirm what it is that you're thinking or to help you rewrite your thoughts, because there is something here that is unclear for you and you don't feel like you can go for it until clarity is reached. So what could this look like? Even though we don't have any other cards out just yet, some of you could be interested in asking for a new position, asking for different responsibilities within the workplace, or asking for a raise in order to assume more responsibilities in the workplace. There's something about you wanting to ask a question and you don't feel as if you're ready because you don't have all of the information that you need. It's so interesting as to why this Ace of Swords is in reverse, because I do remember us talking about clarity, and I can't remember what it was connected to, but there's something here where you just don't have enough clarity to land this plane of materialization. And so you're finding that, and you're getting that within this big change, and it's going to bother you enough. I feel like with the Nine of Swords, it's going to bother you enough, especially with the Ace of Swords coming in reverse. It's like you may even be gaining a piece of information and you're just like, what am I supposed to do with this? Chariot. And you also have the Universe. I'm going to keep shuffling because they both came out kind of iffy. But you're just like, you know, what am I supposed to do with this information? How am I supposed to use this? And you may not be comfortable with asking these types of questions, again, especially in regards to a professional sense, because we're not necessarily, depending on our background, we're not always taught that it is okay to ask the necessary questions in the workplace. We're supposed to just kind of be okay with what they give us, and that's not where you are right now, because you possibly have let this type of mindset lead you in workplaces, and you need more clarity. Like, you're kind of over just the uncertainty of being in a certain place or a certain position without knowing, okay, do I have the option to grow in this company? Do I have the resources? Do I have the support that I need to comfortably grow in this workplace or this atmosphere? And if you don't have those questions, how can you feel safe to really bring anything new, anything valuable, any new skills that you have picked up? How do you feel comfortable to present those in a workplace that may not even value it, if that makes sense? So this may be what you are dealing with right now. You have the Hermit It came out kind of sideways. There is a lot of introspection that can give you more clarity than you realize, but I don't know if that is what you're interested in right now, because I feel like you feel like there is more information to be had, and there are specific people who can give you this information and this knowledge. So with the Hermit coming out sideways, it's kind of just like trusting your instincts, especially when information is limited, especially when clarity is not upfront or is not handed to you upfront. Really go within and digest the information that you have received, and look within yourself to realize if it is enough or not. I feel like especially with the 9 of Swords, it's just like you fear, or there's something that has been given to you that was minimal. Like you had just very little information, very little communication. And it has bothered you because you want to be the best you can be at work or at this job or in this position. The Hermit is ruled by Virgo. So you want to be of service. You want to give. You want to be able to take what you know and share it in a digestible way, in a helpful way, in a way that serves the many. And in order to do this, you have to have clarity yourself. And this is something that bothers you. And you fear that you may not be able to do what it is that you were brought here to do, that you feel so strongly and deeply connected to. You have the 2 of Wands, so you have planning here. You're planning something, again, to bring something into the materialization, to bring it forth. It's something, there may be a project that you were working on in silence. Something that you may not, you haven't let other people know about it. It's between you, your spirit guides. You've like really intuitively put some effort into something, and you're planning on either presenting it or showing it or bringing it to the environment that you feel most comfortable in. And if that's not the environment that you're currently in, then this is that planning phase as well of you making a necessary shift. Yeah, there's competition here with the 5 of Wands. So you have a lot of different options, I feel like, in regards to career and where you could take this work that you have bled into, is what I'm hearing. That was so dramatic and so big, but that's what it feels like. You've really given your all to a project or something in secrecy, and people haven't been clear with you, and so you have decided not necessarily to be the most upfront with other people and to let them know that they have competitors, and you're planning on making a move if necessary. That's really what that feels like, especially with the go for it energy in Aries. You're meant to shine and illuminate in a new environment, and you're really just planning this exit strategy, it feels like. And this is a big change for you, and you fear it a little bit. But I can see that there's a lot more pleasure and enjoyment in new areas for you, as long as you are willing to face this fear, gain some new clarity, and make your move and find your freedom. One more, please, Spirit, for pile number 3. One more. Yeah, the King of Cups. It was at the bottom of the deck a few times while I was shuffling, and it really wanted to come out for you with control there. So you are finding a lot of control. You are really not handing it over to other people, because as I mentioned, I believe in the Swords card, you have not really had as much control as you would like in other positions. And maybe even in this one, you were promised, again, some role of authority, some role of control. And we can see that time and time again in different positions where people who bring a lot of hard work and dedication to their service gets overlooked the most. and get offered the least opportunity, the least brought upness, if that is the right word. And so I think you're absolutely consulting someone. They are helping you to step into your power, to step into your control, and to say, plan, make those next plans. Look where your work, your service, your projects will be the most appreciated and admired, and really know your worth as you are stepping into this new beginning. This is really a large message for quite a few piles of knowing your worth, knowing what you are worthy to accept and what you are worthy to change in your life, especially in regards to your professional life. So you're gaining a lot of control. You're feeling emotionally adequate to make such a decision, to make such a huge decision. Some of you could be dealing or battling with the fact that you weren't at a position for very long before realizing, like, oh, I think I may have made a mistake in accepting something, maybe out of fear, or especially if you were in a desperate time to find security. And so you're gaining wisdom, you're gaining emotional control, you are making the proper steps that you need in order to plan where is the next best step and move. I think you're doing a lot of soul searching with this hermit here as well, knowing like, okay, if I accepted this out of fear, if I did this out of fear, what does the opposite of that look? And is the opposite something that I'm really trying to go for? Am I trying not to be as fearful of what seems impossible, which is to have enjoyment, authority, pleasure, control, and just an abundant amount of freedom and creativity in my new position? Am I worthy of that? Do I believe in that? And am I going to actually take the actions and the steps that align with those beliefs and those feelings and those thoughts? You have Judgment at the bottom of the deck, which is telling me to remind you to not be so harsh on yourself. That saying, only God can judge me, is coming up, and I kind of want to break it down and dismantle it before moving into the next portion of your reading. Only God can judge me, but if you believe in a higher power that is compassionate and all-knowing of the human experience, then you know that there is no God here to judge us. It is here to simply flow us and move us through a life that is meant to be enjoyable. And you're not really witnessing that right now. And I feel like there are some existential questions that are coming up as well of like, if God is real, if God loves me, why am I in this position? Why am I in this situation? And if this is a question that you have been going back and forth with in your spirit and your mind, be comforted in knowing that God, the universe, and spirit itself does not do anything unintentionally or unnecessarily. There can be the utmost amount of profound clarity that you can find in one of the most challenging situations in your life. If you are willing to sit in that fear and question it, if you're willing to sit with feelings and question them, sit with thoughts and question what they are there for and how they are impacting you. Because you have clarity in reverse and you have fear upright. So that means that there is a channel that has been broken, and this is not for no reason. So this is going to be just the first brief outlook of a big change that is taking place in regards to your career. I'm going to now clear this energy for you, pile number 3, and then we're going to come back into your second portion to see what the second largest change is. I really do feel like this one is complete because we know what it is that will be happening and how you will be approaching it and working on it. Hopefully. So we're going to clear this energy and I'm going to come back with your second reading. Hello again, pile number 3. If you hear noise in the background, I'm still doing laundry, so that is what that is. But let's get into the second part of the reading that we are doing here for you, which is the next big changes that is happening in your career. And you have, wow, the 7 of Swords with deception. Okay, so a lot of Swords energy based on the last reading and this one right now. Deception. When I see the Seven of Swords, sometimes it can be in the form of self-deception, or sometimes it can be in the form of someone trying to deceive you. Either way, there is caution to be had. There's caution to be paid attention to, because we don't want to live a life of deception. We don't want to go along with what we're being fed, because that is the easiest way to be deceived without doing our own proper research, without looking to see what it is that people are trying to inform us with, trying to give to us. So there is some level of deception here within this second change. The first one was fear-based, and this one is around honesty, truth, clarity, transparency. And these things are missing when we are talking about deception. And I want to see more about who is on what end, how this is affecting you right now, how this is coming up in regards to the big change that's taking place. But I feel like you're ready to wake up. You're ready to not just necessarily follow someone's orders, but to find a path that works best for you and that makes you feel empowered. And again, not like you're just following along in some system or some cog of a system. So let's see what the astrology wants you to know about this change. Please, Spirit, on number 3, the second big change that is taking place in their career. Reading fine print is also what I'm hearing. Read the fine print. Ask questions like we talked about in the first part of your reading. Ask questions so that there is the utmost clarity and open channel of communication. You need that in order to make a decision, in order to make a choice. Pile number 3, please, Spirit. I'm going to pull it out. We'll do this one here. Aquarius, open up to change. New moon in Aquarius too. Okay, and then you also have at the bottom of the deck, leave the past behind. These feel very aligned, so we're going to keep on with this energy. What I am seeing here, you have a lot of mental stimulation. You have a lot of air energy. Again, Gemini, Libra, and Aquarius, and it is here for you, coming out very strongly in this new moon energy. There is change that you are being called to open up to, and you just don't have the full picture yet. Again, I think this is why you are consulting this reading. You are here because you want to get more clarity around the unclear and around what you feel more uncertain about. But Spirit is saying you have to open yourself up. You have to be willing to say, no matter the outcome, I welcome in this change. And it did. It changed things for me in the way that I can appreciate now, because things are no longer the same. And if I wanted things to be the same, I would not have asked for the change that is now coming into my life. I feel like there's something that you just wanted to shake and open up, dust off, get some stagnant energy off of. You wanted change. And you didn't know how it was going to reach you. You were unsure about how you would handle change, how you would step into change and feel comfortable doing this. But there's something here about leaving the past behind, because that is not, you're trying not to repeat cycles. You're trying to step out of that cyclical behavior of, again, accepting without necessarily knowing what it is that you're accepting. And so you're open to change in a different way, because in this change, you feel more aware, you feel more responsible, you feel more capable of reading the fine print, looking at the details, and really not letting one slide one over, because you just weren't prepared to ask questions. I feel like this is a large part of the change that you are facing, a large part of the past that you are leaving behind, where you're stepping into workplaces or projects or, professional spaces with a new mindset of, I'm coming here to get all the details. I'm coming here to get all the information. I'm not going to leave any information behind, even if it may seem useless, or even if this person is trying to tell me that it is useless for me to gain this knowledge or this information. I'm gaining it for myself. I'm gaining it for clarity, and I will not be deceived. I think this is a very big change that is taking place in your life professionally. You are not willing to be deceived. You're not willing to accept the bare minimum. You're not willing to go along with change that does not feel in line to your morals and your goals. And I feel that you are you're holding on to this change, to the promise of the after effects of this change. Let's see what else. Too many. Inner child and invite help. We're going to keep shuffling now. Why is this energy here, please, Spirit, for pile number 3? Why is Aquarius energy here? What are they opening up to? Pile number 3. Pile number 3, please, Spirit. Okay. Inner power, yes, and loss at the bottom of the deck. Yeah. This is what it will feel like. Sometimes you learn true offering through loss. You make a passionate invitation for love to take over and bring her own plan instead of the ego's. Okay. So you had a plan. We have seen that in the first portion of your reading. You have a plan. This is not to say that the plan will fall through, because then I feel like you would question, like, what was the point? I think this loss is separate. I think you are going to be grieving what you move away from. You're going to be grieving what you are having to let go of. And I have seen this in another pile where you thought this was a long-lasting outcome. You thought that something here was meant to last forever. And I mentioned in that pile also that nothing is permanent. Nothing is forever. Natural life cycles show us this, that things come and they go. And loss is bringing you closer towards living, if that makes any sense at all. Pile number 3 is like you're losing something in order to regain, in order to fill up, in order to rebirth something. And so you're asking for the universe's help. You're asking for the universe to take over, to bring in the change, and to really prepare you for it, to ground you in the fact that things change and that things are meant to change. And especially with this leave the past behind, there is something dissolving in your life, in your professional life, that you are being called to ask. You're called to and asked to let go of. Inner power, give me the courage and the power to do what must be done. I hadn't even seen the card yet, but you are asking for this strength to do what must be done. You know that it's time. And again, whether it is leaving a career, taking a new position, dissolving a contract because the terms no longer agree with what you're trying to build or who you're trying to be professionally or within a workplace. There's something that you are having to let go. You're having to take it as a loss. You're having to mourn it and grieve the ending of something. But you will have the strength in order to do so. This feels like Leo energy again, which, I'm feeling like your reading specifically have this mirroring zodiacs. Leo is directly across the zodiac from Aquarius. So especially with this being a new moon, that would have to mean that the sun is in Leo and the moon is in Aquarius, which makes this new moon energy. And it feels so aligned to your reading, where you are, especially because we had the solar energy come out for the last card in your reading, you're being called to shine and to step forth into your inner power. And it may feel as if it's casting a shadow in some ways of you stepping into this embodiment of your power, your inner essence. But it is casting a shadow in order to cleanse the energy, it feels like almost. What does a new moon do? When the moon disappears, it shrouds things in darkness, and we are meant to navigate through this darkness intentionally so that we can build our faith and our courage. And that is what you're doing here. You're like, I'm just going to shine my light anyway. And I don't really know, why it may be so offensive. I don't really know why I am not being received well when I'm trying to show up in my authentic humanity. But I will continue to do that. And the actions of others, the reactions of others, will help me to make a definitive and a solid choice on, is this the environment for me, or does this environment weaken my essence? Does it weaken me as a person, as a human, in order to uplift the collective? And there's a balance of individualism versus collectivism, and being collective minded and really unifying and building up what exists, what already exists between us as humans. I hope this is making sense. There's an environment here that is supposed to encourage you to stand out and be your unique self, but also to continue to uplift the collective, to strengthen the collective, to build the collective. And you are open to this change. Like, you don't want it to always just be about you. You want to be able to offer something. And that's what we felt with the service, the hermit energy of being of service. You want to offer certain gifts and skills and talents, but it has to be received well. It has to be utilized well, not, against the collective, but for the collective. And you're trying to find this perfect balance. You're trying to find this perfect existence. And you have battled with feeling as if it does not exist, and that some people should just be happy with the careers that they have. And just be happy with the fact that they are able to make a living in some way. And I think you're done with that type of mindset, because that doesn't feel like true living to you. So let's see what else. Let's see what else is taking place in this second big change taking place in your career. There's going to be a lot of conversations with the swords energy so prominent in your reading. A lot of conversations. A lot of people will be using words, maybe even using words they don't really know the true definition or meaning behind. And you are going to have to sort through all the bullshit that someone is trying to offer you with the Seven of Swords. You're going to have to sort through it, channeling that inner power, that inner strength, and to say, your words sound promising, they sound nice, but here's where they fall through. And here's where change does not happen when we are only communicating about it versus actually taking the actions and steps to initiate change. You have horizon and resilience. I am going to keep shuffling because I need just one energy for pile number 3, please, Spirit. One energy, one card for the big change that is taking place in their career right now. I might actually have to pull this one out. Okay. Yeah, and also, even with the fact of I've had to pull a lot of your cards rather than them flying out, it's don't be afraid to go in and dig for the answers. Disturb the system a little bit if you must with the Aquarius energy here. Of course, don't do anything of harmful initiation to other people, but just be curious, be open about your curiosity. Do not silence your curiosity, and see what information is readily provided to you and what information is being withheld, and ask, why is this information being withheld? If you do not want to give me this information, if you do not want to give me this knowledge, if you do not want to give me this clarity, I must go. Okay, so let's see what else is here for you, pile number 3. You have awakening, unfolding, epiphany, and release. You are absolutely in this middle phase, this middle ground here, and really awakening. Your third eye is highly activated here. We also have Pluto's energy all the way in the back. I hope you can see it. There's Pluto. And Pluto is the astrological symbol of change, transformation, and like deep transformation, profound transformation, and like dissolvement, which I also feel like we talked about as well. So dissolving contracts, or just the realization of the need to separate or to shed something and release and let go. And this is not, Pluto never brings us an easy transformation. It always takes an inner source of strength, an inner source of power, in order for us to accept this awakening, this understanding that, oh, aha, it is time for me to go. Like, oh, I have overstayed my welcome here, or they have made me feel as if I have overstayed my welcome. I'm asking too many questions. I'm getting too comfortable, and they do not like it. They're trying to shroud my ability to gain new knowledge, and I do not like it. There is something here that is unhealthy between me and this other connection that I must dissolve. I must dissolute. I must detach myself from. And this is a deep understanding and awakening that you're gaining. I feel like, especially because people don't really talk about what it's like to either lose or have to leave a job, and the uncertainty around that. And well, people do, they definitely talk about it when you are losing your job, but like when you have to leave is just as worse, because you are uprooting yourself intentionally. You are making a shift or a change that you weren't necessarily expecting. You weren't predicting it. It kind of just came out as like this is a necessity, and I have to be open to it, because I speak of transformation. I speak of change. I speak of things changing. And so I must honor that change. I must be honest about what is trying to unfold in my life right now. Ooh, and Capricorn energy again, supporting you at the bottom of the deck with the builder. You have discipline, practicality, and achievement. So you really are, you want to achieve, you want to strive. You're a very rigorous worker, very hard worker. You make things abundant after you have spent time going through and building something. Like people come to you to create new things, to build new structures, or to update the structures that already exist within companies. And, people aren't always aware with the Seven of Swords. They're not always aware of what they're asking for. And so you are taking this skill to somewhere where it is appreciated and valued. You're very practical. You achieve a lot. You achieve large milestones and goals, and it takes time. So you are someone who, I mentioned that you were in this position in the first part of your reading. I mentioned you being in a position not for a very long time because you had so much fire and air, but your resume says that you do have consistency. You do have the ability to build long-lasting connections and long-lasting systems and strategies within a workplace. It just has to be the right workplace. Like, you have to have the tools. Sometimes a Capricorn will make the tools that they need in order to continue on, but that can only last so long. You have to be gifted with something that is provided externally as well, to continue to make sure even your tools are up to date, even everything that you're trying to do is aligned. So you're finding somewhere with the right resources, with the right opportunities, with the right environment to help you stay steady in this skill that you have of being a builder and creating things. So let's see. What is here for you? Some of you may have or be a part of the generation of Pluto in Aquarius or Pluto in Capricorn, with these placements being what comes out for you right now. What else for pile number 3, please, Spirit? You had Venus that wanted to show itself, and lunar eclipse. And you also had the 12th house. I'm going to keep shuffling because I need a clear astrological energy for pile number 3, please, Spirit. Clear energy. Pile number 3. So many. Pile number 3, please, Spirit. Pile number 3. I might have to go in and pull it out again. Let's see. Yeah. Let's split the deck. Okay. 7th house. Yes. Love that. Partnership. Reliability. Receptivity. Alliances. I'm also hearing allies with the 7th house as well. But the 7th house, again, is an air house. So ruled by an air sign, Libra. And it talks about our partnerships and our connections. 7th house, 7 of Swords, very interesting because we talked about contracts, and that is definitely depicted within the 7th house astrologically. The 7th house shows us who our most ideal partners are, who we will work with on a more one-to-one basis, and what type of energy really invites that like comfortable aspect for you to be in partnership with other people or another person. The 7th house talks about harmony and what zodiacal energies you need to work through in order to create harmonious partnerships. Who's going to be that best reliable energy to work with professionally, but also personally as well. The 7th house can talk about contracts of all kinds, which can speak on marriages as well. So maybe a very few of you actually work with your partner, your life partner, or that is something that you're interested in. You'd love to have a partner that you can work creatively with and to build strong and unique foundations with. But the 7th house and the waning gibbous moon. So waning means that it is waning into fullness, I believe. I always end up getting this wrong. I'm like waning into fullness or waning into darkness. I always get it backwards. If I'm curious enough, I will look it up. But this is a transition. You are in a transition here. Again, in regards to trying to gain clarity around a situation and the choice that you have to make. The 7th house means that your partnerships are changing, and it's not a bad thing. It is something to kind of be a little bit excited about because this transformation is welcomed. Like when you start to see the new energies that are coming into your life based on the changes and the things that you have let go of, I think you are going to actually be quite happy because you're working with really honest people. They're honest upfront about their skills and abilities, their connections. They're honest about their workload and their ability to get things done as well. So you're not relying on dishonest people any longer. So let's see what the tarot wants you to know and what other deep details we can get in regards to this change. I think you're really going to be consulting your intuition. And we talked about, a person of authority with the Hierophant in the last spread being that person that you can rely on to help you to gain some new knowledge and information. But we also talked about you relying on your own intuition and your own third eye. And it's wide open right now, which is why it's kind of important to ground yourself and to prepare yourself for the information that you receive so that you are not being deceived by other people's empty promises or their lies. So I think with the Awakening card here, and Pluto is telling you to be prepared for all types of knowledge to reach you. And be open to questioning that knowledge and be open to saying no and saying, this doesn't resonate with me because it doesn't feel genuine and it doesn't feel authentic. You have the King of Pentacles. It's going to be very abundant time for you as you are doing this, because the King of Pentacles says, you know, I'm only going to invest in what feels right. I'm going to make smart choices. Again, smart investments. I'm going to build up my resources, and I'm going to make sure that I am not expelling more than I am receiving. This is a kingly way of handling your material life, your finances, and any like projects or goals. I'm going to give to the things that feed me, that replenish me, that restore me, that nurture me. I'm going to no longer be deceived and continue to give this output. That's why you are showing up as the King of Pentacles. No matter, you know, your energy, we don't look at the kings or the queens or the pages or the knights as gender, but as an essence or an energy of how you are showing up in your life. So the king is more authoritative, more commanding, more demanding, and they will absolutely achieve what it is that they are actively seeking. So in the first portion of your pile, the first portion of your change, you're feeling emotionally authoritative. No one can tell you or speak on your emotions more than you can. And in this portion of your reading, you're feeling very authoritative materially. No one can tell you what to do with your energy, your time, or your resources more than you can. You're showing up as a boss, as a manager, as someone who is in charge and absolutely can be that leadership person, even CEO, if some of you out there have your own business or this is what you're moving towards and you're finding that inner power. But either way, even if it's not as specific as entrepreneurship for you, pile number 3, this is saying that you have finally shed those fears from the past reading. You are finally looking at what has been trying to deceive you this whole time, again, whether it is yourself or another person, and it is really sitting you in your seat of power materially. So you have the resources for yourself to take the time to make a decision. You won't necessarily be rushing to the next step, because rushing is how you have been deceived before. So I feel like you are in a similar instance of another pile where you're saving up, or you have had savings and you are relying on this for a short period of time, maybe, in order for you to pivot and make that next step. Let's see for pile number 3. Ooh, we have the Knight of Coins. Okay, so another earthly based tarot card here, which is a great thing to have in a career reading. This means that you have slowly or are slowly building your resources. You are, I don't want to say you're necessarily in the harvesting phase of something right now. You're tending to your seeds, and it's a slow, methodical, intentional type of process that you are activated in right now. So this be open to change. It's not swift. It's not going to happen all at once. It's a slow pace. It's an even pace type of movement. And it will start one by one, like with you hearing people say things and it not resonating as truth within you. And that will start to open up these epiphanies of greater experiences and greater possibilities. And you will start to move towards this change. This is a lifestyle change, it feels like, where I don't even see you switching industries. I see you taking, again, the knowledge that you have and really wanting it to be placed in a valuable environment and a valuable situation where you grow even stronger in this new position. So it's not like you're completely starting over with the King of Pentacles and the Knight of Pentacles. You're just slowly moving like at a snail's pace, slowly moving into this new atmosphere that feels almost still familiar to you, like you've been here forever, but you haven't. And it will make you feel comfortable. It will. You have, oh yeah, you have the Five of Cups, and it basically came out in reverse. So that's how I'm going to keep it, because that is beautiful, especially being right over the 7th house is telling me, like, you know, the things that have disappointed you in the past. You are absolutely leaving it in the past. You're not trying to bring these disappointments or expectations to new connections in your life, especially not professionally, because you know that everyone is different, especially if you're like, oh, you know, I worked with an air sign and it was terrible. Like the Gemini that I worked with could never get any tasks done, and they were so unreliable. And you're really not trying to bring that energy into new work environments with different people, because not everyone is the same and not everyone is cut from the same cloth. So you're trying to be more open-minded about connections and being connected to people and trusting people in the work environment to not disappoint you, but to just show up as themselves authentically, as you have been called to do as well. And that's difficult for everyone, because again, we're told to keep our personal and our professional separate, and we can do that. There are professional boundaries that need to be had, but we are not meant to leave our essence or our personalities or our, you know, even our worries just at the door, just for us to pick them back up on the way out of work, and adding our work troubles to our personal troubles and bringing it all home anyway. So I feel like there's this like, and that feels like that was a very specific issue for you in regards to you having to leave your humanness at the door, and everyone else too, which made for a lot of emotionality that was repressed and hidden, which again, not the kind of work environment that you're looking for. You want your connections to be deep. You want to know that you're not working with strangers, but you also want to have boundaries. And those things are being built for you actively as you are transitioning. The Hermit, yet again. So each of these changes that is taking place within your career will be surrounded, you know, or will surround you having moments of solitude and introspective, like, time to yourself. Really to ask yourself, within this state of isolation, where does my power stem from? Where have I been disconnected from my power? Really asking yourself difficult questions, and these questions are introducing this awakening, it feels like, because you're doing a lot of this plutonic, like, letting go, releasing, again, to yourself. You're not talking about it with everyone. I'm not sure who you were talking about it with, pile number 3, but there are these huge changes that you would like to initiate in your life, and I feel like you just feel like you're not supported, and you are your biggest support. And that may be true. That may only be halfway true, because everyone will have a unique instance in their life, but you are finding a lot of answers within self, and that is how it has been for you for some time. I feel like those came out so specifically. You have the 9 of Pentacles at the bottom of the deck. So beautiful. That is support. That is the resources that you've been looking for. It's what you've been looking for here, with all this Capricorn and Earth energy. You have the Fool in reverse and Temperance in reverse. So something will seem out of balance in the near future. Within this change, you have 3 major arcana. And these 2 specifically wanted to come out together, and I'm going to read them together because this new beginning is not going to be initiated how you want it to. Pile number 3, it's important for me to let you know this so that you are not thrown off or that you feel as if this new beginning has been tampered with, because it has not. I feel like you are going to be exiting a situation not in the most ideal manner, not in the most ideal way, because it may be that your mind has gotten to the point of distress where you are now making moves that feel rash, or like just like it's coming out of nowhere, but it absolutely is not coming out of nowhere. You have been sensing that it's time for a change, and it may be that you were waiting for something. You were waiting for a sign for this change to be a good idea, and now it kind of just has to happen. And you're asking to be open because there is an abundant next step. But again, what you are leaving behind, which is a lot of past energy, a lot of loss and release, a lot of, again, grieving or mourning something. What you are leaving behind is deeply attached to fear, like we saw in the first portion of your reading. And especially when things have gotten to the point of fear or stagnancy or hardship, it just makes it that much more uncomfortable to leave. I feel like there's just something uncomfortable where you're like, enjoyment and pleasure is promised to you once this change is initiated, but the journey through that change, the journey through that transformation is somewhat difficult for you. The change itself, the dissolution, the breaking apart, the dissolvement of whatever agreement or contract this is here, that whole process itself is not enjoyable to you. And again, it does feel like a loss. And I feel like sometime afterwards, you will see your foundation again. It's like the dust will clear from things transforming and falling and breaking apart as they need to. And once the dust settles, you will start to see the beginning of your foundation again. Not as much was destroyed as you thought. All hope is not lost, is what I'm hearing. And with that, you find the strength to build again, because you absolutely know why it was dissolved in the first place. You weren't balanced there. You weren't happy there. You weren't able to create your heart's desire. You didn't feel strong there. You didn't really know who you were with this last experience professionally. And so now I think you're looking forward to really regaining knowledge of yourself. Again, not just professionally, because the two are very rarely separated so easily, your professional self and your personal self. And so you're really getting in contact with that again, with joy again, with being in connection to other people again, and building towards a possible future with other people. You're over feeling isolated and like an outsider. You want to be able to find that harmonious and aligned community of space, workspace, whatever it is, so that you can shine. And so I see that this is a big change that is taking place for you right now. This is the second big change that is taking place in your career. I hope that it has resonated. I hope that this is still in track for the changes that you sense and intuitively feel in your professional life right now. I'm going to clear this energy, and we're going to come back with the third and final portion of the reading, which is looking at all the big changes happening in your career right now. And yeah, let's get right back into it. Hello, pal number 3. Welcome back to the final portion of your reading. It is a new day for me, but hopefully it is still the same day for you. And I'm just going to hop back into the reading and see what is the final and biggest change that is taking place in your career right now. So you have curiosity with the Page of Swords here. And one thing that I realized or remembered while going through the rest of your other 2 readings, excuse me, is that you had every single card being a sword card for you in regards to the changes that are taking place within your career. And before I, jump into this reading fully and completely, I just want to point out that means that there's a lot of mental activation going on for you. And a lot of it is stemming around your curiosity. You're wanting to learn about what it is like to work in a calm and balanced mental space. You're curious about what it feels like to not be overwhelmed or overstimulated by your work, and simply just being able to have enjoyable moments, and not carry so much weight or memory with you based on your experiences professionally. There's something here that is saying that there's a lot sitting in your mind, there's a lot sitting with you, and you're kind of just curious on like how to release. We talked about fear, and I believe we also talked about disappointment as well within all the Swords energy. And I just find that you are looking for ways to pivot. You're looking for ways to change what needs to be changed and to, again, remove whatever blockages that you may be facing or feeling at this time. So I'm going to look through the Oracle and see what messages I can find for you in regards to this last and final change around your career. For pile number 3, please, Spirit, why is curiosity here? Why is the Page of Swords here? You have 3 pop out. You have the Peacekeeper with Libra energy, and we also have karmic lessons here, which also feels like it's connected to Libra, but I'm going to keep shuffling and see if I can get 1 card, please, Spirit, for pile number 3. Some of you with this curiosity card may still be working somewhere or employed somewhere, and you have been curious about another position within the company, and for some reason that is standing out to me to say, is it the company that you want to expand in, or is it the field that you are in that you want to expand in? And really, Spirit wanting you to ask yourself, what are the differences between the 2 energies, and which are you leaning more towards? Which do you feel more guided towards? I just need 1 card, please, Spirit. 1 card. All right. You have materialization, creativity, adaptability, and pleasure. And so this came out for one other group, and I think it's essential. It's an essential energy for what we are talking about today. And I feel like just in life in general, of like having pleasure, having our desires, having our wants materialize in our life. Again, based on choices and decisions that we've made in order to affirm those choices and decisions. So you're very curious, and you have awareness at the bottom of the deck with stillness, non-action, and truth. There's something here that you don't need to act on right now. And of course it is all around and surrounded by your career. And I think there's other things that you're waiting to materialize first before you even feel called to take certain actions. But materialization here, you are very curious about certain synchronicities or signs that you're perceiving or seeing and trying to deconstruct and make sense of. Because while some of you may be very eager to leave the position that you're at right now, and you're seeing signs that this is the case, that this is something you're ready for, that this is something that you absolutely have the ability to prepare for, there is this certain level of adaptability that needs to be assumed first. It feels like it's like you have to get more into the flow of your curiosity instead of really like shutting yourself down or shutting your questions off or telling yourself that something doesn't make sense. Or even, telling, some of you may struggle with telling yourself that certain ideas or thoughts about new career paths or new initiations or things of that nature is stupid. And that is not the case. It's not the case. We all have these like preconceived ideas around A, what makes a person professional, and B, what does a real career look like? What does it how does it provide for you in all of the ways that either matter to you or don't, like in real life? And what I'm trying to say through this is like, you have all of these ideas that you're needing to observe and study and say, why do I believe in this? Why do I believe in it so strongly? And how is it keeping me from adapting to a new reality? The thing that I say that I would like, the thing that I say that I want. And so you're growing in awareness with this. You're observing yourself so strongly. And I think you are gaining pleasure from it because we have pleasure here. So not only is this more of an energy of what you're seeking, but you're gaining it simply by knowing more about yourself through this process. Something about it is pleasing to you. You're pleased to know that, you're pleased to know that the wool is not completely covered over your eyes or something like that. Like you have this knowing or seeing ability. You have Scorpio and Pisces. I'm going to keep shuffling. I need one clear card for you. But yes, so you're being called into stillness. You're being called to be curious and to sit down with your curiosity and not move from one thing to another, but just to be with your curiosity and to learn as much as you can from this stage that you're in as possible about something. Very curious about what this could be for you. Pound number 3, please, Spirit. Pound number 3. Okay, first quarter moon in Gemini. Speak your world into being. Yes. And so, this card is reminding me, especially with the Page of Swords here and materialization, that is literally speaking your world into being, can be considered as materialization. And what it makes me think of is like, be careful with your words. Be careful with the things that you are saying because they have the power to become your reality. I've been hearing it being said a lot lately, and so I'm going to share it with you in case you haven't heard it as frequently as I have been hearing it. Pile number 3, but I've been hearing people, spiritualists or people in the community saying, first of all, be patient with yourself. But when it comes to speaking things in existence, be concise with what it is that you would like. Be clear. Ensure that you are speaking from not only a level of desire, but of gratitude as well. Having that kind of balance of I'm grateful for all that I have and I'm grateful for all that I am able to receive. Because you're speaking that also into existence. It may not physically be here already in your 3D, but you are speaking it into existence, and you have to be doing that through a clear mind or everything that you speak will have the opportunity to materialize. And that's not necessarily what you want. So with this awareness of yourself, I think you are deeply observing yourself and the things that you say, and also trying to like retrain or relearn with the page here what it means to truly speak like divinity over your life, to truly speak harmony over your life, and what that actually looks like versus what you have been aiming or trying to do. And yes, full moon in Capricorn, take a reality check. This is a part of the reality check that you are taking right now, and saying, you know, I thought that I was manifesting or materializing through my most compassionate self, and every phase that I have taken, or every step that I've taken thus far, has shown me that yes, that is true. A part of it is true. That's also what I'm like feeling so deeply with this Gemini energy. Nothing is truly ever either or. So you were approaching this process of, you know, this new phase in your career with optimism and hope. And that's the previous statement that I have made is not saying otherwise. It's saying, how can you bring more, even more of that energy in with even more of an awareness, an understanding, a knowing that you can, that there's much more that can be released in order for you to speak authentic, what's the word? It's not authentic reality. Like, you can speak authentically to what it is that you desire and want out of a career and out of life as well. So I feel like you're doing a lot of analyzing and observing, a lot of swords energy, a lot of air energy here, telling me that this is a very analytical time for you, observing yourself in different atmospheres, but also just by yourself, and what it is that you silently say that you desire internally, and how it is that you approach it in your external world. So let's see. Pile number 3, please, Spirit. Oh, too many. So we have humility that came out. And we also have deepening. I'm going to, because they both showed themselves, I'm going to keep shuffling just to make sure that I have one clear reading, one clear card for you. Pile number 3. Please, Spirit. And if I haven't already mentioned this in the other 2 portions of your reading, I feel like you are strongly in this phase of asking a lot of questions. And I feel like it probably was your reading that I mentioned that in, but you're asking a lot of questions. You're very curious. You really just want to know. Like, you really just want to know what is the best way for you to detach, honestly. And with detachment, you finally feel whole inside, with or without the fulfillment of a particular desire. Ironically, that's often when it's fulfilled. So it's something here that, yes, you strongly desire. And we were talking about desiring things and how to take action. And this is a part of the non-action, actually. It is to be detached. And once you know what goal it is that you have in mind, once you know how to actually speak about the goal that you have in mind to an accurate enough description, so that you know that, you know, what I say is what I truly desire, is what I truly want, and not what I have thought that I've wanted, not where I thought that I belonged, you can actually just end up letting it go and then letting it come to you. I'm also just seeing the visualization of, you know, what you chase runs, and what you're chasing after runs away from you, because that is the energy that you are bringing it. But if you if you go forward with this detached mindset and saying, you know, I'm very curious about it. I'm very curious about how I want this aspect of my career to unfold, or how I want this, you know, part of myself to unfold within my career. Excuse the noise in the background, pile number 3. They are now going to be doing the trash. False alarm, no trash. So yes, just the visualization of like you running towards something and it running away from you because you are so desperate to have it. And again, through desperation, we sometimes speak things over ourselves that we don't actually want and that won't actually bring us what we are looking for, which is to feel whole inside and to feel fulfillment. And so you are reaching this through detachment. You're probably thinking, you know, that is the most absurd thing. I just don't understand. Like, why would I be detached just for it to leave me and go away? And it's like, there's also the saying of what is meant to be. What is yours will never leave you. It will always find you again, no matter how detached, no matter how far of a distance you travel from that desire and or that goal. If it's meant to be in your life, it absolutely will be. And so you have to face those fears around that detachment, because we also just live in a society that tells us if we are detached, we cannot receive. If we are detached from society, if we are detached from social media, if we are not like completely 100% on and active, then we will not receive the blessings that should naturally come to us. And that is not a real reality. It's not a real reality. Does social media help if you have an online business? Yes. Does it guarantee you success? No. So is it an absolute must? No, it is not. It is just something that you can use as a tool to elevate your brand, to elevate whatever it is that needs to be elevated. And this is just an example, of course. But there is this, like, you have to detach, you have to pull yourself away. And in the midst of that space in between you and your desire, you speak to it as if it already belongs to you, as if it already belongs with you in your atmosphere. That was a big message. At the bottom of the deck, you have change. When the ego finally sees the utter madness of trying to control everything, you come to a sacred crossroads in your own evolution. So I do see you at a crossroad or coming to one very soon with this change card here. It is telling you, you know, change is not only inevitable, but when you try to control less with a detached manner, with a detached style, things start to occur through just natural evolution. And that's what we've been talking about this whole time. So I think you're really trying to embrace change, trying to not only hear the word and say, oh, I'm open to change, but like to know it also, to know that you are interested in things being different, but in a way that matters this time, if that makes sense. You have the waning crescent moon, and between waning and waxing, I always get them confused. So this time I'm going to actually check the book. I'm going to check the book and see what your message is for you directly in regards to the waning moon. But I believe this is waning into fullness. I'm going to check. The moon is waning into fullness because the moon goes from dark to light, new moon to full moon. And in between, it has those different phases astrologically. So I want to find out deeply what it means for you. But at the bottom of the deck, you also have the new moon. So let's see what this means for you. Okay, so yes, very interesting, because the waning crescent moon means that this is the last moon phase before the actual new moon, okay? So it is moving this way into darkness. And what this card states and symbolizes is really just an echo of what we've been talking about so strongly, especially with the awareness and the stillness and non-action that is taking place in your life. There is literally nothing for you to force or to try to make happen. Right now in your career specifically is a time of rest, for you to handle more of the unknowns that are going to continue to take place, not only in life, but of course in your career as well. And these are not unknowns meant to cause you fear or even greater fear, because we know that this is something that you are strongly battling with right now, especially because you are in this darkness period. You have just not a lot of clarity around your career. You want to know more. You want to know where you're headed and what direction you're being sent in specifically. And right now, your spirit guides are telling you, yes, what you sense is correct. We're sending you somewhere. We're preparing you for something. But it's not as if you have all of the information right now. You kind of just have to sit in the darkness and feel your curiosity around why this is such an important phase or stage for you, and detach from your desires in a healthy manner that keeps you actively looking to succeed or achieve, but also keeps you from trying to dig up something before it has had a chance to root and grow healthily and strongly. So the new moon energy here and the waning crescent moon energy here is just telling you, and again reiterating, that this is your moment of pause, that this is your time to take a break or to take a step back from something and to say, I've been hustling, I've been grinding, I've been going after this. Is this something that I really want? Is this what I said I desired? Or is this just a version of what I said I desired? And now it is time to, again, pivot. So let's see. What more details can I get for pile number 3, please, Spirit? Because I'm very curious to know how this energy is taking place for you, how it's playing out, how you will, what's the word? How will you make out in regards to this, it feels almost like hermit mode energy as well, of just like resting, pausing, allowing things to move through you and to come to you. Pile number 3, please, Spirit. What is your message? Ooh, you have the moon, of course. Of course you have the moon. So you have some really deep fears around just not having enough clarity in regards to your work situation or your career, your professional life in general. And these deep fears, your spirit guides are asking you to observe, to question, to sit with. There's also this duality that I see here. In the moon card, we have this yin yang energy, but also the duality of the Gemini energy here. So you've been again, not only at a crossroads, but it's like your road splits into just 2 roads. It's not as if there's like multiple ones, where it's either you're headed in this direction or you're headed away from that completely into another direction. And this brings a lot of feeling to you, a lot of feelings. And these feelings feel overwhelming and you feel attached to them deeply. As I was mentioning to another pile, and I'm not sure if it was this one or not, but as I was mentioning to another pile, there is this, like, we can't just completely keep our professional life separate. That's not real. That's not a real thing, because we're humans and we have personal lives outside of our jobs that affect us on a grand scale. And sometimes it is our professional life that affects our personal life on a grand scale. But it's really hard to keep those two separate, or keep them from blurring or just bleeding into one another. And so with this emotionality around this, very much so work-centered reading, I do see something here about your professional life bringing you discomfort emotionally, and how you have been trying to put your finger on it, quite possibly for some of you, as to what it is. Some of you already know. There's no question about it. But some of you are like, everything seems fine. Everything feels fine. Everything, yeah, everyday frustrations. That's life. I can't control other people or their actions, but there is something here about you wondering, like, why does it make me so emotional when I feel like there's miscommunication? Why do I feel so emotional when I feel like I'm not being heard, or when I feel like my thoughts are gathered up and I haven't been able to express them in the ways that I choose or in the ways that I need to? Why do I feel so bottled up? And what is beneath the surface? Like, what is this inside of me that tells me that I am not happy or unsatisfied in some way? And also the question of, why haven't you necessarily taken the time to not only observe, but to release and, again, detach, let go of, move away from? Does it feel safer to hold on to these emotions, to keep them so that you don't actually have to take action? I think you're glad about this non-action. You're glad that you don't have to make a decision just yet. But that's not always necessarily the easiest resolve either, because you do have to have that interrogative process before you even take the action. And sometimes that is what we are avoiding. The Knight of Pentacles here tells me slow and steady for you. Slow and steady in regards to growing things, slow and steady in regards to your emotional matters and uncovering certain feelings that you have let go adrift. The Knight of Pentacles talks about doing things slowly in all areas. So you may uncover a lot, or it's like, what is this? This actual like visual representation tells me like these are the steps and processes that you have taken through your professional life. Maybe, and I hope you can see where I'm pointing, but maybe some of you started a career, you've been there for a few years now, you've gathered all kind of accomplishments or whatever, achievements, and it's been slow and steady over time. And now, while you're not looking, you have more things opening up to you. And it's almost for some of you as if you don't want to let go of this progress that you have already made, knowing that you have more opportunities, and it's a bit fearful for you to branch out and to try something different. But I feel like, so what I'm trying to say is like a lot of you feel as if you have reached a peak in your career, and the pivot doesn't have to be quickly. Like, you don't have to, realize I've reached all the goals that I said I wanted to reach in regards to my career, and now I gotta go and do the next thing. It's like, no, sit in this awareness of what is coming up for you right now, especially in regards to how much you have grown. Look at the Empress at the bottom of the deck. Yes, especially how much you have grown. Sit with that. Nurture those feelings of gratitude, pride, relief, anxiety, even those anxieties of feeling like you have to have that next step figured out before you take it. Because it's like you can only be so prepared. You can only have so much set up for yourself. And if you do that methodically with the right kind of mindset of curiosity, open-mindedness, but also of like slow and steady so that you don't make any rash decisions. Knowing that with this, you will uncover much more than trying to go at a faster pace. Again, that this also coincides really well with speaking, what does it say? Speaking your world into being, because you again, what were we saying about speaking quickly or speaking hastily about what it is that you desire and want? When you take your time, when you speak slowly, you connect with that next thought, that next feeling more intimately, giving yourself that time to just pause in between. So I see that this is where you're at right now. You're at a pause in between, an in-between state of professionalism. And if I had my fingers free, I'd do the air quotes, but you're in this pause state of professionalism. Yeah. Meant to take a break and to mend what you have experienced from these past few years or past few experiences. You're meant to rest. And I mean, your cards are so precise. There's really no other recommendation from spirit, I should say, because the cards are so clear and they're moving you closer and closer to taking a break. Some of you may be taking vacation time or PTO or what did I hear? Severance, taking your severance and taking a moment, having a gap, a hiring gap before you go and look out for your next adventure. There's something here about giving your mind and your body the break that it needs because you have been working nonstop. And you have been working in roles that demand a lot of you. Yeah, Six of Pentacles in reverse. Yeah, it's in reverse. Six of Pentacles in reverse. You have been working nonstop. You've been giving. And I think now it's time for you there to be a return. The way that I'm seeing this visually is actually really beautiful because I see this as your hand giving to your job, to your work. And now this hand is flipping it back upside down. And while you may think, oh my gosh, that means that everything is scattered, everything is out of control, everything is falling now and collapsing back on top of me, it is not. There's this, again, energy of knowing that there's something supporting you, underneath you, waiting to help you catch what you have already put out, what you have already put in. Again, with time and effort, you have taken your time. You have been dedicated to something with the Knight of Pentacles here, and giving and giving and giving and giving. And it's no wonder that the Six of Pentacles is in reverse, because it's saying, you know, you really don't have that much more to give, honestly. The Four of Swords does not necessarily just directly pinpoint to burnout, but it is a symbol of tiredness. And tiredness is very close and very similar to burnout. So again, you're detaching in all different kinds of ways, not only for your mind and your body, but just to give yourself the ability to finally receive some of the good stuff that you have put out. So this is what this time is for. If you're wondering, you know, why do I need to rest? Why do I need to be in stillness? Why do I need to be slow? Why does it need to not be that I have my next thing ready and ready to go? It's because you need to start receiving. You need to start receiving. And that is also, again, a part of that materialization. Interesting. You have the Five of Cups and the Knight of Swords in reverse. This feels connected. So I might keep them both. Yeah, I'm going to keep them both. The Five of Swords tells me that you really don't like to hear this message of stillness. You really know, you really and truly know that if you were to be still, there would be a lot of emotions that come up for you with the Moon card here. And it's easier for you to be in action with the Knight of Swords being reversed. This person's running, taking off, going to save the next person, going to be of service to the next person. But in reverse, it's like he's running. You know how it feels like to run in a dream, and you're running and you're running and going nowhere? That's what the Knight of Swords is telling me right now. It's like you are going to try so hard to achieve. You're going to try so hard to make that next thing happen. And you may be a little bit disappointed because it's going to feel frustrating to you. You're not going to want to be in the energy of receiving it. And it feels funny for me to say that, but some people don't. Some people really just don't like to be in the energy of receiving because it makes them feel guilty. It makes them feel guilty because not everyone is able to receive. And that energy we know very, like, all too well. Not everyone is able to receive. So those who are able to, they struggle with guilt and imposter syndrome. And this Knight of Swords energy in reverse is not meant to make you question your purpose or meant to make you question your ability to be of service to other people. But again, there is things that Spirit is saying that you have to address and to be aware of and to sit with and to just sit with. Just to sit with it. Whatever comes up for you. At the bottom of the deck, you have the Three of Wands in reverse. So, and the Three of Swords underneath that. Yeah. So where you are wishing to adventure and to travel off to, it's like you're trying to look out and gain some more foresight. And unfortunately, with the Three of Wands being in reverse, it's just saying like things are partly cloudy right now, so you're not able to see to that next horizon, but you just don't know how close you are. Like you really have no idea how close you are to an actual desire or destination that you really want. Again, there is certain things that you have to do and not do in order to realize that and deepen your awareness around it. But Spirit is telling you, like, really just enjoy where you are right now, and not enjoy what career you're in right now, but where you are right now in a mental state, and where you are right now in your awareness, and where you want to be emotionally, because you may not feel like that right now currently. The Pentacles is saying that you are moving slowly and steady, but some things still feel unresolved for you emotionally. Some things still feel unrecognized for you, as in like just more awareness, deeper awareness of your attachment styles and why you attach to the things that you do, and being very curious about certain mannerisms is also something that is coming up. Like being curious about your desire to materialize for, let's say, other people rather than for yourself, again, because of worthiness and shame. But that was just a brief example. I am now going to pull a few charms and roll the astro dice that we have here to see what energies are impacting you astrologically right now and symbolically. And that will be the conclusion of your reading. Okay, so let's see. Beautiful. Oh, of course. You have the sun, in Gemini. Big Gemini energy. You have it twice now. In the 5th house, which I absolutely love for you, pile number 3, and I will tell you why. Your creative expression is just absolutely transforming right now. Again, your careers or your professional lives in the past have not given you the most creative freedom. It has not made you feel the most expressive verbally or creatively. And you're a very creative person. You're actually very passionate about creativity and art and beautiful things. And I think you know that those fifth house things, of like art and passion and joy, are crucial in a professional life and a personal life. Like, you can't just turn your passionate side off when you are at work, just like you can't turn off being of service just because you are not at work, if that makes sense. So I think you're trying to really shine through, and show your more adaptable, more free flowing, more curious and intellectual sides creatively through your professional life, through your career. And I see this absolutely happening for you. Um, I see you shining, expressing, not really holding your tongue necessarily. Of course, not saying anything mean spirited, but definitely not holding your tongue. You won't be able to with Gemini in the fifth house. You're kind of just really passionate about what it is that you want to speak on. Let's see what charms you have. Interesting. I think you got the same charm twice, which is, I've never seen that before. But you literally got the cat charm twice with a completely different kind of cat charm a third time. So cats may be very, very significant to you. Cats are a symbol of independence. They are a symbol of ferocity, really going after what it is that you want, because that's what you do when you're independent. You don't necessarily wait on other people to tell you it's okay to get what you desire, and that is definitely the feline way. So you have a lot of cat energy. Cats may be symbolic to you as in like your spirit animal. And the white cat symbol, it just feels like white, of course, is symbolic with purity, or has been connected to the energy of purity. But I really think that it is also connected to authenticity, which I know I'm using that word a lot, but it's what it feels like it's connected to, of like showing up and not dimming your light, not being silent, because cats are very vocal, not being silent, and demanding either from yourself or your environment what you need, which is a little playfulness with the bike charm here. I see two people. I don't know if that's actually relevant to you or not in regards to your career, but I do see you wanting to play, wanting to have fun, wanting to explore an adventure. And again, you had the Three of Wands in reverse, so it feels like you are in timeout right now, but you are not. You are still free to explore and play, but Spirit is saying don't try to strive or achieve right now for a new goal or for anything new, really. Just really enjoy. Really, really, really try to enjoy what you have worked so hard for and what you have tried to make happen independently for some time now. Enjoy the phase that you're in right now. You also have, yes, the rocking horse. So things may, again, be going back and forth in energy. You may be going back and forth in your mind about something with the Gemini energy here on like, okay, is it time for me to do this? Is it time for me to do that? It is not time for you to do anything. It is time for you to be still, for you to really, like, even if you have to talk to yourself or journal it out, write it out, about what you're curious about, the next moves you want to make. It does something, I feel like, to write it out first. And even I feel like even in like society today, people will say, oh, writing is not essential if you don't take action. Like, your desires mean nothing if you don't go out and get them. And part of that is true. Absolutely. Sure. But another part of it is like, you can't just be aimless and start just striving and achieving for shit. You have to write it down, feel it, live in it, make sure this is the house for you that you want to live in for the next however long, and really then go and strive for it. And that's what we've been talking about this whole time. So I hope that message is not too repetitive for you, but just knowing that back and forth of, oh, I really want to make my desires happen. We'll live in it first and make sure that that's the one. You also have this little blue birdie here. And birds talk about communication, being little messengers, which is also that Gemini energy as well. The blue bird also reminds me of the Twitter symbol. So Twitter may be an important platform to you in regards to your career. And you may be seeing a lot of, just in general, a lot of reciprocal communication, receiving a lot of praise in regards to the social work that you are doing, and connecting people or communicating with people or giving people new ways to communicate or new ideas to talk about, new things to discuss. Even the Gemini energy talks about networking, connecting people. And with the harvest energy here through the charms with the pumpkin, I see that you're in a very abundant time. There is nothing lacking in your life, even if it is steady and slow paced. That doesn't mean that you are without in any way. And if you are feeling as if you are without, that means that you are putting out a lot and not allowing yourself to receive enough. That may just be one indicator as to why you are feeling like you are without right now, other than, of course, the obvious reason of capitalism and us all feeling like we don't have enough, even though we are surrounded by abundance. So yes, pile number 3, I believe that this is the conclusion of your reading. I went in depth. I went all the way in. I hope that you made it to the end of this reading. If you did, please give it a big thumbs up. I would greatly appreciate it. I would also love to hear how this transformation is happening or taking place in your career right now and how you're handling it, if you are handling it at all. Pile number 3, and I would love to see you in another reading. Peace. Hello, group 4. Welcome to your reading. You chose the beautiful citrine point, and that is so gorgeous. Very bright, inspirational, energetic energy through this crystal. So I'm very curious to see what your message is. I'm going to put it right here to the side. And we are going to get right into the message. As I mentioned at the beginning in the Pick a Piles portion, there are 3 different readings that you're going to be receiving today. So just sit back and relax and, try to absorb as much of the message as you possibly can. It is a lot of information that I'm sharing, and you can always make sure to come back and watch this again if you feel as if there are changes that are going to be progressing slowly in your life. But before we get into all of that, let's look at the first card that I have for you in regards to the next big change happening in your career. Oh, you have the King of Wands with leadership, which, yes, I felt that fiery energy within the yellow citrine, and the King of Wands it pairs with that very perfectly. So you could be a fire sign or have fire placements in your natal chart. The King of Wands tells me that one of the most noticeable and largest changes that is taking place in your career right now or in the near future is you taking on a more leadership position. And so the King of Wands is known to be not necessarily the type of leader or person in command that is hard to follow or that makes it impossible to want to follow them. A fire sign can be a little on the bossier side, but sometimes it can be played off as, what is the word? Not even just playful, but like lighthearted, not taking the situation so seriously, where you know that you have responsibilities to do and to get done, but you aren't so hard on your team members or hard on the people around you supporting you to make this leadership role, manifest. So the King of Wands is definitely your energy, period. I just feel it. I feel like Spirit is saying, and your spirit guides are strongly saying, this person is going to be elevating into a leadership position. What does this mean for your career? It means that you will be guiding others, helping others, setting up systems for others, or managing and ensuring that systems are running smoothly for the whole. So it could be your company or someone else's. It could be any type of professional system or setting, but you are looking, or people are looking towards you to help make things manifest, come about, and they're looking for you for inspiration as well, because the wands is that fire energy. And sometimes with Earth, we look for practicality, we look for, structures, like physical systems that we know are working and that helps us to produce something or to make something manifest physically. But with the King of Wands, it's more of an energy. It's an energy that you hold, that people look to you for, that people admire you for, because especially in times of disruptance or something just not going as planned, because that happens all the time, you are the person to start shooting out solutions, not even just ideas, but like real life solutions. Like, okay, let's try this. Let's throw this at the wall. Okay, that didn't necessarily pan out how we thought. Let's try this. Let's throw this at the wall. It's I'm not giving up until the situation is completely out of flames, like completely done, with this leadership energy. And it's very inspiring to others. Yes, we always know that fire can tend to lead towards burnout quickly, and a little more sustainable to, or susceptible to, burnout energy. But there's something here in the King energy where it's balanced. It's like you're not going to go out of your way to dismantle yourself. It is the energy that you just naturally have to make something work, and to find solutions. I don't feel like you necessarily get burnt out too easily, because you just have that passion to be able to handle a lot. And that is not to encourage you to test the limits and to see how far you can go without reaching it. It's just to say, like, the natural energy that you carry is very much so capable of handling a lot of different things, maybe even all at once. So let's see what else the King of Wands has to tell you. Okay, equanimity, loving awareness, acceptance, and serenity. And you also have communication, which some of you might be in communications. That might be your field of work, where you're just networking and communicating with other people. But this is integrity, alignment, and expression. I'm going to put these both back because I just need one. But I do see that you are communicating and you are being received by your community on the things that you want to spark and ignite in others in regards to their own leadership qualities and how they can hold leadership over their lives, professionally or personally. So some of you may be coaches. What is the word? Coaches, like inspirational coaches, or life coach just seems so, what's the word? Life coach just seems so like obvious, because I think everyone nowadays are trying to aspire to help coach other people in life. And so I want to think of other things as well, not just that. But you definitely are here to do something to, again, inspire and lead. And it doesn't have to be in a technical sense either, because the wands, the fire energy, fire burns out of bounds. It's like it's hard to contain. So you're pretty much like like a very crafty, very, not even just hands-on, but like creative being. And you have the authority, the confidence, the pure natural talent and creativity to be looked at as a leader. This is something that may be a huge change for you in regards to like embodying this, stepping into it, not really doubting this King of Wands energy, because yes, you may do things naturally, but that is because you're so involved. You feel so deeply that within the creative process, like you feel in it when you're in it. And so when you step out of it and people are looking to you with this look of amazement because of what you are able to create or again inspire within other people, it puts you in this automatic like category of leadership. It is a natural energy that is stemming from you, that you have worked on in your personal life in regards to just creating, just to create, just to enjoy the process, just to say, you know, I had this idea and I made it happen. Wow. Yeah, the channeler with Aquarius energy here, or 11th house energy. Collective mission and understanding. You are very collective driven. I sensed it in the King of Wands. A king, you know, doesn't rule over a land with just him in it or them in it. A king is a ruler of nations, communities, collectives. And when someone is in authority and when they're really actually doing it right, they check in with the collective. They check in with the community and they continue to, what is the word? They continue to revise or adapt their mission to the needs of the collective. It is never about what the king wants. It should never be about what the king wants. It should be about what the king sees is a need within everyone. Because again, in true authority and leadership, a person will know that if their collective, if their community is not thriving, they are not thriving. They are not the best leader that they can be. And sometimes the ego gets in the way of that. And so with the channeler energy here, I think, especially because Aquarius is directly opposite of Leo, which is that really strong fiery energy that I feel from the King of Wands. I'm not sure traditionally which zodiac rules over this tarot card, but the connection I'm making along with the citrine, it feels like Leo, and Aquarius is directly across the zodiac wheel from Leo. And so this is a deep understanding that you are growing and knowing in as your crown becomes heavier, if that is what resonates for you, is that, you know, I have to check in. I have to tap into the pulse of the needs of the people who say that they admire or adore me, depending on what it is that you do, pile number 4. And so this is a huge change for you. You're starting to work with more people, I feel like, or different groups, more groups, expanding your network and your reach. Because we did have community in one of the cards that fell out. And so Aquarius is just on that broadband scale of the type of outreach and connectiveness that you are having with other people. And you're understanding that your approach to them as a listening, as a genuine, caring, and warm and welcoming energy, that you just naturally carry, you're recognizing that this is how you connect worlds together. You know, thinking about the history lessons of like traditional kings and emperors and rulers, the majority of them ruled out of fear and control and jealousy and bloodshed. And nothing much has really changed as we are speaking about this. But you as a leader, You want to have every movement be divine timing, divinely planned and supported by the universe, because it is coming from a very deep and empathic place, from your heart center with this King of Wands here, that you want everyone to be, to have access to their needs and to have access to, things happening for them. The Seeker with Sagittarius at the bottom of the deck says that you are just the type of person to go and help others get it as well. Wisdom, experience, and evolution is what guides you. That is why people admire you so much. You are very wise. Even if you have a youthful spirit, you are very wise to others just based on life experience, and the experience of a seeker always gathers knowledge. And that knowledge helps through their evolution. So you are evolving within your career. You're becoming, that person, that go-to person that has been doing this for a long time, and they're still passionate about it to this day. They're still passionate about making opportunities for their people, for their collective. You're that person, and you're going to be that person. This is how your career is going to evolve over time, just beyond like this major change that is taking place right now or maybe happening soon. This is what you're stepping into as the King of Wands, as the leader. And it's this energy, just with these cards out here alone, is very, very impactful. Your energy is very impactful. And you're meant to recognize this during this change. Pile number 4, please, Spirit. Pile number 4. Why is the King of Wands here? And this King of Wands is literally depicted with their eyes not actually staring straight forward. It's veered off to the side. You're the type of person who, even if it appears that you have your eyes on one thing, making one thing happen, making one stream of opportunity or accessibility happen for the collective, you also have your eye peered out for something else on the peripheral. Like you're always on guard. Spirit is saying that you can be at ease. You don't have to be on guard. You don't have to be watchful or mistrusting either, because the King of Wands, it's hard for someone to trust others. And when you have so much at risk, it feels like, because it's, again, not just about the king here. It's about the king and his country. And knowing and needing to know that they are all protected based on just the pure sincerity that is being built by you. You want to make sure that people are protected, because in this world, in this modern day and age, we know that it is tempting for the surrounding energy to see something good and to see quality and to see something being built up and to want to try to take it, to try to own it, to try to tear it down completely or change it. And so this is why you keep that side eye, because you are in your power as I am speaking to you, and you know what it means to be powerful. It means that someone else is going to want what you have, what you've worked your ass off to build, what you have spoken to God about, and you, the channeler, you have talked to God, you have talked to your spirit guides about, your desires for what you want to see exist in this world. And then you manifested it. You put yourself in this position of power, just again, off of pure will, creativity, and your sincerity for those around you. They have uplifted you into this authority position as well. And that is not lightly taken. And I know that you know this. And so with the ease card, it's easy for me to receive. It's easy for me to receive. It's easy for me to receive. So your spirit guides want you to repeat this. Like they want you to literally pause if you have to, or come back to it. Set it as a reminder. Write it down on a sticky note somewhere, whatever you have to do. Pile number 4, because I do see that this reading is it's going somewhere very specific. And if you're still here, if you still feel like it's resonating, I feel like it should resonate with you all the way through. Because as a king, as a provider, as the divine assigned pourer of blessings and life-giving opportunities, it is really easy for you to not pour yourself a cup. It is really easy for you to focus on the collective. So much so that even if the resources were to ever run slimly, you would make sure that everyone is good before you even have a taste of what it is that you're trying to provide for other people. That is a selfless act, absolutely. But I tell this to my wife all the time. It is a selfless act, but sometimes it can leave you depleted. It can leave you completely drained. It can leave you completely unresourced, as if it is not your job to be a resource. So sometimes you have to turn that cup. You have to turn it. You have to taste what it is that you're providing for other people. You have to give yourself a break, if that's what that means. You have to give yourself grace. And you have to remind yourself that it is easy for you to receive. You're standing right here in it, making it possible for a lot of people, helping a lot of people, connecting a lot of people to it. What is it? It is what you have been chosen to lead and to provide for your people. And you have to also partake. You have to partake. You also have trust at the bottom of the deck. Allow me, divine, to give you my deepest longings, trusting you to know exactly how to handle them. So this is how, I feel like this is how, you feel about life. It is delicate. And when you work so closely with people that, are in honest need of what it is that you are providing, whatever it is, pile number 4, whatever it is. Maybe it's your art. Maybe it's your vulnerability in the ways that you speak about inequity. Maybe it is anything that comes from your heart that you have felt the need to share with the world, and the world has received it and accepted it and said, yes, this is exactly what we need. Thank you for opening up your heart to us and giving us this. Spirit is saying, please trust me with it. Like, trust that this is absolutely, like, I hear you and I hear your longings. I hear what you need, what you want, and why you want it. I feel all the things you feel, the urges, the urgency that you feel. I feel all of those things. And there was something, I was shuffling your cards off camera, and the universe card or the world card flipped over. And I heard the saying that, the universe is with you. It is actively with you. And sometimes we think of the universe as this like nameless, faceless, just block of energy that's supposed to be working for our highest good, but we don't actually connect with it because we're so busy, we're so focused, we're so driven and ambitious. But the universe, your spirit guides, your ancestors, your energetic spiritual team hears and sees every urge and desire that you have. And they're asking you to give it to them with trust and knowing that they know exactly how to handle what it is that you desire and that you long for. So if that is more community funds in order to disperse to your community. The universe hears you. It hears you. It feels your desire to take care of people in a large scale need. And it is working. But there are many factors in this world that do not align with just the fact that there are barriers, there are systems, there are things that, the water has to flow through the cracks in order to reach the root. And there's a lot of cracks. There is. And it feels like there's just not enough water to go through, but there is. And I think this is a message for you to share with your collective, because what else does a leader do? They provide comfort in really uncertain times. They are supposed to provide comfort as an authority to look to and to say, even if everything is not perfect, even if everything's not completely fine right now, we are working towards not perfection. We are working towards a solution. And I think this is what you're doing as a leader. You are encouraging, inspiring, and uplifting your community to help them to learn more about their trust and the natural process of life as well. What else, please, Spirit? It feels like, this this career change for you isn't unexpected. You've been working towards this. You've been working. Oh, of course, more Aquarius energy. I love it. New moon in Aquarius, open up to change. And you are in this big career change. You're open to it, and that's why I felt like it wasn't unexpected to you, because you've been seeing it like on the horizon this whole time. You also have first quarter moon in Libra. Keep your heart open. And what this energy makes me think about is the fact that, in order to trust in the unknown, it makes us feel very vulnerable. And how do we communicate our vulnerabilities, again, from a seat of power or strength, to encourage everyone who can hear you that vulnerabilities and fear are a human natural state, and that it doesn't define the progress forward. Only you can define the progress forward. If you let fear capture you, then it will capture you, it will hold you hostage, it will stifle you. But if you open up yourself to different things, different ways, again, of solution, problem solving, finding the answer, finding a way, and sometimes just not even looking for a way as the seeker would, but being open to channeling a higher message of solution from a source outside of ourselves. Because we, as humans, we sometimes feel like we are the solution, we are the way. We will find the way because we are humans and we have this high intellectual machine of a mind guiding us. And it's not always that simple. Sometimes the simplest form is to let go and to let something else guide you that is deeply connected to your intuition. So keep your heart open, keep your mind open. This is something that is like a great big change for you in regards to your career. And I think it is because you are seeing results from it. You are seeing what it means to be open and how being open is helping you to receive exactly what it is that you asked. But you went about it in a much different way than I think that you even expected, which is an easy way. Life is not easy, no. But sometimes the solution to life, the solution to the things that happen in life, is more simple than we allow it to be. So in this new moon phase in Aquarius, you're going to have some really eccentric ways of thinking about life and your purpose, because I feel like our purpose can be our career. It doesn't have to be. That's definitely not 100%. But sometimes we just feel fulfilled based on what it is that we're doing in our work. Some people do just have that as their existence. Again, work is not everything, career is not everything, but I do see you having a higher purpose or a higher calling within your career. And so the more you open up to doing things a little bit differently, sometimes saying, I don't know, I'm not sure where that is coming from, but sometimes just saying, I don't know, I don't have the answer to that right now. Or I can sit with this question, and maybe something will come to me divinely if it is meant to. Just really switching up the way that you receive information and what you do with it. Also, is something that's coming up. So let's see. Pile number 4, please, Spirit. You have Mercury. Yes, you are a communicator. You definitely have some form of communication in regards to your career. I feel like it could be even like the fact that you didn't used to really connect with people in your other careers. You didn't communicate. You didn't have, even Mercury can represent like friendships, I'm feeling like. And you didn't have a lot of those in other career or workplaces either. But a big change that is happening is just how much you're talking, how much you're speaking, how much you are releasing information in the form of words and knowledge and wisdom. Mercury is that networking energy. It's on a smaller scale, I believe, than Aquarius, because Aquarius is here and there with the way that they communicate. It depends on what environment that they're in. But Mercury, the ruler of both Virgo and Gemini, says that you are not only very analytical and you bring this to your work, like you analyze a lot, you break down a lot of information, but you also disperse it. What is needed where? Who needs to know this? Who needs to see this? Who needs to meet who? Who needs to go here? Who needs to experience this? Who needs this? Who needs that? That's the job of Mercury. Mercury is the messenger. And so I see you doing this in a very passionate, fun-loving, creative way. Again, something that your community really admires you for. This is not necessarily just like a new development in your life, but I feel like you're doing something differently in the way that you speak and show up within your career. It's a big change. You're expressing yourself a lot more with the sun at the bottom of the deck. You're showing a little more of your identity, a little more of your, uniqueness, authenticity. You're not afraid to be seen, to be heard. You are not intimidated by others also being seen or heard. You believe everyone's voice is valid. That is where that welcoming energy is coming in as well with the sun. Again, another Leo leaning energy here. Very interesting. And so you're making this warm and welcoming and inviting place for people to share, not only to receive what you're sharing, but to share also. To share what they know, to share what they've experienced or seen, or like I'm hearing book recommendations, podcast recommendations, anything having to do with communication, networking, and sharing. It's very interesting. Change happening in your career. You have the Magician. Ooh. And the King of Pentacles. We were talking about other king energy. A lot of masculine energy. Lovers at the bottom of the deck. A lot of masculine energy, which means that you are in your yang spirit or your yang spirit, your yang energy, where you're going and you're making it happen. You are, again, taking messages, divine messages of, oh, I'm going to connect with this person today. Because what they're doing seems very aligned, very dope. It's not someone I'm normally reaching out to, connecting with, speaking to, sharing my story with. But I'm open to this change. I think it all starts with the thought here in the Magician, where you are saying, if I say I want to meet more people, more like-minded or like energetic people, and I want to have these new connections in my life, I have to be open to receive it, right? I have to think of it and say, I'm open to change within my communication and connections. I'm open to change within my network circles. And it is going to legit, as soon as you say it, as soon as you affirm it as something that's not silly to say out loud, like, I sound like such a kindergartner saying I want new friends or whatever. However, that inner voice critiques you and the way that you express your desires. Once you swiftly move through those thoughts and you get to the real root of I'm manifesting new networks and new opportunities and new connections to share with the collective. And can continue to speak over what it is that is your desire, that is your outcome to do. Because you remember I said the universe hears you, they hear everything that you say. So if you're saying out loud what it is that you want, what it is that you're actively manifesting, if you're asking and then you're actually open to receive it, watch how it changes your life. Again, sometimes the seeker doesn't have to go out and start digging. Sometimes you just have to sit with your desire. The King of Pentacles with power. What a beautiful change to have in regards to your career right now, including the fact that it is connected to the Magician and the King of Wands with leadership. You are in your power. You are in your seat of power. And I said it. You are in your seat of power. You are seated in it. You are rooted in it. It has almost just trickled through you, like this water here, where the universe heard you say that you are ready for more responsibilities, and they kind of just slowly poured it on you. Not too overwhelming. It wasn't like the water was a shock from being too cold or too hot. It felt just right for you to take on certain responsibilities, certain powers, certain leadership responsibilities. And this is a huge, I keep feeling like past tense. This was a huge moment for you because we are here at the King energy. We're not at the night where you work hard for it, you're on the ground, you're hustling for your power. You are sitting in your power as I speak to you. And what about this is a change? I think it's all about your perception. If you look back on all the things that you have spoken over your life, that you have desired and wanted for yourself, does it not look a lot like what you are sitting in today in this moment? I feel like within your career, you have achieved a great amount of success and recognition, and you feel proud of yourself because you know that there's no limitation There's no border or boundary holding you from making things happen and manifest. You have the Three of Wands with vision. It is because you do have an astounding amount of vision. And that's what I felt within just the leadership card of like you having a solution for damn near everything. And that's because you can envision not only where things go wrong, but you can envision a solution as well. You can look past what is troubling you in that moment in regards to something not being available or accessible. You look past that and then you see, well, there's a world of resources outside of this issue right here. So if I don't find the solution here where the issue occurred, I can find it anywhere. That is the seeker energy that I feel so strongly within you. There is this divine energy about you, pile number 4 specifically, where the channeler and the seeker are representing your duality so well. Because I feel like, especially, within the wands, that can be a very seeker-like energy. Even if you like reach your energy beyond your own physical body to seek a receptive energy to welcome into your auric field, if that makes sense. It's like you are definitely the seeker in the physical realm. You find those resources. You find the money for people who need, I keep hearing people who need funding, people who need resources, people who need jobs even. Because that is something that I feel that is so connected here. Housing, jobs, food, clothing, shelter, basic needs. I feel like you're out here, pile number 4, helping people receive their basic needs and have a decent life worth living. And this makes you feel powerful, not in the sense of ego, again, where it's like, oh, my chest is out because I've helped so many people. It's like you had this vision of peace and ease, and you just want to make it manifest. You just want to make it happen. And you really don't take no for an answer. You really don't take no for an answer. I feel like sometimes not even from your spirit guides. You have the 5 of Wands with competition. Such a beautiful 5 of Wands. It's like it holds a lot less tension, which I feel goes perfectly with this ease card, because you have a competitive side of you. We have all this fire energy. We know. You have a competitive side to you. That is, again, how do you think you got the power that you have? You didn't just lie down and let people tell you what to do. Like, you went and you got it and you competed for it and you came out on top, ahead, even if just by a centimeter or an inch. You know, this card imagery makes me think about horse racing. And how this is the horse that's going to win because this is the horse that came out in front. And I know that's probably like a terrible example to use in regards to like horse racing not being humane at all. But to me, that's what this energy feels like. And I feel like the only reason that you feel that you're even ahead in any sense, because it's like some people are in competitions all on their own. But the only reason that you feel like you are ahead is because you have been consulting with your spirit guides, like heavily. And they know that you have wanted to make so many things happen, so many things come true. And they have helped you make a lot of things come true. They really have. They've helped you manifest, I feel like, some of your most physical desires with this King of Pentacles here. Not only do you feel secure and authoritative energetically and spiritually, you feel it physically. You feel physically powerful, it feels like. Stable. healthy, growing. So some people are just simply in competition with themselves. But the Five of Wands does tell me that, you know, it doesn't have to be difficult. Like, you don't have to fight yourself in order to receive. You don't have to put yourself last. You don't have to fight. I think it just goes back to the belief of like, there's enough for everyone, including yourself. And that may be an internal struggle within you, that pull and pull, push and pull of it's okay to receive. It is okay for me to receive. It is okay for me to receive. I should not feel guilty about it. It should not tear me at odds like this. Just imagining myself receiving some of the things that I call basic necessities for other people. I provide them for other people, but sometimes I'm the last to give it to myself. That's what the Five of Wands feels like. So you're competing with yourself in that way, but everything else, I feel like there's nothing else that is a competition for you. And again, people are fighting with themselves or an imagined version of you, a projected version of you. You have the Nine of Cups with fulfillment, honey. This change here, I think this is all about your awareness, first of all. But this change, yeah, especially with the Three of Wands, it's about your awareness of your fulfillment right now. And how, you know, there is a burden, I think, sitting with you that is quite possibly a little separated from what you're feeling right now overall within your career. But the Nine of Cups says, you know, I feel fulfilled overall, regardless. I feel fulfilled. And I want to talk about it. I want to share in that with other people. I want to replenish people's hope or faith in the way that God works, in the way that the universe works. I don't want to boast. That's not, you know, the King of Wands. Well, no, I feel like the Knight of Wands, or maybe even the Page of Wands above anything else, could be very boastful about what it is that they are excited about and happy about. But the King knows, like, there's no need to brag on it. You see it. Let's just share in it. Like, you see that I have good taste in clothing. Let's share in that. Let me, you know, donate clothing to you, or whatever it is. Like, I'm really drawing a blank on what it is. I was thinking more so of, like, you know, yes, you see that my table is full of food and my refrigerator is stocked, and I have water for you. I have clean clothes for you. I have whatever it is you need, you know. Just come to me genuinely. Come to me authentically. Don't try to use me for what I have. Let's just share in this together. That's what I feel from that King of Wands energy and the Nine of Cups. And especially with the Five of Wands here, again, you're not looking to compete with anyone. You're not looking for tit for tat. You definitely want people who are with the same like-minded vision as you, like this overarching, like, let's start filling up some of these holes again of basic needs that are not being met by people who are actually in positions of authority or power within the government sense. Let's bring it into our own hands. And again, that has placed a little bit, of a burden on you, because you are one person. What do they say? You're one man, trying to do the work of many. And you don't need to have people who are not standing in their own authority around you, because it will feel like competitiveness. Oh, who can raise the most funds? Oh, who can donate the most? Who can network or connect the most? It's like, it's not a competition, and it's definitely not genuine when you do things out of that mindset. So you're really showing up and showing others how to be a leader by just staying in your own lane and knowing that you don't have to overly speak on what it is that you already know exists in your life. You just have to show up with what it is that you want to share and leave the rest for interpretation, honey. People will either be determined to misunderstand you or to take the time to try to understand your mission and your work. Either they'll get it or they won't, baby. But you're not going to spend this lifetime trying to, again, over-explain the vision. The vision is there. And it is making you fulfilled. It is filling up other people's cups, overflowing with opportunity and resource. And this is where your power is coming from in regards to your career, in regards to this change, because you know what it is that is your goal. You know what you're providing. You know what the vision is. You know what it is, honey. Pile number 4. This, wow, this is phenomenal. Like, this energy is so good. I believe that this is the conclusion of the first change, the first portion of your reading. I'm so excited to see what other energies are coming out for you. So I'm going to clear these cards. I'm going to shuffle off camera and then come back with the second portion, the second biggest change that is happening in your career right now. And we'll get into that reading. Welcome back, pile number 4. This is the second portion of your reading. And you have the 6 of Swords with transition. Okay. So, as you just saw, or as you saw in the last part of your reading, you had leadership, and now we have transition here. So I always see the 6 of Swords as us leaving behind a way of thinking, a way of existing based on our thoughts or our perception of the way that we should be existing. So you have some mental cloudiness, because we see that right before the 7 of Swords, when there's just like all this untruthfulness and dishonesty because we are trying to convince ourselves that this way of thinking works. It works for us. It's kept us safe this whole time. And while that may be true, some part of that may also be very restrictive or stifling to you in regards to the growth that you actually want to receive in this lifetime. So within your career, you are transitioning from a certain mindset, and it could be the mindset that keeps you from believing in your leadership abilities and qualifications. It could be any type of thought pattern that really keeps you stuck or hindered in your emotional state, I feel like, as well, because we see this boat on water, and of course we know that water is closely connected to our emotional state and our emotional way of being. So I feel like it could be the fact that our emotions are backing up our thoughts, and so they feel more valid, when in reality it is all about our perception, and everything that we perceive can be perceived in a different way. Everything that we experience can be perceived in the way that we experience it, or in a more detached way of perceiving it, if that makes sense. Pile number 4. So I'm gonna look and see, because I'm already so curious about what this transition will hold for you in regards to the next big change happening in your career. Quite a few, too many. We have shadow work, intuitive knowledge, and giving energy. Let's see what really wants to come out for you, pile number 4. It's again too many, 1 too many. Oh, we have abundance and karmic lesson. Very, very interesting. So I'm gonna shuffle one more time. I just need 1 card for pile number 4, please, Spirit. What is this transition that is taking place for them in regards to their career? Guide me, please, Spirit. I think I might have to pull one of these cards out for you, pile number 4, and see what this is. Let's see. One more good shuffle. And we're gonna split and see. Ooh, you have discernment. Yes. Choice, duality, and diligence. So, wow, there's a lot of discernment within this transition that you were taking in regards to your career. And why is this such a big change? I feel like you are feeling something full body. You're feeling something. That's what I feel like discernment feels like. It feels like you can feel it in your whole body when you are discerning something, whether you're discerning if something is for you or not. And so this full body feeling is what is guiding you through this transition. You also have inner child at the bottom of the deck with innocence, play, and reparenting. Very interesting when we had that fire energy all, throughout the first portion of your reading, which talks about that playfulness with the fire energy here. So you have it again supporting you, supporting your inner child, and welcoming you to play and reparent all of the innocence that you thought that you have lost during this time in regards to living a professional life and having a professional career. So this full body discernment that you are feeling that is leading you away from certain mental habits, thoughts, and just perceptions of the way that you exist within your career. I think this is one of the biggest signs that you will see happening as you are changing, as there are changes taking place within your career. This transition will definitely be more so intuitive for you. I don't see you actually necessarily physically moving anywhere, but of course take what resonates for whoever, because it may be likely for someone. But for the majority of the people who have chosen pile number 4, I see you transitioning from a way of being, from a way of existing, and in the way, again, that you perceive yourself. And this will be intuitive, this transition. You will intuitively start to hear your thoughts and hear that inner voice, that inner critic that I feel like we were talking about in that last pile as well. You will start to hear it and discern whether that is your own true voice or whether that has stemmed from an experience that has deeply impacted you and your inner child. So let's see. I'm going to do some divine abundance and see what other messages this has for you, this transition, this change in your life. I do feel like you have a lot of deep-rooted thoughts about what it means to have a career. The large majority of society is still in that 9-to-5 culture, which is fine. It's completely fine. It's more than fine. It is a necessity because those life experiences are just as valid as any other life experience, especially in regards to career. Everyone's not meant to be an entrepreneur. Everyone doesn't want to own their own business. Everyone doesn't want to do things outside of that societal box. And that is choice. That is completely by choice. But for you, yes, liberation. Yeah, the doubts and fears still come up. You don't believe anymore that they're you. I love that this was the last card to shuffle. I kind of want to put it out as your card, but I'm going to keep shuffling. But you are very much so interested in that liberating, free feeling, and that is not always allowed when you have a traditional work environment. So I see you either thinking back on a transition that you've literally already made to liberate yourself more freely in regards to your career, or you're thinking about what this liberation really and truly tastes like for you when you let go of certain doubts and fears, because some of you may already be liberated or freed from the work environments that you have discerned don't work best for you, but you're still in that mental 9-to-5 mindset of I have to either work a certain amount of hours, or what I produce, what I create is not necessarily thorough enough because I haven't spent as much time on it. I keep hearing just time, because when you're liberated, I think that you don't focus on the clock like you would normally do so. And that's just my perspective or my opinion, of course, because sometimes you can just get lost in your work depending on how passionate and how aligned it is with you and what you want to be doing. So in that sense, timing doesn't exist either. And I just feel like this is really what you're working towards, is like true autonomy and liberation. But let's see. What is their message for pile number 4, please, Spirit? What is the message? Thank you. Ooh, we have divine love. When you offer everything to the divine with detachment, you begin a love affair with Spirit. How beautiful. When you offer everything to the divine with detachment, you begin a love affair with Spirit. Yeah. And courage. Let me be open to courageously take the steps that are shown. This is all about that trusting energy from the last portion of your cards, where you again have been trusting the universe with your desires and your goals, and you're offering it over. You're saying, this is what I say I want, and it is not in my control how this comes about, but I am so in awe of your power. You're saying this to the universe, that I'm open to you bringing this to me whenever it is time, however it is meant to happen, in whatever shape and form that it is meant to come to me. I think this is a really courageous approach to you, because again, people with a traditional type of entrepreneurial approach, they have to have the statistics, they have to have all the I's dotted, T's crossed, and there's a lot that comes with that kind of control. Yes, it may function well, but how is that person in that leadership position, how are they doing? Yes, your business is doing well, but how are you doing? Personally, emotionally, spiritually, energetically, how are you doing? So I feel like you're courageously, you're taking the steps that are meant for you and that are shown to you, and that may not be an approach that other people have taken before. Especially if you see people doing something similar to you, but especially if you don't. And you're like, I have not seen anyone do what it is that I'm trying to do, which is to have this carefreeing type of youthful energy in regards to my career and again my professional life. I want my professional life to be so good that it feels like my personal life. Not only just like working with people who feel like family or who feel like friends, but this is the freedom to be and exist however you want to, because you are in control, because you are in charge, because you are the leader. This is more than just controlling how many hours you work. This is more than just controlling who you work with. It's the voice that you get to speak through your creations. It is, yes, also the people that you get to choose to work with or choose not to work with. It is the amount of innocence that you want to keep within your career, or the amount of risk that you want to take with it. You really having the flexibility and the autonomy, again, to play with your career and do a lot of the things that you thought were impossible to do in a professional setting. Because I think professionalism is shifting, it's changing, or trying to make it shift or change, as much as it can. Again, within the parameters of society, and what is constituted as legal, what is constituted as safe, what is constituted as non-harmful to other beings. I think you're really just trying to expand and play with what that means for you in your career. Before I start to shuffle, you have Speak Your World Into Being, first quarter moon in Gemini at the bottom of the deck. Lovely energy to support you as we start to shuffle. Just reminding you that you are the magician. You have the power. You have the ability to speak over your life. You have new moon in Scorpio with Go Deeper, and full moon in Gemini with Embrace the Flow of Life. I love Gemini and Scorpio together. But Go deeper with your career. Go deeper with your desires. Go deeper. Discern how deep is too deep in certain, again, professional settings with the Scorpio energy here. Discern how deep is too deep. Yes, but go deeper. And really, really dive into the secret, taboo things that people don't speak about. Again, because of the air of professionalism within certain environments. Embrace the flow of life, especially if you feel like you have been just like thrown into a situation brand new to you, and you feel like this is an intimate one-on-one situation for yourself that may not be replicated within your career, and you want to show up fully because you may only have this one time to really show up fully in an environment and to show yourself and to be vulnerable, be a little mysterious, but also open, and to really show and play on the sides of your character that you really enjoyed the most. Especially with the Six of Swords here, doing something different than you normally would in this type of setting. You also had be open to change in the last portion of your reading, so that goes along nicely as well. Embrace the flow of life. Embrace being maybe a little outspoken, maybe a little what's the word when it comes to Gemini, people will always say that they're quick-witted, or a little comical. Everything that people will say, in certain environments, it should be more professional. Again, that's not to say go and take what resonates. Of course, common sense is our greatest attribute as humans. So that doesn't mean to go streaking in front of a crowd full of people. That's very much so illegal, pile number 4. But I just felt like I didn't have to express that necessarily. So take what resonates, but be very much so open to change, and don't close yourself off before you have even had a chance to, of course, Aquarius, show your unique light. It's so funny that you have so much Aquarius energy showing up for you, pile number 4. You may have a lot of Aquarius energy in your natal chart, as we mentioned, or just like a lot of 11th house activations within your natal chart. But yeah, let's see. Pile number 4, please, Spirit. What other energy is here for pile number 4 as we hear a truck pass by? There's a truck. Oh, it is the trash can man. If you hear any noise, it's the trash can man. All right, pile number 4, please, Spirit. Yeah, you're meant to really explore yourself at this time in regards to like you being in this like middle no man's land. Because with transition, it's like you don't necessarily have a destination just yet. I like this. We have your ascendant here, or your rising sign. And I really like talking about the rising sign and having other people explain it to me in different ways than I've heard it being spoken about before. But the rising sign, or your ascendant, is really, it's the zodiac sign that was rising in the sky, because the earth turns on an axis, rising in the sky at the moment of your birth. So I like to think of it as your first breath, the beginning of you, the very start of your charts, and it's also the ways in which you perceive the world. So some people have described the ascendant, or your rising sign, as the vehicle in which you traverse or navigate the world, how you experience it. So, some people's cars, they drive a little more smoothly on certain roads, and some people's cars, they can't even drive on roads type of energy. So your rising sign determines a lot about how you will experience this lifetime and what you perceive the world to be like and how the world perceives you before even really getting to know you. Why is this showing up within this transition or this career change in your life? I believe there's something about you that is really switching up. So, excuse the noise, but it's maybe something that is really attention catching with that noise happening in the background and the ascendant coming out for you. Someone could be really drawn to the way that you look or the way that you seem to be really deep and emotionally aware of yourself. This ascendant rising, you could be a Scorpio rising, you could be an Aquarius rising also, or a Gemini rising. And the way that people are perceiving you right now is shifting and changing. So that's why I felt like it was important for the leadership card to come out first, because you're still getting used to that title. You're still getting used to showing up as an authority figure. And that is, I see another just big change for you in believing in this transition, believing in this new way of being, this new adaptation. And again, not letting it be filled with ego, but filled with a deep awareness of yourself and why you have come into this lifetime to be in this position of authority or leadership. You also have the 6th house, which is all about service and our service to our more so immediate community. Because after that, we have the 7th house with partnerships and of that nature. So the 6th house with all things work and health related. Daily routines and rituals as well exist within the 6th house. So the 6th house is the part of our chart that really holds a lot of Virgo qualities, because Virgo rules over the 6th house, and it tells us, it shows us what we tend to pay a lot of attention to in regards to details, in regards to our day-to-day, what draws our attention, what slows us down, what makes us process information in a methodical way, like breaking it down piece by piece, and what ways work best with that. So you could have, again, Scorpio over the 6th house, Gemini over the 6th house, or Aquarius over your 6th house. And this rising, I keep coming back to it. Something about you is changing so drastically that you are being received and perceived in a different way. And it's through this transition. So some of you very likely have transitioned in your career, and you're now taking on more responsibilities or leadership. Some of you have changed your career title, not only just taking on responsibilities, but also a new title as well. What else could the ascendant be representing? I think some of you are also just looking to see what next environment suits you best, because you're, again, in this middle passageway. So you're not yet at your destination, but you want to make sure that this next one feels really aligned and feels really good. And you want to make sure that you have discerned it well. So I think that makes you feel like you need to get in touch with yourself deeply in order to figure that out, so you don't end up in any unfavorable situations within this transition, within this change. Again, because the inner child wants to play. Like, you want to be of service, you want to provide, you want to do all the things that we've talked about, but you also want to be at ease and to have this profound ability to play and be playful and embrace a more adaptable, more free-flowing energy in your career. And you can't do that if you place yourself in the environments that don't receive you as you are, as who you say that you are. So let's see what this energy is all about. I'm I'm super curious now that the Ascendant card is out. I want to know what is surrounding this second change, and why do I feel like it has something to do with the way that you look? Because the Ascendant is also, it's the first house, and so that can determine sometimes the way that you look, and maybe you're getting like a makeover, maybe like a professional makeover, or like maybe you are updating, redoing your resume. Maybe you, because that is the way that someone, talk about first impressions, that's the way that someone perceives you as well. You're the Queen of Wands. Beautiful. It just popped out for you. And because you had the King of Wands, I feel like it is deeply connected to this transition as well. You're really trying to nurture your mind right now, because all of that yang energy in the first part of your reading doesn't really do the nurturing parts that we need it to. And so that's when you call the Queen of Wands out, and you nurture that spirit, you nurture your mind, you ensure yourself that yes, it is okay to have certain thoughts and to rely on certain mental habits, but those also aren't like, it's a choice to lean on those. It is a choice to determine or to like rely on thoughts that keep me stuck or still, or that guide me into directions that aren't necessarily aligned. And so I'm choosing to discern something different. And it will take a little bit of diligence from you to be compassionate, but also like active in this, because with the Queen of Wands, this is not a passive type of energy. If we want to talk about more of so passive, like passive aggressive energy, I think we would be talking about the Queen of Cups. But the Queen of Wands is very much so not that. So I see you being very realistic with yourself about how these mental habits and mindsets aren't helpful. But you're not pacifying yourself, and you're not beating yourself up. You're finding just the right amount of encouragement to tell yourself, if this is what you desire, if this is what you need, then change is necessary. And change is not linear, it's not predictable, it's not measurable all the time. So you kind of have to just go with the flow, and it's okay that flow is scary. It is okay. With the new moon in Scorpio, I think you are diving into a lot of your fears and saying, it's okay to be afraid of this. As I mentioned in your first portion of your reading, you're a leader who is not trying to lead through perfection or falsehood. That's not the realistic way to do, because you're a human and you're not going to always show up perfectly. But you are going to ensure that you do show up. You have the Hierophant here saying that, you're very much so interested in seeking this greater knowledge. I always see the Hierophant connected to the Sagittarius energy of seeking greater knowledge, seeking not only a different perspective, but a broader perspective, where you kind of zoom out and you say, this is all that exists in this realm. And you absorb the knowledge of just stepping back and seeing what is available to you. I'm not sure where this is going. How is this a part of the change? I think this is just something that you're interested in doing in order to gain a more philosophical perspective or viewpoint of life and your purpose in your career. You're zooming out. And again, the sixth house talks about actually zooming in and looking at all the details, all the nitty gritty, all the small things. But with the Hierophant here, it's like saying, break those up into pieces. Again, zoom out, because you may be over focusing on one aspect and missing other pieces here that are going to deepen your knowledge and deepen your understanding of the purpose of why you are doing something. What are you doing in this change? I'm trying to look for an action. I'm trying to look for something that pinpoints, but it's giving more of a feeling, full body feeling of discernment. So maybe that is what it is. I feel like you're going to be sensing a lot of changes before you actually see them. Sensing a change within your mind before you see it physically. But you're picking up these new beliefs, philosophies, in order to reinvigorate your life, reinvigorate your professional career. Yeah. You were definitely tired of this sterile, day-to-day predictableness of life and your career. You have the Emperor here. Look at how beautiful. The Emperor is a gorgeous figure of determination, and it is a beautiful embodiment of Mars energy as well. Mars ensures that we have the energy, that we have the drive to go after something. And with the Emperor here and the Hierophant, not only are you saying, I'm open to these new philosophies of life, I think you're just out here practicing it as well. So your approach to work is, again, exactly what you say that you want it to be, not just what you hope it would be. Not just the playfulness, but that freedom, the courage to be free in your work and to be perceived as free as well. People may see you relaxing and they're like, when do they actually get any work done? When are they working? Because I'm always seeing them relaxing. And it's like, you don't know me. You don't know how much I put in. You don't know what I offer to the universe in order to allow me to have this peace within my career. You don't know about it. And that's that Scorpio energy where people will just see you sitting on the throne and be like, how the hell did they get there? I thought they were doing XYZ, especially that Five of Wands that came up with you in the competition. People trying to keep tabs on you and they just can't, because you aren't always talking about it. You aren't always showing it. You're just doing it. You have the World card at the bottom of the deck with the World representing all of the fixed energy. We have Scorpio, Taurus, Aquarius, and Leo. Represented at the bottom of the deck, telling you that you have a world of opportunities, a world of change coming to you as you are moving forward, blazing through any challenges that you may have or doubts that you may have about your career right now. You're really just in this creation stage. I see it all over with all of this fire energy that is represented in your reading. You are very much so in the creative, put it out, it's out there, it's living its own life energy, moving on to the next thing to let that thing live and breathe and develop as well. I don't see you feeling too attached to anything, even though the Six of Swords can say that you are attached to mental comforts, mental habits. But again, those things have brought you a great amount of power, and it's no need to shame what is so natural to us as humans, which is to think thoughts that just sometimes aren't true, that just sometimes don't align with us anymore. It's completely okay for that to be a part of this change right now. You're transitioning out of believing so strongly in certain things and finding new faith through discerning okay, yeah, this makes sense for where I'm at right now. This makes sense for me to think this right now. Or, wow, this is completely inaccurate. I don't know why I'm thinking these thoughts, because look at how far I have come. And that's what we were also talking about in that first portion of your reading. But you also have the Eight of Pentacles and the Five of Swords, okay? So your mind is going to feel like it's winning a lot at times. It's going to feel like it is overwhelming, overcoming you. Just, you're going to feel like you can't win against these thoughts. Sometimes the Five of Swords can be depicted as disagreements, people being in arguments with one another. But sometimes the Five of Swords is also just us being in a disagreement with ourselves, being in argument with ourselves, being contradicting ourselves, and not even being aware of it or discerning it necessarily. So I feel like this is a big change for you right now, where you're trying to get so out of your mind, because that's really, you feel really trapped there at times, thinking the same thoughts or thinking old thoughts repetitively in a new way, going over and over and over in your head what it is that you should be doing or how you should be doing something in regards to your career. But what I see pulling you out of your mind so strongly is physical action in your body and moving your hands and working on that craft, whatever it is that allows you to do something repetitively to the point of mastering it. The Eight of Pentacles is such a beautiful card to have within this reading. It tells me that your focus can shift, and it has to be a choice, and it has to be an offering of love to the universe and saying, you know, when I'm in my head, I am not connected to spirit. I am not connected to life. I am in my head living a completely different life. And sometimes being in your mind is a great technique. It's a great practice in order to help you manifest with the magician energy. But sometimes being in your head, again, it stifles you. It keeps you stuck, and it keeps you in a cycle, in a repetitive cycle. So you're breaking that cycle. I see you breaking right through it, straight through it, really trying to slow down the amount of thoughts that are trying to reach you. Process each thought as they come with whatever level of importance or priority to the thought. And just saying, you know, this, like, I've gone over this thought so much in my head, and it just doesn't feel right or make sense to me anymore. And letting that go, cutting it off, transitioning away from whatever feels mentally captivating and not in the best way, not in the miraculous manifesting way. But yes, the Eight of Pentacles, so beautiful to have this here. I see you in this next change as things are transitioning, fears and doubts are coming up, and you're really fighting. You're really fighting hard for your creativity and your faith to win. I see you just mastering what it is that you love to do, what it is that feels like it gives you life and gives you purpose and helps you to zoom out and to do like exactly what we've been talking about, which is to play and still be of service to your community and the community at large. Pile number 4. This is, I believe, the conclusion of the second portion of your reading. Of course, again, the next 3 big changes that has taken place within your career. This was so exciting. This was great. This was a great addition to the first portion of your reading, which came out so powerful. It came out so strong. I hope that this is resonating deeply for you so far. If you need to take a break, I suggest you pause here. I'm going to pause here as well. I'm going to clear these cards off, and then I will be right back with the third portion of your reading. Welcome back to the third and final part of your reading, pile number 4. So let's get right into the tarot energy and see what else is here for you as a message. Wow. You have the Ten of Cups, which is so beautiful, so aligned, I feel like, with what it is that you are seeking within the transition that we talked about previously that is taking place in your life, where you are preparing to take place in your life at this time. Ten of Cups, you have harmony. So one of the biggest changes that is taking place in your career right now or in the near future is the harmony that you are going to feel and experience in regards to being in connectivity with other people. The Cups talks about our emotional aspects of life. And again, as I've been mentioning throughout this reading, especially in your pile, there is this aspect within every human being's life of personal and professional. Sometimes the energy is more blended, more fused together, and we work with our family, or we work with the people that we know and care about, or we build relationships through work, because that is an opportunity that many people get to have in order to interact with other people and then to build on those relationships in that way. So the Ten of Cups tells me that whoever it is that you're working with, whether you are a leader of a small team, a leader of a large team, whether you are, an entrepreneur and you have this leadership ability to make work feel comfortable and safe and inclusive, and almost what it feels like to work with close family or friends. This is what you're building in your life, and this is a change that is taking place in your professional life at this time. I'm so excited to look and see what the Oracle says about this Ten of Cups and what astrological energies are supporting you during this change. So let's see. What's good? Oh, okay. All right. We have our answer immediately, almost. You have fire element with energy, impulse, and the ascendant. So the ascendant is our rising sign. It is the beginning of our chart. It is the sign that, I always feel like I'm explaining this incorrectly, but the rising sign is indicated, and you can find it through your natal chart by a calculation based on where you are born through your natal chart. But you could have a fire rising sign, so that could be Aries, Leo, or Sagittarius rising. And what this tells me is that you have this strong impulse to create harmony in your workplace and in your work environment. It is essential. It is necessary. It is a need. You feel like when there is disharmony, you just cannot work. You cannot make sense of the puzzle pieces because the disharmony may be affecting you emotionally. So with this fire element here, I see you having built a lot of passion for this harmony in your life, because you know that you deserve creative freedom. You deserve to be able to be comfortable in your creative expression, no matter how that shows up for you professionally. And this is something that you've really worked really, really hard for and been very persistent about it, I might add. At the bottom of the deck, you have equanimity with loving awareness, acceptance, and serenity here. And this is a great energy to have as the bottom of the deck, or the supporting energy, because I feel like serenity and harmony go really hand in hand. Peaceful flow, almost like this yin and yang aspect as well, if you can see the representation within the hands. And I feel like this is, again, equanimity is a large part of what it is that you have been fighting to create and have exist within your workplace. You wanted everyone's identity to be valid within the workplace, no matter how the individual person identifies. You wanted people and yourself to feel comfortable, to feel safe, to feel seen, and to feel as if no one is made to feel isolated. That is what the Ten of Cups feels like. There is a counterpart, there's a counter energy that exists for everyone within this workplace, because there's always someone pouring into the cup and vice versa. It is very, what's the word? It is very, reciprocal in that way. So I love that. It's beautiful energy. A very big change that you have been fighting for, that you've been passionate about, that you haven't given up on. And you have this awareness, this loving awareness, as the card says, of, again, why it has been necessary for you to make your work environments in this way and to construct it in that way. Full moon in Leo with Go Wild. Beautiful, more fiery energy supporting you. You definitely could have Leo in your natal chart just because it is so present and dominant. You have last quarter moon in Taurus. Be proud of yourself, supporting you again at the bottom of the deck. So your spirit guides are wanting you to be proud of yourself at this time. Every piece of serenity, every piece of harmony, everything that you have worked for and you feel, everything that you've worked for and that you feel that you know did not exist previously within the workplace, because again, you have had to move away from certain undermining energies in order to create this kind of harmony, either internal or external. Your spirit guides are telling you that you should absolutely be proud of yourself at this time. The full moon in Leo is saying really go wild with this celebration of self, because without your persistence and your awareness and your desire and your acceptance that it was time to transition and move away from something, without all of these things added together, you would not be where you are right now. This is a large confirmation of you have made the right choices in regards to the decisions that you've had to make, the authority that you've had to claim over your life, and the decisions that you've had to make with that said authority in order to move forward and taking action on what it is that you say or feel as if you deserve in regards to your career. Because I don't know if this is just like not a message that's going out or going around widely enough, but it's like when you are working in a career, rarely are there people there to make your dreams come true. When it comes to traditional workplaces, if that's what we're discussing at this time, you go to work and you're there to do a job for someone else's business, for the success of another person's idea of what success looks like. When you have your own thing, that looks a little bit differently, but you know that it was your responsibility to create this. It was your responsibility to, I'm hearing, build the table. It was like no one was necessarily inviting you in with the leadership that you wanted to provide. There was probably always just something that made you feel like, you know, this could be harmonious, but there's just one thing off, or there's just one cup missing. This was a great idea, but I can see it going so much further, or I can see it being more inclusive. I can see it being more accepted. And so it's almost as if you've gone out and done it. It's like you've done it yourself, especially with, you had the, what was it? The King of Swords or the King of Wands. You went out and you did it yourself. Yeah, you definitely have fire energy in your chart in some way that has motivated you to go and do it yourself. You have companionship. Giving someone your complete presence is an astonishing gift. So within your work, within your career, there is this essence or energy of you being very welcoming, very warm-hearted, very generous, and just warm as the energy that people definitely, warm and inviting is how people would describe you within your career and your workplace. And so I feel like, especially if you have felt like relationships or connections have been not off, but they have been, you have kind of distanced yourself from that energy because you were focused on career, success, achieving. I feel like in this next change of your career, you are going to be able to be more vulnerable, more intimate, more compassionate with other people. the people that you work with and also in your personal life, because I do see this blending of energy where you have this energy of impulse. So you're doing the things that you say you want to do as soon as you feel it, almost immediately. But you also have this energy of being able to draw back from that as well, give in fully to that creative endeavor when it is time, when you feel it, when you have it, and when you're inspired. Excuse me. But then also having this energy of being able to pull away and do something creative or spontaneous or fun with a loved one or a person that you care about that is separate of work and that is separate of your professional identity. I think there's a great balance coming in here for your professional life and your personal life, where people are going to feel you becoming more present, being more, again, vulnerable and at ease. I'm feeling and sensing this example of someone really being pressed with time, always having a deadline, always having something that was due, that needed to be done correctly, that needed your full attention and your presence. And I don't think that is changing at all. I think it is evolving in a way, again, where you just have that more free time. And it's going to be astonishing, because you would think that you would be more busy, you would have more responsibilities as your leadership is growing, as the lay of the land that you are supposed to be ruling over is growing. You would feel like, oh, I have more responsibilities, more duties. The responsibilities are the same. The commitment is the same. The dedication is the same. It just looks a little different, if that makes sense. Pile number 4, you're able to give equally of yourself, to your projects, and to your companions. At the bottom of the deck, you have acceptance again. Yeah, really, it's a really big thing that you're learning to accept within this change. Radical acceptance in the now opens the flow. So this talks more about you being present, being in the now, and your ability to radically accept where you are at in life right now is going to help you even further adjusting to the flow and shift of changes that are happening in your life right now. Things that you should, again, absolutely be very proud of, because you are making change, you are making progress as you said that you wanted to. And it is happening for you in unknown and astonishing ways. You have the 4th house that flipped over and the 3rd house, but I'm going to keep shuffling. I need one precise energy for pile number 4, please, Spirit. Why is the gold wild card here? Full moon and Leo. Why is the full moon and Leo here? So many cards want to flip over for you, but I just need one. Why is the full moon and Leo here, please, Spirit? Pile number 4. Literally, like, all these cards, but I need just one. Just one card, please, Spirit. All right, that's the one. Cancer at the bottom of the deck, supporting you in this time of acceptance around radical change. And you have the 12th house. So the 12th house tells me that you do have some fears of the unknown, of, this radical acceptance of this way of being that feels very different for you. The 12th house talks about our fears. It talks about things coming up and confronting us and making us question, where our fear is stemming from, what it is based in. The 12th house talks about our subconscious. It talks about our shadow, but it also talks about our fantasies being deeply connected to Neptune and Pisces. So I do feel like you have a lot of dreams, and they're coming up for you almost as a feeling of not being able to be a reality. And with the 10 of Cups here in the 12th house, it gives the energy of it. It's too good to be true. and you're afraid to really fall into something and to accept. And it's an emotional time for you with the Cancer supporting you. But you, especially with Cancer, Taurus, and just like this loving awareness, you're supposed to water your garden, water your dreams. The same creativity that has gotten you this far in life is the same creativity that will continue to push you forward. And there is not a well that is meant to dry out in your life, especially because you have so much fire, you have so much passion, but also this compassion of, like you feel for the world and you feel for the people who are never included, the folks who are always outside of the professional boundaries, who are never given a chance within capitalism or within society because they exist outside of the binary, or they exist outside of what is viewed as acceptable. And I think especially if you are a change maker watching this video, the one who is meant to help others be more inclusive, or to feel more included, or to feel safe and protected within your space, within your environment, within your energy. If you are that change maker, then sometimes it's going to be scary because there's no one out here doing it quite like you. There are other change makers in the world. Yes, there are people that have dedicated their life and their passion to making the world a better place, not just for themselves, but for people outside, again, of their immediate relations. And you are that person. You are one of those people. You're meant to definitely face a lot of fears in this, and face a lot of fears around being a leader, accepting the position of a leader, and being a compassionate one, being a heartfelt leader, leading with your heart and your intuition above your logic or profit. You have the Judgment card. I think you are releasing a lot of judgments around this approach to business that you are taking. You are releasing a lot of the fear. Again, the fear aspect, the, what's the word? Immobilizing fear, the fear that keeps you stuck, or the fear that keeps you grinding, because those two very different, but also one and the same. When you are afraid of taking any movement forward, you lack the faith of knowing that every step is already covered. And when you fear taking a break, when you fear stopping, when you fear allowing yourself to take a breather, the breather that your human body needs, that is a lack of faith in knowing that even with no movement, things are still moving. So I think there's a lot in this Judgment card that you're willing to release and to let go of. Again, to move away from those mental habits that we saw within the Six of Swords that convince you and that keep you stuck and that keep you cycling in and out of any unhealthy work patterns, or work patterns, things of that nature. Let's see what else. There's a lot being released in this next change. There's a lot being confirmed for you. I feel like you're going to feel more confidence in order to let go, because you know that everything is meant to be stable and is meant to be good in your life. You have the Emperor in reverse. You have the Tower card and another card that fell out. The Six of Cups. It kind of fell out in reverse. I'm not keeping all these because there were quite a few. But you are trying to be even more compassionate with yourself than you even tell your audience or other people to be, because you know how cruel, I heard, you can be to yourself in regards to either slowing down or stepping into action. You have the Three of Wands in reverse. And this is it coincides with the movement piece that we're talking about taking a break or moving forward with enthusiasm and confidence. The Three of Wands in reverse tells me one of two things. It confirms that your fears have been keeping you from expansion. It for some of you, Your fears have kept you from expanding, have kept you from venturing out and exploring something different. For example, you're used to walking on land and now you're moving towards more watery elements symbolically within your career. And it is unfamiliar to you, but you are stimulated and excited. So the Three of Swords in reverse is saying, as you are letting go of these judgments, as you are in between this, or you are in this in between phase of acceptance, allowing, and pursuing, I think your horizons are going to start to expand even more. Typically, the Three of Wands upright is what signifies that, even like it tells a story directly. But the Three of Wands this time being in reverse tells me that there is this judgment piece that needs to be released in order for you to continue to open your eyes to different horizons and different opportunities within your career specifically. The Six of Cups really wanted to come out for you. So it is here again. The Six of Cups next to the Three of Wands tells me, and in connection to the Judgment card, tells me like memories. Memories they can be used as a tool or they can be used as a weapon. The memories of failure obviously are those weapons that keep you stagnant, that keep you stuck. But the memories of success, the memories of, that feeling of wanting to be loyal to something, to grow old with something, to pursue something almost endlessly, is also here encouraging you to say, if this is what you want, this is how you go after it. This is how you get what you desire, by pursuing, by persisting, by continuing forward, by not listening to those negative thoughts that continue to allow you to judge yourself and to judge your process before steps are even made or before progress can even be shown. The Six of Cups holds a lot for you that I feel like you are unpacking. You have the Eight of Wands. And so there is some kind of confirmation coming to you quickly here, especially landing right underneath the Go Wild, or right on top of the Go Wild card. This is, I think, Spirit's cue to you, or a signal to you that you will be receiving confirmation that will actually spark this energy out of you to continue forward. Again, deep diving into those fears and reminding yourself, like, I can step outside of the perspective of my fear, the lens that tells me this is why my fear exists. I can step outside of that and view this differently, especially if you start to get a lot of opportunities that you don't believe that you are worthy of, especially if you start to see, again, confirmation of your gifts, your leadership, and your abilities. And you're getting a little freaked out and you're like, wow, am I responsible enough for this? Am I committed enough for this? Am I good enough for this position, this role, this thing that is coming into my life? And how did it get here is what I'm feeling like with the Three of Wands as well. You're questioning, like, how did I get to this place? Honorable mention to the Queen of Pentacles, because you are nurturing yourself and you know that it takes dedication and commitment. Yes, Eight of Pentacles at the bottom of the deck. And so if you know this about yourself, that it takes dedication and commitment in order to make a desire or a dream to come true, and you know that you're capable, you have the skills, you know that you have everything that you need. And if only the confidence were there to ignite you, amp you up, move you further, like keep you going, is what I feel like is what you're looking for here. You're looking for it to keep you going, to confirm something very large for you, to confirm that not only was there a huge cycle that you closed out with the Ten of Cups and reaching a peak amount of happiness that I just feel like you didn't believe was possible, but you were able to look back and see how dedicated you were in order to make this happen. And this is going to be a huge confirmation for you. It feels almost as if you were going to be looking back on just certain major decisions in your life that you chose to do. So for some, it could be the idea like, oh, my career would have never blossomed in the way that it did if I hadn't moved to LA 4 years ago, or whatever the case may be. There's something here about you feeling a great sense of confirmation in your choices, and really allowing to ease and let go of whatever guilt, whatever stagnation, whatever emotion, honestly, that is trying to convince you that you are not worthy of all the harmony that is coming into your life. You have the Ace of Pentacles. Yeah. So you have this new beginning, you have this new endeavor, this new project or something of the sort. And it is very much so deeply connected to your subconscious, to the ethereal realms, to your emotional self. Some of you may be, what are some good examples that I can use with the Moon card? Page of Swords underneath that. Some of you may be doing or starting a research project in regards to intuition and the connection to intuition and the emotional sense. Some of you may be doing a research study on dream work, any kind of like 12th house things that are happening here with the Moon and Neptune, or the 12th house card that came out. Some of you may be diving into new occult knowledge, psychological knowledge, something here about you studying and really getting absorbed into it, having many different tabs or podcast or like tabs within your search engine, just many things open all at once, gaining little pieces of knowledge from different websites or platforms. But you're studying something. It's really making you curious. It's making you a student. You're wanting to grow in this area. You're wanting to grow the seedlings that you have stumbled across. And Spirit is telling you to go wild, be curious, go down the rabbit hole a little bit. Of course, make sure you come out of the rabbit hole every now and then. You get some air, you stretch your body, you nourish your body how you need to. But really get involved with something, especially if you feel called to it, especially if you feel ignited, especially if you feel like this is something that even makes you curious to share with another, and to be involved with it in companionship, not just a knowledge that you, again, want to take for yourself, but something that you want to share with other people. So it could be a new way to source food, homegrown food. It could be a multitude of things that are here to help you bring knowledge and depth to your community. And you're shedding a lot of criticism of self in order to do this, in order to wholeheartedly believe like, okay, if this is what I'm feeling called to do, this is what I need to do. Like, this is what I need to do. And this is something that could have been sitting with you for a long time. This does not even necessarily have to be a new discovery that is happening within your career of something that you wanted to build or create. But it is, there is some part of this that you're going to have to do research about, and you're going to have to know that you are smart, you are intelligent enough to find out whatever it is you need to find out, and to learn whatever it is you need to learn in order to grow this new beginning into like a healthy and solid foundation. Okay? And be proud of yourself in every stage and every step of the way, from the beginning to the end of one cycle and into another cycle, because there will be continuous beginnings happening for you. That is the way of life. Nothing is ever truly really stagnant. Okay, so this is your time to make all of the decisions that your younger self has said that they've wanted to do one day, to make the world a better place and to make life worth living. It all starts with one decision that you make, and those decisions accumulate over the span of your life. Pile number 4. So I am going to now pull some charms, because I did it for all the other piles, I'm pretty sure, hopefully. And I'm going to roll the astro dice to see if there's any other astrological energies affecting you right now. This could be a transit that is currently taking place that will help you to make progress within your career, or this could be just a natal placement that you have and you hold within your birth chart. So let's see what advice the astro dice has for you. We have the South Node in Capricorn in the third house. The third house is talking all about communications, networking, knowledge sharing. The third house is ruled by Gemini. And so this is the way that we process the intellectual stimulation that we have on our day-to-day. Gemini is known for being very flighty in regards to the knowledge that they pick up. And, some people will say, were you sticking with something long enough to actually gain knowledge from it? And with Capricorn energy here, I do see that you have stuck around with something in regards to communication, networking. I feel like you have really flushed out one area of your career right now, and the South Node is asking you to reach towards something greater. So it's interesting, very interesting that you have Capricorn here, because with South Node and Capricorn, that means the North Node would be in Cancer, and that is the bottom of the deck energy that you had. You've had a lot of watery energy going on around your reading, and it tells me I think Spirit is asking you at this time during this change to really be within your vulnerable self, to really be soft and open, empathic, things that can be completely opposite of Capricorn, in order to network in a different way. I think, again, people have been very inspired by you. You are very warm and welcoming, but I think that is shifting and turning into that Cancerian watery warmth and welcoming, where people know that they can communicate with you about their needs or about what it is that they are aspiring to do, because they see you being so vulnerable in your approach to newness and your approach to new beginnings. So I think that this is a huge change that is taking place through the astrology. You're going to be inspiring yourself, but also inspiring others to achieve a different kind of nurturing within their workplace and within their professional lives, where work can sustain, where it can not just be connected or, again, influenced by capitalism, but where it can benefit people on a large scale as a whole. Especially, I've seen today, as I was scrolling through social media, I've seen a lot about people just opening up their own restaurant or their own farm. Of course, nothing necessarily on the most major scale, because that is not always accessible to everyone, to be able to just go and quit their 9-to-5 and buy some farmland and do it in that nature. But I feel like you're doing it in your own special way, pile number 4, where you're creating something that has, again, been in your heart to create for a very long time, maybe even since some of you were younger, and you've built fears around it as to why you cannot or why you could not. And so now that you have challenged yourself to build greatness in your life in other ways, you want to challenge yourself in the way that feels most authentic to you. It feels like you want to start building towards your own desires and goals. So let's see. What are the charms saying for my pile number 4, please, Spirit? Quite a lot. I love that for you. So we have Aries energy here. Lots of fire. We also have, it is a little deer, or I think they're called fawn. Yeah, I'm gonna get into all of these. Just let's see. You also have this symbol here, which is a lotus flower. Let's see if I can pick it up. A lotus flower with a person sitting cross-legged in the middle. So this definitely represents the harmony that you've been seeking, working very hard for. There's something that is within your heart, your desire to create. It is a desire that you had when you were of the innocent age, where you thought that when someone asked you what did you want to be or what did you want to do growing up, that like it was actually possible. And you just had to wait your turn in order to make it happen. And then, real life started happening. And so the desire became less and less innocent in that way. And you definitely became more realistic about it. This is an interesting little symbol here. We have a cat, it looks like, but with stars as the face. Okay, here we are. The cat this way looks more normal. So you do have the cat symbol here that is echoing to the lion, really talking about independence, doing things your own way, listening to what grounds you, what brings you peace, what brings you harmony, but also what is something that really was a heart's desire that you didn't believe. You also have another cat. That is so hilarious. So you have a black cat and you have a silver cat. Again, yin and yang energy, looking into your shadow, looking into your fears deeply, de-weaponizing your faith and your belief and what can and cannot happen in your life, because based on the peace that you experience, you know that there is much more that can happen and that can be capable of happening. You are capable of making it happen. With the anchor charm, I do believe that, especially when things become very emotional for you, when you feel like you're just sinking into a feeling without cause, be aware of what that anchor is that is holding you to these emotions, that are holding you in this position of either vulnerability or helplessness. I feel like those two are definitely not one and the same. It is okay to be vulnerable. It is possible to be vulnerable without feeling helpless, and not succumbing to those emotional states. Just being loving awareness, having a loving awareness of where the emotions stem from, and how you can work through those, how you can communicate through them in order to help other people maybe even understand just a fraction or a portion of themselves, seeing it represented through you. So you're trailblazing, you're setting it off, you're starting something completely new in your life. And, I hope that it goes well for you based on the choices that you make. Pile number 4. If you enjoyed this video, please leave a big thumbs up. I would greatly appreciate it. And I welcome you to join me in another pick a card reading very soon. I hope you enjoyed this reading and it resonated deeply for you. And I will see you in another reading. Peace.